So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. So in this video we are going to see what if Banished Harry Potter met Wednesday Addams. So this is the movie, and if you want more then please leave a like, share and subscribe. Also don't forget to check out my other videos on this channel. So if you are interested, so then you can check out. Now without wasting any more time, let's jump right back into the video.
Prologue. The verdict. By the time they called his name for the third time, Harry Potter had already realized that no one in courtroom 10 expected him to answer. They wanted him present. They wanted him visible. Those were different things. The courtroom was colder than he remembered. Not physically, though the air carried the damp, subterranean chill of old stone and older magic, but in temperament. Even as a child standing before the Wisengamot for accidental underage magic, Harry had felt there was at least the possibility of argument here. A line could be crossed and then uncrossed. A law could be bent back toward fairness if enough people with titles decided to remember their own consciences. Today there was no such possibility. Courtroom 10 had been modified. He could tell that immediately. The ceiling, once lost in darkness, now shone with concentric rings of silver runes rotating soundlessly above the central floor, each ring inscribed with ministry seals, containment protocols, and words Harry did not recognize but instinctively disliked. Tall iron pylons had been driven into the flagstones around the defendant's platform, 8 of them at equal distances, humming with a low frequency that seemed to vibrate inside his teeth. The chamber's enchanted chains were gone. In their place stood something subtler and uglier, a field designed not to restrain movement but to classify existence. Harry stood at the center of it. His wand was no longer on him. That absence felt larger than a missing object should have. Not pain exactly. More like the memory of having had a hand removed days ago and still reaching for things with phantom fingers. Above him, the tiers of the Wisengamot rose in dark semicircles. Plum robes, gold W's, faces set in expressions ranging from fear to disgust to the pinched, bureaucratic neutrality of people who had convinced themselves that moral responsibility was a subordinate clause in a legislative document. Some stared at him openly. Some didn't look at him at all. It was the ones who couldn't meet his eyes that made him feel the emptiest. To the left, behind a warded gallery barrier, Hermione Granger sat so straight she looked carved from tension. Ron beside her was gripping the railing hard enough that his knuckles had gone white. He had probably been told not to speak. The furious, helpless angle of his shoulders suggested he was one more ruling away from deciding that was somebody else's problem. Harry looked at them for 1 second too long, and Hermione's mouth tightened. "Don't," her expression said. Not because she didn't want to see him, because if he let himself look for comfort now, he might break in exactly the way the room already expected. So he looked away, at the bench, at the witches and wizards who had assembled not to decide what he had done. They had already written that part, but to decide what category of danger he belonged to now. The chief warlock's seat was occupied by Madame Selwyn, the current interim chair, a woman with a voice so calm it made everything she said sound more merciless than if she had shouted it. Dumbledore's absence sat in the room like another official presence. Not because Harry wished he were here, though some stupid splinter of him still did, but because every empty thing Dumbledore left behind had been filled by institutions far hungrier and much less conflicted. To Selwyn's right sat Undersecretary Vale from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. To her left, 3 representatives from the Department of Mysteries, whose black gloves and expressionless faces made them look less like civil servants and more like the architectural extension of a locked door. On the lowest bench near the scribes, a square black case rested on red velvet. Harry knew without being told that it was for him. "Let the record reflect," Selwyn said, voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber, "that the defendant, Harry James Potter, is present for sentencing in the matter of magical governance v. Potter, following emergency review under Articles 7, 9, and 13 of the Exceptional Arcana Hazard Statutes." Her words moved through the room like machinery already in motion. Harry kept his face still. He'd learned, over the last 6 days, that stillness frightened people more than anger when they had already decided you were dangerous. Charges have been read and findings recorded, Selwyn continued. This hearing concerns final disposition, containment protocol, and jurisdictional transfer. There it was, not justice, disposition, like he was a cursed object, like he was something found in a locked cabinet after a house fire. One of the unspeakables rose. For the record, the Department of Mysteries reaffirms its classification. The defendant's magical eruption during the battle of the Department of Mysteries was not consistent with any registered curse family, elemental manifestation, bloodline flux, or known dark ritual invocation. A murmur moved across the benches, quickly suppressed. The unspeakable went on, untouched by it. Witness accounts confirm that the event centered on the defendant's intent to cast a defensive spell. The spell failed to form. Instead, the defendant produced an unmediated anti-arcane surge across a radius of 19 yards. Harry stared at the stone floor. 19 yards, they'd measured it. Of course they had. Resulting consequences included, the man said, consulting a narrow parchment strip, the permanent demagicking of 11 aurors, catastrophic destabilization of 3 departmental ward systems, and partial collapse of the veil barrier in Chamber 7. This time the murmur came back sharper. The veil. Even now, even after days of confinement and questioning and tests that left him shaking, Harry couldn't hold that part in his head for very long. It kept slipping off his thoughts like something too heavy for the mind to carry. He remembered the battle in pieces, curses splitting the dark, shattered prophecy shelves, Bellatrix's laughter like broken glass, the terrible rush toward the death chamber. He remembered someone shouting his name. He remembered a sensation like the whole world inhaling through his scar. And then, nothing that made sense. Nothing except blackness with shape in it. A pressure that had not felt like anger or fear, something older, something beneath language. He had reached for a spell. That much he knew. He had reached for a spell because an auror had grabbed Hermione by the shoulder from behind. Friendly fire, chaos, panic. No one knowing who was where in the smoke and broken wards. And Harry had turned on instinct to stop it before another person he loved got hurt. He had not cast a spell. Something else had answered. He remembered the aura's wand going dark, then another, then another. He remembered silence blooming outward unnaturally fast. He remembered Bellatrix Lestrange, for the first and only time in his life, stepping backward. And somewhere beyond all that, beyond the screams and the collapsing chamber, the veil itself had moved, not billowed. Moved, as if something behind it had noticed him. The unspeakable sat. Veil stood next, thin-lipped, immaculate, every inch the sort of man who had spent his life learning how to make brutality sound administrative. The ministry has reviewed testimony from 26 witnesses, examined the defendant under 7 calibrated detection matrices, and consulted all surviving domestic records pertaining to unclassified magical anomalies. He paused only to make sure everyone was listening. There is no precedent in British wizarding law for safe reintegration. The word hit harder than sentence or punishment would have, reintegration, as though he had already ceased to belong to the category of person. As such, Vale said, this body has been forced to recognize a suppressed designation first referenced in pre-ministry archival fragments and long considered theoretical. He turned slightly, not toward Harry, toward the chamber. A void conduit. This time there was no murmur, only silence. Even the kind that came from fear had gone still. Harry looked up. He shouldn't have. He knew that even as he did it. But there was something in the phrase, some internal wrongness, that made stillness impossible for a moment. Void conduit. The words felt like someone else's diagnosis placed in his mouth. Hermione's eyes found his through the gallery barrier. For the first time all day, she looked afraid in a way she could not conceal, not of him, for him, that was somehow worse. A void conduit, Vale repeated. is not merely a wizard capable of unusual destructive force. It is an individual through whom magic may cease to behave as magic. Established structures fail. Spellcraft unravels. Wardwork collapses into proformal instability. Proximity alone presents unacceptable systemic threat. He spoke with the confidence of a man reading certainty from paper. Harry wondered if any of them heard how much fear it took to sound that calm. We therefore recommend permanent revocation of wand rights, nullification of domestic magical citizenship protections, and immediate extraterritorial remand under bilateral hazard containment agreements. Extraterritorial, remand, containment. They had built an entire language for sending him away without ever having to say the simplest words. You do not belong here anymore. Selwyn folded her hands. Before sentence is finalized, the defendant may address the court. Ron made a noise in the gallery, too sharp to be a word, too broken to be hidden. Hermione caught his arm hard enough to stop him. He half rose anyway. A ministry guard shifted toward the barrier. Harry barely noticed. Everyone in the room was looking at him now. This, at least, they wanted. A plea. An outburst. A denial. A confession. Something that could be filed under behavior and used to make the rest of this feel cleaner. Harry swallowed once. His throat felt lined with ash. He could say that he hadn't meant it, that he had never even heard the phrase void conduit before 6 days ago. That 11 auras had only been trying to help, that he would do anything, anything at all, to take back what happened in the Department of Mysteries. He could ask what exactly they thought he was supposed to have done in that chamber. Let Hermione be taken. Let the veil swallow more people. Let himself die correctly, in a shape the ministry knew how to process. He could say Sirius's name. He could say Dumbledore's. He could ask whether there was any point at which being used as a weapon for their wars entitled him to a hearing where someone pretended they remembered he was 17. He could say 1,000 things. None of them would matter, because the verdict had not been reached here. It had been reached the moment his magic did something the wizarding world could not control without admitting there were things in its foundations older and stranger than laws. Harry looked up at the benches of the Wisengamot, then at the black case on the velvet, then at Hermione. She was crying silently, not openly. She would never give the court that. But tears had collected anyway, furious and bright, and she was holding herself so rigidly it seemed impossible that her body could contain that much grief without shattering. Ron wasn't crying. Ron looked like he wanted to start a war with his bare hands. Harry loved them both so much in that moment that it made something inside him ache with almost physical force. And because he loved them, because they were still here, because if he said what he was actually thinking this room would use it to cut them too, he said nothing. Not defiance. Not surrender, just silence. Hollowed out, exhausted silence. Something changed in the chamber when he did it. It moved through the benches almost invisibly. Several witches looked relieved. One of the Department of Mysteries representatives made a note. Vale's mouth tightened in irritation, denied the spectacle he had clearly hoped for. Selwyn inclined her head once, as though Harry had simply declined a procedural formality. So recorded, she said. The square black case was brought forward. It was carried by 2 auras who refused to touch it directly. Dragonhide gloves, faces blank. Harry watched them kneel at the edge of the platform and open the lid. Inside lay an anklet, cold iron, dark and dull, thick as 2 fingers laid side by side. Green-black veins of basilisk venom lacquered the inner curve. Runes had been hammered into the outer band so deeply the metal around them looked bruised. At its hinge sat a locking mechanism shaped disturbingly like a serpent biting its own tail. Magic rolled off it in controlled, measured waves. Suppression magic, venom binding, blood recognition. Harry could feel, even from where he stood, that it had been made not just to stop spells, but to convince the body itself that reaching for power was dangerous, a restraint built to teach fear. One aura glanced up. "Right ankle," he said, as if Harry might attempt to negotiate the location. Harry did not move at first, not because he meant to resist, because he'd only just understood something. This was the part everyone in the room had been waiting for, not the sentence. This, the visible transformation from wizard to managed threat. He thought of Hogwarts, then not the castle at its best, but the specific cruelty of its warmth. The red and gold banners, the fires. The sense, however fragile, that stone and staircases and enchanted ceilings had once known his name and made a place for it. He thought of Privet Drive, oddly enough, of cupboards, of being put somewhere small and told it was for everyone's safety. A strange, detached corner of his mind observed that some patterns had always been more portable than others. Harry knelt. The courtroom exhaled as one organism. The aura lifted the anklet. When the metal touched his skin, cold shot all the way up into his spine so violently his vision flashed white. He heard someone in the gallery make a strangled sound. Ron, probably, but it felt distant, as though the courtroom had moved further away in a single instant. The basilisk venom lines lit sickly green. Runes activated one by one. Harry's magic recoiled. He had never known it as a separate thing before. Not really. It had always just been there, woven into nerves and thought and instinct, an invisible muscle he never had to consciously find. But when the anklet snapped shut around his ankle, he felt it pull back through him like tide dragged from shore. Not gone. Never gone. Just locked behind walls that had not existed a heartbeat earlier. His hand hit the stone platform before he realized he was falling. The auras stepped back immediately. Harry heard Selwyn's voice as though from a long way away. Harry James Potter, by authority vested in this court under emergency wartime statute and hazard containment law, your wand rights are hereby revoked. Your magical protections under the jurisdiction of the British Ministry are suspended indefinitely. Domestic ward systems shall reject your registered signature effective immediately. Each sentence landed like a door closing. You are remanded to Nevermore Academy in Jericho, Vermont, under the supervision of Allied extraterritorial authorities, pending review no sooner than 6 months from this date. Nevermore. The word was absurd enough to be funny. He almost laughed. Didn't. Until such review, you are prohibited from carrying a wand, entering British magical territory without escort, or attempting removal of the suppressive device placed upon your person. Violation will be treated as active arcane terrorism under wartime protocol. There it was, the final category. Not student, not witness, not survivor. Terrorism. Harry pushed himself back upright because he refused, on principle alone, to let them watch him remain on his knees. The courtroom blurred at the edges. The suppression anklet sat heavy and unfamiliar against his ankle, like a second pulse imposed from outside. He could feel his scar throbbing. He could feel, beneath the imposed cold, something else, very deep, very quiet, waiting. The portkey point had been set up in an antechamber off the courtroom corridor, as if they were embarrassed by the optics of transporting him in full public view, but not by anything that had led to it. 2 guards escorted him there and then stopped just beyond the ward line, unwilling to cross whatever threshold had been drawn around the room. Harry stood alone on a circular brass plate inset into the floor, suppression runes etched around its edges. A portkey, an old silver compass, rested on a pedestal at the center. The room had one narrow, barred window and no decoration. Of course it did. A clerk in ministry, black robes, read transfer language from a scroll without once looking directly at Harry. Subject will arrive outside designated boundary. Local authority notified. Signature lock updated. Transfer irreversible after initiation except by full review order. Harry barely listened. His ankle still burned with cold. He kept shifting weight unconsciously, as if some angle of his stance might make the thing feel less real. It didn't. Behind the outer ward, footsteps pounded. The clerk frowned, annoyed. A second later, Hermione hit the barrier hard enough that blue light flared across it. "Wait," she said, breathless and furious. "Just wait." Ron arrived half a second after her, looking ready to hex every person in the building and damn the consequences. "We asked for 5 minutes," he snapped at the clerk. "You can count to 5, can't you?" The clerk drew himself up. "This transfer has been scheduled by—" "Shut up," said Ron. Under ordinary circumstances, Harry might have laughed. Hermione already had something in her hand. A folded piece of parchment, creased and recreased at the edges from being opened, annotated, folded shut, and opened again. The barrier let objects through on approved contact only. She shoved the parchment at the attending wardstone, said her full name with terrifying precision, and for one awful second, Harry thought it would reject her. Then the paper slipped through and fell inside the ward. Harry caught it by reflex. It was warm from her hand. "Hermione," she cut him off with a look so fierce it pinned the word in his throat. "Don't open it now," she said. Her voice had gone unnaturally level, which meant it was being held together by force. "Just keep it." Ron gripped the barrier. "We're going to sort this," he said, and the fact that his voice cracked on sort this made it somehow worse. "You hear me? This isn't the end of it. They can't just—" "They can," Harry said. It came out quieter than he intended, not bitter, just true. For a moment nobody spoke. The room held the silence badly. Hermione's gaze dropped, just once, to the suppression anklet. Harry saw the exact instant her expression changed. Not because she was seeing it for the first time, because she had just understood what it had cost him to stand upright with it on. When she looked back up, there was no trace of pity in her face. He loved her for that too. "I'm already working," she said. "Void class references, pre-ministry archives, bilateral agreements, extradition law, anything that even resembles precedent. I don't know what I'll find yet." Her breath caught once. She ignored it. "But I will find something." Harry tightened his hand around the parchment. The edges dug into his palm. He wanted to tell her not to, not because she was wrong. Because he suddenly understood, with exhausted clarity, that Hermione would burn through sleep and food and common sense before she ever accepted the shape of this. And some part of him could not bear being the reason she had to become a war machine again. But she had already become one, for him. Because of him, and saying don't would be another kind of cruelty. Ron scrubbed a hand over his face. "Use the mirror," he said abruptly. "The two-way one. I fixed my side, mostly. It still goes fuzzy at the edges, but it works. If you need anything, if you just—" He broke off. "Started over. Don't vanish on us, all right?" Something hot and dangerous moved in Harry's throat, not tears. He felt too scraped hollow for tears. Just the shape tears might have taken if he still had room for them. The clerk cleared his throat pointedly. "Transfer window in 10 seconds." Ron swore at him with feeling. Hermione pressed her hand flat to the barrier. Harry looked at it, then, after half a beat, put his own hand up on the other side, glass gold magic between them, not touching, still. It was the nearest thing to a promise the room would permit. "I'll try," Harry said. Hermione closed her eyes once. When she opened them, they were bright and furious and intelligent and exactly the same as they had always been. "Good," she said. "Try stubbornly." The portkey activated. There was no countdown, no ceremony. The compass on the pedestal jerked upright and began to spin. Blue-white spirals of transport magic filled the room, coiling around Harry's wrists, chest, throat. The suppression anklet flared in answer, cold iron biting down as if resentful of any force but its own. Harry's stomach dropped. The last thing he saw before the world folded was Hermione's face, set like she intended to out-argue the universe itself. And Ron, one hand still braced against the barrier, as though he genuinely thought he might hold Harry in place by force if he tried hard enough. Then the pull took him. Portkey travel had always felt vaguely unpleasant. This was worse. The anklet and the transport magic hated each other. Harry could feel it in the wrenching path of the journey, the way his magic tried once, only once, to rise instinctively against the violent displacement, and was slammed back so hard by the suppressor that the world strobed black at the edges. He hit ground hard enough to lose his breath. Leaves. Damp earth. Cold air, silence, no courtroom, no murmuring officials, no warded gallery. Harry stayed on one knee for a second longer than he meant to, palm in dead grass, lungs fighting to recalibrate. Then he looked up. Dusk. Woods. And, through the trees ahead, the silhouette of a school built from gray stone and old shadows, all narrow towers and steep roofs cut against an overcast sky. Nevermore Academy. The name should still have sounded ridiculous. Instead, it settled over the landscape with the grim inevitability of a bell note. Harry pushed himself to his feet. The British magical world was behind him now, not just by distance, but by design. Somewhere between London and this forest, the border wards of his home had already been told to reject the shape of his existence. If he turned back now and tried to cross them, the land itself would refuse him. He was 17 years old. He had survived Voldemort. He had survived grief that should have crushed him. He had stood in a courtroom full of people who feared him more than they remembered him. And now he was standing in the woods outside a foreign school with a suppression anklet on his leg and a folded piece of parchment in his hand he could not yet make himself open. The evening wind moved through the trees. The stone towers ahead did not look welcoming. That was almost a relief. Harry slid the parchment carefully into his pocket. Then he started walking toward the school that had agreed to take what his own world had thrown away. The forest path narrowed as Harry approached the school, as if the land itself had decided that anyone entering Nevermore ought to do so in single file and silence. Twilight had not yet fully settled, but the day was already draining out of the sky in shades of iron and old ash. The trees around him were taller than the ones in the forbidden forest, less theatrical somehow, but more watchful. Their branches interlocked overhead like fingers closing. The cold bit differently here, too, not the damp English chill that slid into your bones by persistence, but something cleaner and more deliberate, as though Vermont had examined the concept of winter and approved it on principle. Harry kept walking. His trunk sat shrunk in his jacket pocket, its weight magically reduced, but still perceptible enough to remind him that everything he owned now fit into one container, and a folded letter he had yet to read. The suppression anklet on his right leg ached with each step, not raw pain exactly, but an invasive awareness. It had settled into him over the Portkey journey like a bad truth, and now pulsed faintly cold beneath the cuff of his jeans. The school came into full view only when he crossed the final rise. Nevermore Academy did not look like Hogwarts. That was the first thing he noticed, not because it was less grand. It wasn't. It simply belonged to a different philosophy of stone. Hogwarts had always felt like a contradiction pretending it wasn't one. Fortress and home, danger and refuge, ancient violence wearing the face of comfort. Its towers rose with a kind of arrogant warmth, banners and torchlight and moving windows giving it the sense of a place constantly trying to remind you that it contained multitudes. Nevermore made no such effort. It stood in gray silence atop a slope cut from black rock, all sharp roofs and narrow windows and weather-darkened buttresses. There were no welcoming lights in the windows, only a measured scattering of pale gold behind leaded glass. Vines, dead for the season, clung to the outer walls like script scratched into old paper. A bell tower rose from the western side of the main structure, lean and severe against the overcast sky, while farther behind it Harry could make out the angular lines of additional wings, courtyards, and what looked like a greenhouse built from black iron and stained glass. The entire academy looked as if it had been designed by someone who considered beauty an accidental side effect of durable gloom. Harry stood still for a moment and felt relief, not comfort, not safety, just relief so immediate it disturbed him. He had not realized until that second how deeply the idea of another warm castle full of bright houses and inherited loyalties had been exhausting him. Hogwarts, even at its best, had demanded emotional participation. It had glowed, it had laughed. It had expected belonging from people and punished them in 100 tiny ways when they failed to provide it in the correct shape. Nevermore did not seem to expect anything. Its gray stone matched the inside of him with unnerving precision. The thought came and went before he could decide whether to resent it. As he approached the front gate, something in the air shifted. He felt it before he saw it. A pressure across the skin, brief and analytical, like the school's boundary wards had opened one cold eye and looked directly at the shape of him. The suppression anklet flared once in response, the metal icing against his skin. Harry stopped. The wrought iron gate before him was flanked by two pillars topped not with lions or gargoyles but crows, carved in black stone with their wings half furled. Their eyes caught the dusk oddly, giving them the faint appearance of recent thought. There was no porter, no escort. Only a plaque set into one pillar in neat silver lettering, Nevermore Academy for the Education of Outcasts, Exiles, and the otherwise misunderstood Harry stared at the last line for several seconds. Then one side of the gate swung open by itself. That felt about right. The drive curved through a broad front lawn that had not been arranged for cheerfulness so much as controlled decay. The grass was trimmed, but not lovingly. Dark hedges cut geometric paths through the grounds. Bare-limbed trees stood at mathematically interesting intervals. Stone benches occupied the courtyard with the sort of posture that suggested no one sat on them unless necessary. A fountain at the center had been turned off for the season. Its basin held black water and dead leaves. At its top, a statue of a woman in 19th-century dress stood with a book in one hand and a knife in the other. Harry kept walking. The main doors of the academy were tall, oak, and reinforced with iron strips. One bore an old crack running diagonally across it that had been repaired with silver staples driven directly through the wood. Above the entryway, a row of carved ravens looked down with expressions that would have been disapproving if birds had ever wasted time on morality. The doors opened before he reached them. Inside stood a woman in a dark tailored suit with silver at the collar and a posture so perfect it bordered on weaponized geometry. Principal Larissa Weems. Harry knew it was her before she introduced herself. He had seen the name in the ministry transfer file. One Auror had accidentally let him glimpse while pretending not to. Even without that, she had the unmistakable air of someone who had spent years mastering the art of appearing composed in rooms full of liabilities. "Mr. Potter," she said. American accent, crisp and polished, not warm, not unfriendly, professional neutrality refined to an institutional art form. "Principal Weems," Harry replied. Her eyes flicked briefly to his face, then lower to the line of his stance, the slight compensating shift in his right leg. She noticed the anklet. Of course she noticed it. Her expression did not change. "I trust the transfer was uneventful," she said. Harry looked at her for a beat. Something in the corner of her mouth moved very slightly. Not a smile, perhaps the memory of one. "I see," she said. "A foolish question." "Come in." The entrance hall was vast and almost aggressively tasteful in its lack of sentimental clutter. High-ribbed ceilings, black and white tiled floor, long runner carpets in muted grays and deep wine. Portraits lined the walls, but unlike Hogwarts, these did not move continuously. Most merely watched. One elderly woman in mourning dress slowly turned a page in her book as Harry passed. A man with severe sideburns and an impressive scar across his left cheek raised a glass to nobody in particular. The hall smelled faintly of old paper, polished wood, rain-damp wool, and something medicinal beneath it all. Harry followed Weems across the floor, the sound of their footsteps clipped and clean in the huge space. "Nevermore Academy," she said, "serves students whose abilities or natures make conventional education impractical. That is the official description. Unofficially, we educate those whom wider society prefers to admire at a distance, regulate harshly, or pretend do not exist." Her tone suggested none of these categories impressed her. "Your case file," she continued, "was extensive, contradictory, and written by at least 4 committees with different agendas. That usually means I should disregard the adjectives and keep the facts." Harry glanced at her. This was closer to kindness than anything the ministry had offered him in a week, which perhaps said more about the ministry than it did about her. "What facts did you keep?" he asked. Weems did not answer immediately. They passed beneath an archway into a narrower corridor lined with glass cases full of preserved specimens Harry chose not to inspect too closely. That you are 17. That you were involved in a wartime incident beyond the control of any adult present. That your government responded by calling the event classification rather than crisis. And that they sent you here with a suppressor sophisticated enough to indicate fear, not caution. Her heels clicked once more against stone. You will find I have little patience for governments outsourcing their moral cowardice to educational institutions. Still, you are here now, so we proceed. Harry had no ready response to that, not because he distrusted it, because he did not. And right now trust felt like standing on a floor he had recently watched collapse under other people. Weems led him into her office. It was large without being lavish, dominated by tall windows that looked out over the eastern grounds, bookshelves organized with intimidating precision, and a desk made from dark wood veined with silver. A taxidermied raven perched on a brass stand beside one lamp. It turned its head as Harry entered. Real eyes, or good enchantment? Sit, Weems said. Harry remained standing for half a second, then did. The chair opposite her desk was surprisingly comfortable, which felt suspicious. Weems opened a folder already waiting on the blotter. His name was written on the front in narrow black script. Administrative necessities first, she said. For the next 6 months, pending review, you are registered here under a provisional category, normie-adjacent outcast. Harry blinked once. That sounds made up. It is made up. Most categories are. Yours means you are human, externally pass as human, and currently cannot be sorted by demonstrable ability due to suppression restrictions. Harry looked down at the anklet. It also means, Weems continued, that our faculty are not to provoke magical output, attempt unauthorized removal, or conduct independent experiments on you. That last clause was delivered with enough emphasis to suggest it had been added, because someone had absolutely tried that with another student once. You are assigned a single-occupancy room in the East Tower. Under the circumstances, I judged a roommate inadvisable. Harry could imagine the ministry's case notes explaining him in phrases like unpredictable void interaction and possible anti-arcane radius instability. In their place, he might have also assigned himself a single room. Classes, he asked. Modified, Weems said. Combat studies, history, ethics, supernatural lore, and observational coursework as tolerated. Practical magic exemptions noted. You'll be evaluated for non-magical competency in several subjects. Based on your file, I expect you'll be less helpless than advertised. Harry almost said, I'm not helpless. Didn't. Some old instinct for conserving energy stopped him. Weems had already noticed enough that objecting would only waste breath. She turned a page. Social orientation. Nevermore's student body is not organized by houses. We lack both the time and the interest for that sort of ritual tribalism. Students group informally by nature, ability, and the usual adolescent predatory instincts. She slid a small printed card across the desk. Harry glanced at it. Fangs, vampires, Weems said. Furs, werewolves, and related shapeshifters, scales. Gorgons, sirens, and other lineages incline toward biologically inconvenient features. Rippers, telekinetics, pyrokines, electrodynamic talents, and other raw force supernaturals. And me, Harry said. Weems met his eyes. Potentially, yes, if the suppressor were not present. Something moved against Harry's thoughts then, not an emotion exactly, more the shape of one. The smallest flare of old anger, dulled by exhaustion but not erased. Not because she had said it cruelly. Because hearing himself reduced to category again made something in him want to turn to static. The office lamp flickered, just once. Weems's gaze shifted toward it, then back to him. Neither of them mentioned it. Questions? She asked. 1,000, none useful, so Harry chose the smallest and strangest one. Do students usually arrive under extradition? A pause. Not usually, Weems said. Though I will note that every institution worth anything eventually becomes a repository for someone else's political failures. That, again, was much closer to kindness than he expected from strangers. She rang a small black bell on her desk. A moment later, the office door opened, and a boy around 14 entered carrying a notebook, a satchel, and the unmistakable expression of someone who had drawn the shortest possible straw and decided to be brave about it. He was round-faced, curly-haired, wearing the Nevermore uniform beneath an oversized cardigan and trying very hard not to stare at Harry's scar, his posture, or the ankle he was carefully not limping on. "Eugene Ottinger," Weems said. "This is Mr. Potter. You will take him to the East Tower, provide a basic tour, and refrain from spreading any rumors until at least tomorrow morning." Eugene straightened. "Yes, Principal Weems." Then, after the tiniest hesitation, "All rumors or just the inaccurate ones?" Weems looked at him. Eugene visibly reconsidered several life choices in rapid succession. "Both," she said. "Right, great, understood." Weems closed the folder. "Mr. Potter, dinner begins in 40 minutes. You may attend or not. Classes resume tomorrow. We will discuss your schedule in the morning." Harry stood. For a second, he thought that was it. Then Weems added, in the same neutral tone, "Whatever you have been told, Nevermore is not interested in punishing you for surviving badly." Harry looked at her. There was no visible softness in her expression, which made the sentence feel more real. He gave one curt nod, because he did not trust his voice enough for anything else, and followed Eugene back out into the corridor. The door shut behind them. Eugene exhaled like a man emerging from a very controlled avalanche. "Okay," he said too brightly. "So, welcome to Nevermore." "Sorry about the whole everything." Harry glanced at him. Eugene winced. "Terrible start. Sorry, I know that was a terrible start." "It's fine," Harry said. "Great, good, excellent. Not excellent, obviously, but contextually excellent." They began walking. Eugene talked the way some people cast shielding charms. Rapidly, continuously, and with the clear hope that uninterrupted output might prevent catastrophe from finding a place to land. "That corridor goes to the faculty wing, which you mostly want to avoid unless summoned or bleeding. Left staircase is faster but haunted in an emotionally specific way, so we'll use the right. The greenhouse annex is technically off-limits after dusk because one of the carnivorous specimens responds poorly to flashlight beams. The west crypt is only decorative now, mostly. The east crypt is not decorative and requires written permission." Harry looked at him. Eugene's mouth twitched. "See, the fact that I can tell you which crypts are decorative probably sounds bad if you're new." "It does a bit." "Yeah, you get used to it." They passed students in dark uniforms, some with cloaks, some without. A girl with snakes braided through her hair glanced at Harry once and then whispered something to her friend. Two pale boys in identical coats stopped talking mid-sentence as he went by. One girl with silver blonde hair and eyes too reflective to be entirely human watched him like she was trying to decide whether he was prey, problem, or paperwork. Harry had spent enough time at Hogwarts being looked at to recognize the pattern. News traveled faster than dignity in schools. Exile apparently traveled faster than both. "The social stuff is manageable," Eugene said, in the tone of someone trying to reassure either Harry or himself. "The Fangs mostly think they're cooler than they are. The Furs are better at pretending not to have hierarchy than actually not having hierarchy. The Scales are terrifying but generally polite. Rippers vary." "And where do you fit?" Eugene brightened a fraction. "Apiary sciences." Harry glanced sideways. "That's a category." "At Nevermore, everything's a category if enough paperwork exists." That almost got a laugh out of Harry. Almost. They climbed a narrow staircase of dark stone worn smooth by generations of feet. The windows along the landing gave brief views of the grounds. The black fountain, the sloping lawn, a distant line of woods pressing close to the school's far boundaries. The higher they climbed, the quieter the building became. At the second landing, Harry felt the first anomaly, not saw. Felt. A minute change in pressure, then a crack, soft, small, sharp enough to cut through Eugene's running commentary about acceptable greenhouse etiquette. Harry turned. A stone gargoyle perched on the banister behind them now wore a thin fracture straight through its face, beginning at one eye and running to the edge of its jaw, fresh. Eugene followed his gaze. "Huh," he said. "That wasn't there earlier." Harry said nothing. The suppression anklet pulsed cold around his leg, a warning without language. Eugene tilted his head at the gargoyle. "Building does that sometimes," he offered. "Old stone, mood fluctuations, founder's architectural resentment." Harry looked at him. Eugene spread his hands. "That explanation is only about 30% a joke." They kept going. The East Tower corridor was narrower than the main hall, and lined with arched windows looking out over a section of the grounds Harry hadn't seen yet. A lower courtyard half swallowed by ivy, a stand of old trees. And beyond them, a line of black fencing that probably marked the edge of school property. The sky had darkened further. Dusk was giving way to evening in layers of blue-gray. Eugene stopped at a door near the end of the corridor and handed Harry an iron key on a ring carved with ravens. Room 47E. Single occupancy, like Principal Weems said. Shared washroom 2 doors down. Window sticks if it rains. Radiator hisses, but only in a normal way. I think. Harry unlocked the door and stepped inside. The room was small, spare, and unexpectedly clean, bed against the far wall beneath a narrow window. Desk, chair, bookshelf, wardrobe, iron radiator, a rug in shades of charcoal and faded red, no tapestries, no banners, no attempt to personalize emptiness into false comfort, a place to exist. That was all. Harry set his hand against the desk for a second and felt, to his own surprise, the beginning of gratitude, not for being here, for not being asked to pretend this was home on site. Eugene hovered in the doorway. "I can leave you to unpack," he said, then seemed to remember his assignment. "Or I can finish the basic tour now. Dining hall, library, infirmary, where not to stand if Bianca Barclay is singing in the quad, that sort of thing." Harry considered the room, then the silence waiting inside it, then himself. "If I stop moving," he said, "I might not start again." Eugene nodded immediately, like he understood more than Harry intended to reveal. "Tour it is." They left the room and doubled back toward the central spine of the building. The dining hall was long and dark-paneled, lit by chandeliers that resembled wrought-iron spiderwebs. Instead of Hogwarts' floating candles and enchanted ceiling, Nevermore favored 100 real flames enclosed in smoky glass lanterns, their light dim and deliberate. Long tables ran the length of the room, but students sat in looser patterns than house divisions. Clusters, alliances, rivalries. Harry could read all of it at a glance and wanted none of it. The library was 3 floors high and far stranger than the rest of the school. Its central reading chamber held towering shelves of black walnut, rolling ladders, and narrow iron balconies. The windows were taller here, though set so high they mostly showed sky. Brass lamps cast pools of yellow light across long study tables. The air smelled of dust, leather, ink, and secrets old enough to have stopped performing themselves for outsiders. Harry stopped just inside the doors. He had not expected the reaction. It wasn't happiness. That belonged to a version of him currently unavailable, but the sight of books, real books, ordered knowledge, a place where mystery at least pretended it could be researched, caught against some surviving structure inside him and held. Eugene noticed. "Yeah," he said more quietly. "People either feel comforted here or mildly threatened, sometimes both." A librarian stood near the back desk, shelving something with slow, exact movements. She was elderly, angular, and had one blind eye filmed white as frost. The good eye flicked to Harry once and away, registering him without apparent interest. "Miss Thornwood," Eugene whispered, as though that ought to mean something. "She knows everything, hates being interrupted, and once shushed a faculty duel into submission." That sounded unlikely, which meant it was probably true. They moved on. Combat studies occupied an old chapel converted into a training hall, its stained glass saints replaced with abstract black and red panels depicting storms, beasts, and human figures wreathed in stylized forms of violence. The floor was matted. Practice weapons lined one wall. Chalk diagrams covered another. Harry stood in the doorway longer than necessary. The room had the unmistakable feeling of a place where being competent mattered more than being liked. That, at least, was familiar. "Master Varro teaches here," Eugene said. "He's terrifying, but in a fairly equitable way." Harry looked at him sidelong. "Fairly? Well, he dislikes almost everyone with admirable consistency, comforting. That's the spirit." They emerged again into the open air by way of a side door near the lower courtyard. The temperature had dropped further. Breath misted faintly in front of them. A bell somewhere in the west tower gave a single low note. The courtyard ahead was nearly empty. Nearly. At first, Harry thought the dark shape near the fountain was another statue. Then it moved. A girl stood at the far edge of the courtyard, under the bare branches of a tree that looked like it had survived several attempts to kill it and learned things from the experience. She was shorter than he'd expected, slight, dressed in a black Nevermore uniform so severe it bordered on ceremonial. Her hair was braided into two dark plaits. Her posture was perfectly still, not relaxed, not tense, simply motionless in a way most living people never were. At her feet, a crow pecked methodically at something on the stone lip of the drained fountain basin. Neither of them seemed inconvenienced by the other. Eugene's entire body language changed in one instant, not fear exactly, respectful alarm. "That," he said with extraordinary care, "is Wednesday Addams." Harry had heard the name in passing already. Not from the ministry file, but from the transfer appendix listing student advisories and high-risk interactions. The entry had been unusually unhelpful. Addams, Wednesday note, "Do not mistake stillness for disinterest." Harry had assumed that was either bad humor or institutional exaggeration. Now he wasn't so sure. Wednesday did not look at him immediately. She was watching the crow with the kind of attention most people reserved for explosives or chess in games. The evening wind moved the edge of her coat. Otherwise, she may as well have been carved into the architecture. Eugene made a tiny movement that might have been an abortive attempt to turn them around and go a different way. Too late. As Harry and Eugene crossed the edge of the courtyard, Wednesday spoke without turning. "You smell like a graveyard that's been set on fire," she said. "I mean that as a neutral observation." Eugene made a sound halfway between a cough and surrender. Harry stopped. The sentence hung in the cold air between them. It should have been insulting. It wasn't. It was too precise for that. Smoke, old wards, courtroom stone, suppression venom. Death magic residue from the Department of Mysteries that no amount of washing had fully removed. Harry had become accustomed to people recoiling without naming why. Hearing it described with forensic calm was unnerving in a completely different direction. He looked at the back of her head. At the crow. At the thing the crow was eating, which he deliberately chose not to identify. And because he was too tired for elaborate responses, because some instinct told him this was not someone who would be impressed by posturing, because something in him reacted to her tone not with irritation, but with the faintest flicker of interest. He said nothing, just held her gaze in profile for a beat she could probably feel, then kept walking. Eugene hurried to catch up. Behind them, Wednesday finally turned. Harry felt it more than saw it. The exact moment her attention sharpened from general curiosity into target-specific consideration. He did not look back. The silence stretched until they reached the next archway. Then Eugene whispered, "That could have gone worse." Harry glanced at him. How? She could have chosen to continue the conversation. That seemed like a statement with history attached. Before Harry could ask, the lantern fixed to the archway beside them flickered. The flame inside changed, gold to black, not extinguished, burning black. For 3 seconds, the glass lantern held a dark flame that gave off no light at all, only a strange negative shimmer, as if illumination had been turned inside out. Harry stopped. The suppression anklet went ice cold. Then the flame snapped back to normal. Eugene, who had been mid-sentence about dining hall seating politics, blinked at the lantern and then at Harry. "Do lights do that here often?" Harry asked, keeping his voice flat. Eugene hesitated just long enough to be honest. "No." They stood in the archway for a moment. the ordinary flame now trembling gently in its casing as though nothing had happened. Harry looked down at his right leg. The metal beneath his jeans felt like winter wrapped around bone. Deliberate magic, the ministry had said, would be suppressed. Spells would fail, wands would not answer. But this had not felt like spellwork. It had felt like pressure escaping along cracks too small to see. He forced his gaze away from the anklet before Eugene could follow it. "Probably old wiring," Harry said. Eugene stared at him for half a second, clearly aware that nothing about the lantern involved wiring in any normal sense. Then, to Harry's mild surprise, he nodded. "Sure," he said. "Old wiring, very haunted old wiring." Dinner bells began to ring somewhere above them. Students flowed across the courtyard and through the adjoining halls in dark clusters, voices rising and falling like a weather system organized around gossip. Harry caught fragments as they passed. "That's him. British. Ministry actually exiled. Looks normal." That last one almost amused him. Almost. Eugene stopped just outside the dining hall doors. "You don't have to go in yet," he said. "Or at all tonight. People will stare, not because they're cruel. Well, not only because they're cruel. Mostly because Nevermore likes a mystery more than it likes manners." Harry looked through the half-open doors at the shifting lantern light, the long tables, the students taking seats in their own strange geographies of belonging. Then he looked down the corridor the other way, toward the library and staircases and his room in the East Tower, toward solitude, toward silence, toward a bed in a small gray room where he could finally take Hermione's folded parchment out of his pocket and decide whether he had enough left in him to read it. He was suddenly, viciously tired, not sleepy, structural fatigue, the kind that settled somewhere lower than muscle. "I think," Harry said, "I'm done being looked at for one day." Eugene nodded, with none of the performative reassurance Harry had started to expect from adults. "Reasonable." For a second neither moved. Then Eugene dug in his satchel and produced a folded map of the school, edges annotated in different inks. "Here, this one has the useful shortcuts and none of the official lies." Harry took it. The paper was soft from use. "Thanks." Eugene shrugged, then grew awkward about having perhaps done something genuinely kind. "Breakfast starts at 7:30. Combat studies tomorrow, second block." "And if anyone tells you the ravens in the west courtyard can smell fear, that's exaggerated. They can smell anxiety. Different thing." Harry actually almost smiled this time. "I'll keep it in mind." Eugene seemed encouraged by that microscopic success. "Right, okay, good luck surviving orientation." He disappeared into the flow of students heading toward dinner. Harry remained in the corridor another moment, the map in one hand, the weight of the letter in his pocket suddenly impossible to ignore. Outside, beyond the windows, evening settled fully over Nevermore Academy. The stone did not warm under it. The shadows only became more themselves. And for the first time since Courtroom 10, Harry felt the faintest, strangest sensation that he had not been sent somewhere wrong, not somewhere right. He wasn't ready for words like that, but not wrong. The thought lasted only until the suppression anklet gave another cold pulse around his leg, dragging reality cleanly back into place. Harry turned away from the dining hall and started toward the East Tower. Behind him, unnoticed by everyone in the corridor, the nearest wall sconce dimmed for a breath and then steadied. Far across the courtyard, Wednesday Addams stood beneath the dead tree and watched him go. She did not blink. Harry slept badly. That wasn't new. What was new was the quality of the silence. At Hogwarts, even in the dead of night, there had always been an undercurrent of life in the castle. Moving staircases creaking in the walls, portraits muttering in their frames, distant drafts whispering under doors. The low, breathing presence of a place that had learned centuries ago how to sound inhabited even while most of its students slept. Nevermore did not sound inhabited. It sounded alert. Harry lay on his back in the unfamiliar dark of room 47E and listened to the radiator hiss at irregular intervals, the pipes somewhere in the wall ticking as the temperature dropped, the wind brushing once against the narrow window and then moving on. No laughter drifted up from hidden common rooms. No ghosts passed through the ceiling complaining about educational standards or bloodstains. No enchanted suits of armor clanked their way through corridors they did not need to patrol. The school was quiet in the way a predator was quiet. He should have liked that. Instead, he stayed awake long enough to know precisely when liking it became less important than exhaustion. At some point near dawn, he must have slept, because he woke to pale gray light on stone, the faint ache of cold in the room, and the disorienting half-second in which he forgot where he was. Then the suppression anklet shifted against his skin when he sat up, and memory returned all at once. Nevermore. Exile. Courtroom 10, Hermione's letter. Harry scrubbed a hand down his face and sat there for a while on the edge of the bed, letting the room settle around him. He had not unpacked properly the night before. The trunk remained reduced and tucked beneath the desk. His coat hung over the chair. The map Eugene had given him lay open on the bedside table, annotated arrows and warnings filling the margins in at least 3 different pens. Someone, Eugene, probably, had written "Don't use North Staircase" when WET and underlined it twice. Harry stared at the note for a moment. Then, because there was no defensible reason left not to, he reached for the folded parchment Hermione had pressed into his hand. The paper was already softened at the creases from how often he had nearly opened it and then stopped. He unfolded it carefully. It was 12 pages. Of course it was. Harry let out one quiet breath that might have been the beginning of a laugh if his body remembered how those worked unprompted. Then started reading. Hermione had written in dense, precise lines, leaving almost no margin space unclaimed. Most of the letter was exactly what he should have expected from her under catastrophic circumstances. Research notes cross-referenced to old ministry records, fragments of historical classification systems, citations to obscure magical law cases, a list of likely false assumptions in the Department of Mysteries report, and 3 separate sections titled with escalating levels of irritation at institutional stupidity. Void class designation appears in pre-ministry material only. Possible reasons. 1. Classification deprecated because too rare. 2. Classification suppressed because politically inconvenient. 3. Both a page later. Key distinction. If anti-arcane is accurate, this is not dark magic. It is not even necessarily destructive in the ordinary sense. It may be pre-structural or extra-structural, i.e. magic behaving from outside conventional spell architecture. Below that, underlined hard enough to nearly tear the paper. That means they are lying when they imply intent and essence are the same thing. Harry read the line twice, then kept going. She had included case theories, diagrams, and a tentative list of people in Britain and abroad who might know something useful. Half the names were crossed out with vicious decisiveness and annotated dead. Compromised, coward, or, in one case, asked McGonagall. She went so silent I'm counting that as data. It was only in the final paragraph that Hermione stopped sounding like a legal war machine and sounded like herself. I don't know what you're carrying right now. I know I couldn't carry it. I know you will because you always have. I'm looking for a precedent. I haven't found one yet. I will. There was no emotional flourish after that. No sentimental promise. No apology for failing to stop any of it. Just her name, Hermione. Harry sat very still. The room did not get warmer, but something in it changed. Not enough to call hope. He was not stupid enough for that yet. But the complete absence of it had been one kind of isolation. This was not hope. This was evidence that somewhere, back across an ocean and a legal border designed to reject him, someone had already refused the ministry's definition of what he was supposed to become. Harry folded the pages back together with more care than he had unfolded them and slid them into the desk drawer. Then he stood, washed, dressed in the black-gray Nevermore uniform laid out on the wardrobe shelf, and headed downstairs. Breakfast at Nevermore was less communal than Hogwarts and somehow more intense. The dining hall filled in clusters rather than waves. Students moved with the practiced efficiency of people who knew exactly where they belonged, or at least exactly where they intended others to believe they belonged. The fangs tended toward the far left side of the hall, where the windows admitted the least direct light. The furs occupied two long central tables in various states of controlled appetite. The scales seemed widely distributed but socially gravitational, drawing others into or away from their orbit according to rules Harry had not yet decoded. He took one tray, collected toast, eggs, black tea, and something that may once have been fruit, but had since become an abstract American philosophy of fruit, and sat alone near the middle of the hall where he could observe most of the room without being enclosed by it. Some people stared. Others pretended not to. Harry ignored both categories. Observation was easier than participation. That had always been true. He watched how people greeted one another, who deferred, who interrupted, who laughed too loudly, and who got away with silence because their reputations had already done the work of personality for them. He mapped exits instinctively, counted teachers, noted which students tracked the room by sound rather than sight, and which did not need either. War had made habits out of stranger things. Halfway through his tea, he felt eyes on him sharp enough to separate themselves from the general background noise of attention. He looked up. Wednesday Addams sat alone across the hall, same black uniform, same dark braids, same expression of precise indifference, which was somehow more attentive than most people's interest. On the tray before her lay the remains of breakfast arranged not as a meal, but as a dissection. A small bird, quail maybe, had been reduced to recognizable anatomy with unnerving efficiency. Her knife rested beside it, wiped clean. For a fraction of a second their eyes met. Harry expected her to hold the gaze as a challenge. Instead, she looked away first. It was so subtle he almost thought he had imagined it. But no, her focus shifted to her tray with the decisiveness of someone who had completed one observation and moved on to another. That, more than the staring, unsettled him. People didn't usually look away from Harry Potter first. Not when they recognized him, not when they were trying to decide what category of danger or disappointment he belonged to. Harry took another sip of tea and found that his curiosity had arrived before his permission. He disliked that a bell rang somewhere overhead. Students began rising, gathering books, drifting toward the doors and the academic machinery of the day. Harry followed the flow. His first class was History of American Supernatural Governance, which proved within 10 minutes that the United States had responded to the existence of monsters, psychics, shapeshifters, and occult bloodlines in exactly the way most governments responded to anything complicated. By building multiple overlapping bureaucracies, pretending those bureaucracies were coherent, and then blaming the supernatural community when the paperwork caught fire. Harry took notes, partly because Hermione would want details, partly because understanding power structures had become harder to avoid after age 11, partly because if he didn't anchor his attention somewhere, his mind drifted unhelpfully back toward the courtroom. By the end of first block, he had learned that the American Bureau of Magical Regulation and the broader supernatural authorities despised each other in ways described officially as jurisdictional tensions, and unofficially by the teacher as an ongoing administrative blood feud conducted through committee language. That at least sounded familiar. Second block was combat studies. The training hall looked harsher in daylight. Students spread out across the matted floor in pairs and trios, while Master Varro prowled the edges of the room like a man who had been carved from old leather and poor decisions. He was tall, broad-shouldered, silver at the temples, and wore the scars of someone who had survived exactly enough violence to find romanticism insulting. His left cheek bore a pale line that pulled slightly when he spoke. His hands looked like they'd been used repeatedly for ending arguments. When Harry entered, Varro glanced once at the suppression anklet barely visible beneath the hem of his uniform trousers, then at Harry's face. That was all, no ceremony, no special address. "Potter," he said, "you'll partner with Caleb." A boy near the far side of the hall groaned under his breath. Caleb was broader than Harry by several inches and a year or two, with the unmistakable build of someone at least part werewolf, even standing still. Sandy hair, heavy forearms, expression hovering between pity and tactical uncertainty. He stepped onto the mat opposite Harry and gave the ankle one apologetic glance. "Right," Caleb said. "So light contact." Harry looked at him. "Your funeral," Caleb muttered. Varro blew a whistle. The room moved, not all at once, not beautifully. This wasn't choreography. It was students trying to dominate, evade, prove, or survive depending on temperament. Caleb came in carefully at first, which was his first mistake. He reached as if expecting Harry to freeze or flinch or compensate poorly because of the anklet. Harry sidestepped on instinct. Caleb overcommitted by half a step. Harry turned with him, took the wrist, redirected momentum, and let the larger boy stumble past without strain. Murmurs rippled from the edges of the hall. Caleb reset, expression sharpening. He came faster the second time, lower center of gravity, trying to trap Harry into reacting to strength rather than angle. Better. Still not enough. Harry ducked the shoulder, let the grab slide off his sleeve, drove his own weight into Caleb's elbow at the joint, hooked the ankle, and used leverage instead of force to put him flat on the mat before the other boy had finished understanding where the exchange had turned. Silence hit the room hard enough to be measurable. Harry released him immediately and stepped back. Caleb lay there for a second, blinking at the ceiling. Then he pushed himself upright, rubbed his shoulder, and looked at Harry with something much closer to respect than offense. "Okay," he said. "That's rude." A few students laughed, tension breaking. Varro did not. He crossed the hall toward them without visible hurry and stopped just inside Harry's reach, too close for comfort, deliberately so. "Where'd you learn to fight like that?" he asked. The honest answer would take years and too many names. Harry settled for school. Something in Varro's expression suggested he recognized evasion when he saw it and approved of it slightly more than honesty under observation. "Again," he said to Caleb. They went again and again. By the fourth pass, Caleb had stopped treating Harry like an injured civilian and started fighting like a student forced to respect a variable he didn't understand. Harry won twice more, lost once on a strength trap he should have anticipated, adapted, and on the final round put Caleb down in under 15 seconds. Not cleanly, efficiently. As the whistle blew, Harry became aware that someone was watching from the shadowed side wall. Wednesday? She was not participating. She stood near a column with a notebook in one hand and a pencil in the other, observing the class with surgical stillness. Students moved around her without speaking to her. Her gaze was on Harry, not with admiration, not even with surprise, but with the exactness of someone updating a private file. He looked away first, not because he was intimidated, because he disliked how aware he had become of her whenever she entered a room. After class, while most students filtered out in clusters of sweat and opinions, Varro called Harry back with 2 fingers. "Suppression doesn't affect your balance?" he asked. Harry paused. That was not quite the right question. The anklet affected everything. It dragged at the edges of his nerves, imposed a cold hesitation between instinct and action. But balance, not directly. "No," Harry said. Varro grunted. "Good, means it was built by people who understood just enough anatomy to be dangerous and not enough combat to be useful." That was an odd thing to say. Before Harry could decide whether to ask what he meant, Varro had already turned away, barking corrections at 2 telekinetic students currently arguing about whether a concussion counted as minor contact. Lunch passed in relative quiet. Harry spent most of it with a book open in front of him. Not because he was reading, but because people were less likely to attempt conversation when literature had already claimed the space. Afterward, with a free block and no interest in wandering socially hostile corridors any longer than necessary, he went to the library. The relief hit again the instant he crossed the threshold. The place had gravity, not magical, perhaps, though with libraries one could never be entirely sure. But intellectual gravity, the steady pull of stored thought. Harry had spent too much of his life surviving crisis to ever fully lose his reverence for rooms where understanding could, at least in theory, be pursued methodically. He moved along the shelves, scanning titles. American occult jurisprudence case histories of unstable lineages, anomalous expressions of pre-spell magic, the ethics of containment. That last one almost made him laugh. He stopped near a high shelf in the back stacks and reached upward for a volume on comparative suppression practices. His fingers brushed the spine of the book beside it. It moved, not fell, moved, a clean, deliberate slide backward into the shelf just out of reach. Harry froze. Slowly he reached again. The book retreated another inch. He stared at the narrow gap where it had been. Not a prank, not a trick of angle. The shelf itself seemed subtly wrong now, the line of volumes too deep. Shadow pooled where no shadow should have been. Harry stepped back. From somewhere nearby came the soft thud of a book closing. He turned. Miss Thornwood sat at a reading table 3 shelves away, one blind eye milky and fixed, the other on him with ancient, unsurprised patience. "The restricted annex doesn't like strangers," she said. Her voice sounded like pages turning in a cold room. "Or perhaps it likes you too much. Either way, don't touch it without a witness." Harry looked back at the shelf. "Restricted annex," he repeated. "That depends," Thornwood said. "Did you enjoy being told it exists?" Before he could answer, a chair scraped lightly against the floor near the windows. Wednesday sat at a table 2 rows over, book open before her. She had not been there when Harry entered. He was almost certain of that, or perhaps she had been and had blended into the architecture with malicious competence. Either way, she was reading now with her usual severe concentration. Except the book in her hands was upside down. Harry stared at it for exactly long enough to confirm that, yes, it was absolutely upside down. Wednesday turned one page with calm precision, then another. Harry felt something dangerously adjacent to amusement attempt to happen to his face and refused it on principle. He took the book he had originally intended to retrieve, chose a table with good sightlines and no immediate neighbors, and opened it. 10 minutes later, he realized he had absorbed none of the text. The sensation of the moving book remained lodged in his nerves. So did Thornwood's warning. So did the awareness, sharp and intermittent as a blade catching light, that Wednesday Addams was not reading upside down by accident. She was waiting, watching, deciding when and how to approach as though social interaction were a specimen best handled with gloves. By late afternoon, Harry gave up pretending to study, checked out 2 volumes, and left the library just as the last daylight thinned across the upper windows. The corridor outside was empty for 12 steps. Then Wednesday stepped out from a side passage and blocked his path with no more apology than if she had been a structural feature the building had briefly forgotten to include. Up close, she looked younger than her reputation and older than most 16-year-olds had any right to, not physically, in the eyes, in the stillness. In the absence of all the pointless social choreography other people seem to require in order to begin speaking. "You're Harry Potter," she said. Not a question. Harry shifted the books in one arm. "That's usually the first rumor. The Ministry didn't exile you for dangerous magic." Wednesday's tone remained unnervingly neutral. "They exiled you because your magic behaves like it has opinions. I find that interesting." "I don't find many things interesting." Harry looked at her for a beat. The corridor held its breath around them. "Is there a point coming?" he asked. "Not yet," Wednesday said. "I'm still collecting data." She stepped aside and walked past him, braids swinging once against the back of her blazer. Harry turned. "You could have led with that yesterday." Wednesday stopped but did not fully look back. "I did," she said. "I informed you that you smelled like catastrophic funerary residue. It was a useful opening diagnostic." Harry stared at the back of her head. "That's your idea of conversation?" "No," Wednesday said. "Conversation is an inefficient scaffolding most people erect around information they're afraid to request directly." Then she was moving again, black uniform cutting cleanly through the corridor gloom until she disappeared around the corner. Harry remained where he was. Somewhere deep under the exhaustion, under the suppression anklet's cold pulse, under the wreckage of everything that had happened in London, a small and unfamiliar shift occurred, not trust, certainly not comfort, curiosity. It annoyed him on sight. He went back to the East Tower before dinner and sat at the desk with one of the library books open, though once again he read little of it. Dusk gathered beyond the narrow window, flattening the sky into the same monochrome palette as the stone outside. By the time the dinner bell rang, he chose not to go. Instead, he stayed where he was until the hallways settled, then took the longer route down toward the courtyard for air. Night at Nevermore felt different from night anywhere else he had lived, not darker, more explicit. The school's edges sharpened under the moonless sky. Lanterns cast measured circles of light that seemed less intended to banish shadow than to define exactly how much of it one was expected to accept. The fountain in the courtyard held black water still as polished stone. Bare branches scratched softly against one another in the wind. Harry crossed the courtyard slowly, coat buttoned high. He was halfway to the arch on the far side when he sensed, rather than saw, that he was not alone. Wednesday stood beneath the same dead tree as the night before. Of course she did. This time there was no crow, only her hands clasped behind her back, face turned toward the dark line of the woods. "I thought you were collecting data," Harry said. Without looking at him, Wednesday replied, "I am." "On what?" She turned then. "Whether you avoid patterns on purpose," she said. "You took the western stairs this morning, the southern corridor after lunch, and the long exterior route tonight despite the temperature. You favor positions with multiple exits. You observe before engaging. You choose solitude deliberately but not passively." A fractional tilt of her head. "It implies training, paranoia, or intelligence. With you, I suspect all three." Harry had been analyzed before by teachers, enemies, Dumbledore, the Daily Prophet, half the wizarding world at one point or another. This felt different, less invasive, oddly, because she wasn't pretending it was anything else. "And you," he asked, "do you always stand in graveyards waiting for data to walk by?" Wednesday's expression did not change. "Only when the graveyard has promising variables." For a heartbeat, the silence between them held, not awkward, measured. Then a bell rang from somewhere deeper in the school, and Wednesday inclined her head a fraction like a scientist acknowledging a useful result. "That's enough for today," she said. "You're more interesting in motion than in testimony." Before Harry could decide what that meant, she walked away into the dark. He watched her go, and knew, without quite knowing why, that this had not been a conversation in the ordinary sense. It had been reconnaissance on both sides. Above him, one of the courtyard lanterns shivered once in its bracket. Its flame did not go black this time. But Harry still felt the anklet pulse cold in answer. Something was leaking through. Not enough to name, not enough to control. But enough that the school, or the books, or Wednesday Addams, or some combination of all three, had already begun to notice. Harry stood alone in the courtyard a little longer, the night air sharp in his lungs. Then he turned back toward the East Tower, toward sleep he would probably fail to reach, and another day in a school built for outcasts, exiles, and the otherwise misunderstood. Behind him, up in the library tower, a book moved on its shelf without being touched. Harry lasted 6 days before Nevermore stopped feeling temporary. That was the problem, not because he liked it. Liking implied comfort, attachment, permission. He wasn't prepared to grant any of those and suspected they would have recoiled from the suggestion anyway. But by the 6th day, he had learned which staircases complained in winter, which corridors collected drafts, which section of the courtyard stayed dry longest after rain, and which teachers demanded performance versus competence. He had acquired a routine. Wake. Read Hermione's notes in fragments. Attend classes. Say little. Observe everything. Avoid the library shelf that moved unless he was willing to admit he was avoiding it. Ignore the students who watched him as though he were either a cautionary tale or a very educational bomb. Routine was dangerous. Routine was the first root of belonging. And belonging, Harry had learned repeatedly, was a structure other people could revoke faster than you could notice yourself standing inside it. So when he found himself, on the 6th night, unable to sleep and irritated by the fact that the East Tower room had begun to feel in any sense his, he put on his coat and left before the sensation could become sentimental. Nevermore After Midnight was less a school than a theory of architecture. The corridors narrowed into shadow and silence. The lanterns burned low, their light amber and watchful. The portraits here did not chatter like the ones at Hogwarts had. Most were still. A few turned their heads slowly as he passed, assessing him with the dry patience of people who had long since lost interest in pretending the living were especially original. Harry descended by the south stair, crossed the west transept, and slipped through a side door into the restricted grounds without seeing another student or teacher. The cold hit harder outside. Late October had sharpened toward winter without yet committing to it. Frost silvered the edges of the grass. The bare trees stood black against a sky that seemed less dark than absent. Somewhere far off an owl called once and then thought better of continuing. He started walking, not because he had a destination, because movement kept him from thinking in circles. There were fenced areas on the grounds marked with discreet iron placards. Nocturnal botany, founder's garden, entry by permission, southern copse closed after dusk. Harry ignored the first two and drifted toward the third by instinct, choosing the direction that looked least approved. The southern grounds sloped away from the main academy in a series of uneven terraces broken by old oaks and stone benches half swallowed by ivy. Beyond them, the land dipped toward a line of woods thicker and older than the ornamental trees nearer the building. A low wall of dark stone marked the official edge of the safe path. Harry stopped there. Something was wrong with the air. It wasn't immediate. It came in layers. A thinning of sound, the strange sense that the cold had become directional, and beneath that the unmistakable pressure of attention. Not human attention. Not even the schools, which he had already begun to recognize as something architectural and reserved. This was narrower. Hungrier. Harry's hand twitched reflexively toward the place a wand should have been at his side. Nothing, of course. The suppression anklet tightened against his skin as if it too had noticed the thought. He heard it then. Footsteps, not on leaves, through them. Wet, uneven, not approaching so much as assembling. Harry turned. At first he saw only the trunk of an oak and the ragged darkness between its roots. Then that darkness shifted. A figure detached itself from the bark with the wrong kind of motion, as though it had been painted onto the tree and then persuaded out of 2 dimensions by force. It was human-shaped only in the loosest, most offensive sense. A woman, perhaps once. Tall, thin, dressed in what might have been the decayed remains of a 19th-century dress, though the fabric clung to her in strips like bandages dragged through swamp water. Her face looked less dead than interrupted. There was no skin in the ordinary sense, only a wound-colored blur held vaguely in the right arrangement. One eye socket burned faintly from within. The mouth opened too wide. Harry knew ghosts. He had grown up around British ghosts, transparent eccentrics chained to schools and castles by personality, unfinished habits, or a dramatic commitment to not moving on. Nearly headless Nick had been vain. The Bloody Baron had been awful. Moaning Myrtle had weaponized adolescent grievance into eternity. But they had all still been people, in the mangled, diluted way that death sometimes allowed. This was not that. This thing looked like memory caught in barbed wire. The words surfaced from somewhere in the school map's margin notes, something Eugene had said offhand and cheerfully enough to sound like a joke at the time. Stitch. The figure lurched forward. Harry reacted before thought fully formed. Years of war and ambush had cut the space between danger and motion down to almost nothing. His right hand came up. The spell rose in him, familiar and fast. Stoop. The anklet activated. Pain wasn't the right word. Pain could be located. This was more invasive. Cold iron venom and suppression runes seized the half-shaped spell as it moved through him and strangled it before language could complete itself. Harry felt the magic slam into the device and stopped dead. In the microscopic gap between intent and failure, something else escaped. It did not feel like spellwork. It felt older. The air in front of Harry went black, not visually, not exactly. There was no beam, no flash, no dramatic explosion. One instant the space between him and the Stitch existed in the normal architecture of night. Cold air, frost, distance, tree roots, breath. The next instant a pulse of absolute negation moved through it, silent and precise as an erasure. The Stitch saw it. That was the worst part. Not because the thing had eyes in any reliable anatomical sense, but because its entire body reacted with intelligent terror. It did not try to fight the blackness. It tried to not be where it was going, too late. The pulse touched the outer edge of its shape, and the ghost came apart, not blown back, not burned, not shattered. Its body simply lost agreement with itself. The wound-colored edges of it dissolved, peeling into the air in strips of vanished form. The sound it made was thin, metallic, and wrong, like a scream translated through damaged memory. Then it recoiled violently, slamming backward through the oak as if the tree were water, and disappeared. Silence rushed into the space it left. Harry stood frozen, arms still half raised. The grass was untouched, no scorch mark, no broken branch, no blast radius. Only the cold and the pounding of his own pulse and the suppression anklet now so cold it felt fused to bone. He stared at his hand. Nothing visible. No shadow residue, no lingering spell. His fingers looked normal. His breathing did not. Behind him, someone said, very levelly, "You've just ruined 6 weeks of observation." Harry spun. Wednesday Addams stood 5 yards away beside another tree, one hand around a black notebook. The other tucked behind her back, as if she had been taking a pleasant evening walk through the possibility of a supernatural homicide. Moonless dark flattened the planes of her face, leaving her eyes brighter and more severe. She wore a long black coat over her uniform. There was a smear of dirt on one cuff. For one irrational second, Harry wondered how long she had been there. The answer was probably longer than he would like. "A thank you would have been more traditional," he said, because shock sometimes came out as dryness, and he was too tired to perform gratitude for strangers anyway. Wednesday stepped forward into the weak lantern spill from the path. "If I were the one who had required rescuing, I would consider gratitude. Unfortunately, the Stitch was in the process of exhibiting a rare migratory pattern I had nearly mapped in full." She glanced at the oak where it had vanished. "Now it is likely reconsidering reality at a structural level." Harry looked back at the tree. "Sorry to interrupt your research while it was trying to tear my throat out." "It was not attempting dismemberment," Wednesday said. "It was orienting toward your face. Stitches feed through recognition first. The violence comes later." Harry blinked once. "That's not better." "I didn't say it was." The sheer precision of her irritation might have been funny under different circumstances. Under these circumstances, Harry was still staring at his right hand. Wednesday noticed. Of course she noticed. "You reached for a spell," she said. Harry's gaze snapped to hers. The anklet suppressed it, she continued. "Something else emerged underneath the suppression field. That interests me more than your survival, though the latter has logistical value." Harry let his arm fall. "You talk like a coroner." "Thank you." "That wasn't a compliment." Wednesday tilted her head slightly. "Then your intentions and your results continue their interesting separation." Harry should have walked away. Instead he heard himself say, "What was that thing?" Her expression altered almost imperceptibly, not softened, refocused. "A Stitch," she said. "Nevermore's American contribution to the broader humiliation of death. A ghost anchored by unresolved violence, usually localized to a sight, object, or pattern of memory. They are less conversational than British ghosts and significantly more committed to making that everyone else's problem." "You know about British ghosts?" "I read." Somewhere in the underbrush a branch settled. Harry dragged a hand through his hair and instantly regretted it when cold night air hit the sweat at his temple. The adrenaline crash was beginning now, leaving a steadier, nastier awareness underneath. The exact moment between attempted spell and failed suppression. That split second where the anklet had blocked one current and something else had come through below it like underground water finding a crack in rock. The ministry had told him the device would suppress deliberate magic. They had said nothing about this. Did you know it would happen? Wednesday asked. No. Did you feel it building? Harry hesitated. That alone answered the question. Wednesday took out a pencil. He stared at her. You're taking notes now. I took notes before. Now I'm confirming variables. This is a conversation, not an autopsy. For the moment. Harry laughed once without humor. You really don't know how to speak to people, do you? Wednesday considered that with offensive seriousness. I know how. I seldom find sufficient cause. There it was again. The strange, infuriating effect she had of saying terrible things in a tone so exact they no longer registered as rudeness so much as hostile taxonomy. Harry folded his arms, mostly against the cold. Fine. Variable confirmed then. I didn't know. Wednesday scribbled something. What are you writing? You're less afraid of the phenomenon than of being observed having it. Harry went still. That was not the answer he expected. Not because it was wrong, because it was uncomfortably right. He looked at her for a long moment. Wednesday closed the notebook. The Stitch's response is the more useful datum, she said. It didn't merely recoil from the force you produced. It failed to remain coherent in its presence. Conventional defensive magic repels or damages. Yours appeared to challenge the thing's right to continue being an event. Harry stared at her. You say that like it means something? It does. She turned toward the lower tree line and then back again. 3 students have been hospitalized over the past month. Harry frowned. The abrupt shift irritated him less than it should have, because of Stitches. No, because of something that leaves them intact and removes portions of memory with surgical precision. Not erased, consumed. The wind moved across the grounds. Somewhere up in the academy, a bell marked the quarter hour. Wednesday continued as if discussing rainfall. I have spent the last 3 weeks investigating the pattern. The administration has classified the incidents as magical exhaustion complicated by stress, which is both false and insultingly unimaginative. The library's sealed vault predates the current school structure and contains records the faculty are pretending not to know exist. The ward architecture around it is unusual, designed not to keep students out, but to keep something conceptually specific in. Harry's patience, already thin, frayed cleanly. And this has what to do with me? For the first time, Wednesday gave him her full attention without reserve. Everything. The words sat between them with no visible desire to be dramatic. That made it worse. You triggered the library, she said. The shelf in the back stacks. Miss Thornwood noticed. I noticed. The annex doesn't move for most people. It adjusted itself for you. Harry remembered the book retreating from his hand, the brief feeling of something behind the shelf recognizing him in return. You were watching that too. I was reading. Your book was upside down. A pause. Wednesday's expression remained entirely straight. I read very quickly. Despite himself, Harry felt the edge of something that would have been amusement in a less damaged week. That's your defense. It has served adequately so far. He exhaled through his nose. The cold stung his lungs. You think the vault is connected to whatever this is? He lifted his hand slightly, not enough to indicate the pulse, just the idea of it. To me! I think the vault wards are keyed against conventional magical intrusion, Wednesday said. I think your energy signature is not being categorized by conventional magical systems in the usual way. And I think the thing beneath the library, whatever it is, has already started pressing against the edges of its container. That makes the timing of your arrival unlikely in the statistical sense and suspicious in every other sense. You say suspicious like you approve. I do. Harry looked away toward the dark grass, the oak, the place where the Stitch had half unmade and fled. His heartbeat had steadied, but the deeper unease had not. The void pulse, if that was what it was, had not felt like rage exactly. It had felt like refusal, not even his refusal. Something in him reacting to the possibility of being touched by the wrong thing and deciding, with terrible simplicity, that the contact itself should cease to exist. That was not a normal magical instinct. He knew that much without needing a courtroom to explain it. Wednesday watched him think, which was somehow worse than if she had interrupted. "What do you want?" he asked at last. "Access," she said. "That's refreshingly terrible wording." "Yes, to the vault." "To the truth," Wednesday corrected. "The vault is simply where the school has filed it." Harry let out a low breath. "And in return," Wednesday did not answer immediately. That, more than any flourish, told him she had anticipated the question and valued it. "I will share what I know," she said. "I will share what I find. I will provide pattern analysis you currently lack, because your government's response to your condition appears to have involved fear, suppression, and exile rather than research. I will not lie to you to make you easier to manage. And if the thing under the school is related to what happened to you, I am considerably less likely than most adults to frame the result as your fault before the evidence is in." Harry looked at her sharply. The last clause had been chosen on purpose. He wondered if she knew exactly where to put knives or if that was simply natural talent. "I don't need managing," he said. Wednesday nodded once. "That's consistent with the evidence. You say that like it's a compliment. It might be." The cold had started to bite through his coat now. The suppressed ache in his ankle had become a steady band of iron ice. Harry knew he should go back inside before the argument became a decision. He also knew, with the same unpleasant certainty that had followed him since the courtroom, that walking away would not make any of this less true. He did not know what he was. He did not know what the ministry had actually found or hidden. He did not know why a library shelf moved for him, why a ghost had come apart in front of his hand, or why Nevermore's darkest student stood in the frost, offering him a partnership as clinically as someone proposing a joint dissection. He did know this. Wednesday Addams was the first person since Hermione to speak about the thing inside him as a phenomenon to be understood rather than a sentence already passed. That mattered, annoyingly. "If I say no?" he asked. Wednesday looked toward the academy, its gray towers rising through the dark like sharpened weather. "Then I continue alone," she said. "Less efficiently, probably more dangerously. You continue not knowing what your anklet is failing to suppress. The thing beneath the school continues feeding, if my hypothesis is correct." She turned back to him. "And eventually circumstances manufacture collaboration anyway, but with worse timing and more blood." Harry stared at her. "You rehearse optimism in a mirror, do you?" "I prefer realism." "It saves time." The night held. Then Harry said, "This is not friendship." The response came so quickly it might have been relief. "Certainly not," Wednesday said, "or trust. That would be premature, or whatever it is people here call normal." At that, Wednesday's mouth moved, only a fraction and only for a second. Not a smile, more like the idea of one had passed nearby and she had chosen not to interfere. "Agreed," she said. "I propose a temporary research alliance with mutually exclusive exit conditions." Harry blinked. "You say things like you were born in a legal crypt." "I was born in New Jersey. The distinction is negligible." Against all reason, a laugh got out. It surprised both of them. Wednesday did not look pleased, but she also did not look displeased, merely noted. "Fine," Harry said. The word went into the dark between them like something signed. Wednesday drew a small key from her coat pocket and held it up between two fingers, old brass. "Black ribbon tied through the ring." "Good," she said. "Then we begin tomorrow night." Thornwood leaves the lower stacks unguarded between 11:20 and 11:43 on Wednesdays if she's been sufficiently offended by faculty behavior at dinner. Harry stared at the key. "You already planned this." "I plan most things. And if I'd refused—" Wednesday slipped the key back into her pocket. "Then I would have been disappointed, which I dislike enough to avoid whenever possible." They began walking back toward the school together, which somehow felt stranger than making the agreement had. Not side by side exactly. Wednesday moved half a step ahead as if guiding by accident offended her, while Harry matched pace without deciding to. The path curved through frost and dead leaves. The academy's lower windows glowed faintly gold ahead. After a few yards, Harry said, You were really tracking that ghost for 6 weeks? 3, Wednesday corrected. The additional 3 were archival work. Its appearance pattern corresponded with an undocumented student death in 1889. I believed it might be orbiting a secondary anchor site. Now it's orbiting Panic. Sorry. No, you aren't. Harry considered that. Not especially. Good. They reached the stone wall at the edge of the restricted path. Lantern light caught briefly in the iron of the gate beyond. Why me? Harry asked. Wednesday glanced sideways. Because the wards recognized you? Because the school is changing around your presence in minor but measurable ways. Because you are either causative, adjacent, or coincidental, and I dislike coincidence unless I can disprove it. And because, she added, almost as an afterthought, you did not apologize for the wrong thing. Harry frowned. What wrong thing? Most people, after surviving a supernatural attack in front of a witness, would apologize for being dangerous. Wednesday's tone stayed flat. You apologized for interrupting my research. The absurdity of that landed half a second after the truth of it. He did not know what to do with the fact that she had noticed. They entered through the side door in silence. Inside, the school had settled into its nocturnal arrangement. Most corridors were empty. A faint smell of extinguished candles lingered under the stone. Somewhere above, slow footsteps crossed a gallery and then stopped. At the foot of the east stair, Wednesday paused. Tomorrow, she said, wear shoes that don't announce your tragic inner state to the floorboards. Harry looked down at his boots. These are normal. Your standards have been set by British castles, Wednesday replied. That is not a defense. She turned and disappeared into the corridor toward the west wing without waiting for a response. Harry stood there for a moment, one hand resting lightly on the banister. Then he looked down at the suppression anklet beneath his trouser leg. The metal had stopped burning with cold. Now it simply sat there, heavy and deliberate, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. But Harry knew better now. The ministry had suppressed the magic they understood. Something underneath it had just spoken anyway. And for the first time since the verdict in courtroom 10, that thought did not feel only like terror. It felt like a problem. A dangerous one, certainly, possibly catastrophic, but problems, unlike sentences, could be investigated. He climbed the stairs to the east tower, entered his room, and shut the door softly behind him. Only then did he allow himself to lean back against it and close his eyes. The image came at once, the stitch unraveling in the dark, the impossible neatness of the black pulse, Wednesday's voice describing his magic as if it were architecture rather than sin. Harry opened his eyes again, went to the desk, pulled out Hermione's folded notes, and beneath one of her margins, in the narrow strip of unused paper at the bottom of the last page, he wrote 3 words in careful, controlled letters, not just suppressed. Then he sat there for a long time, listening to Nevermore's midnight silence and thinking of sealed vaults, moving books, ghosts that knew fear, and a girl who treated horror like homework. Outside his window, the overcast sky lowered further over the black trees. Deep below the library, where old wards layered iron over stone over older things still, something shifted in its sleep. Harry discovered 2 things the morning after his agreement with Wednesday Addams. The first was that secrecy at Nevermore functioned less like absence and more like selective distribution. People did not necessarily know what you were doing. They simply knew something was happening and arranged themselves around that fact with various degrees of appetite. By breakfast, 3 different students had looked at Harry with the expression of people who had heard he'd been outside after curfew and survived an encounter with something unpleasant enough to become socially valuable. The second was that Wednesday had no intention of behaving differently in public simply because they now had a private arrangement. She did not sit with him. She did not acknowledge him across the dining hall. She did not even look at him directly until halfway through first block, when Harry glanced toward the window during a lecture on occult treaty law, and found her already watching him from 3 rows over with the calm intensity of a taxidermist evaluating a fresh specimen. Then she looked away first, again. Harry was beginning to suspect that, for Wednesday Addams, looking away first was not retreat. It was punctuation. He spent the day in the unpleasant state of divided attention that came from waiting for night while pretending not to. Classes blurred into one another. Ethics, governance, a supervised study period he used to reread Hermione's notes and annotate them with everything Nevermore had already disproved about the ministry's assumptions. The suppression anklet remained cold but quiet. No black flames, no moving shelves, no stitches, which should have been reassuring. Instead, it felt like weather gathering outside sight. By evening, the sky had turned the color of old pewter, and a fine rain had begun to strike the windows in steady, precise lines. Harry skipped dinner on principle, and because going to the dining hall while conscious of an approaching clandestine expedition felt like willingly walking into a room full of mirrors. At 11:12, he left the East Tower. He wore softer shoes, not because Wednesday had told him to, but because she had been right, and he disliked that enough not to repeat the mistake. The school after curfew had acquired its own internal map by now. Harry knew which corridor lanterns guttered in drafts, and which sections of floor complained too loudly under careless weight. He kept to shadowed stretches, past a suit of armor that turned its helmet fractionally as he went by, and reached the library side hall at exactly 11:21. Wednesday was already there. Of course she was. She stood in the narrow archway beside a locked service door, dressed all in black, coat buttoned to the throat, one hand on the brass key she had shown him the night before. The rain-dark window behind her rendered her half silhouette, half reflection. "You're late," she said. Harry checked the corridor clock. "I'm 1 minute early. You're emotionally late." He stared at her. "That's not a real category. Most useful categories aren't." She unlocked the service door and slipped inside without further explanation. Harry followed. The passage beyond was cramped, unlit except for the candle Wednesday produced from her coat pocket, and lit with one practiced motion from a match she also had no normal reason to be carrying. Its small flame threw gold across old stone, dust-coated pipes, and the backs of library shelving units. "This leads under the lower stacks," Wednesday said quietly, already moving. "Thornwood does inventory on Wednesdays after dinner. Faculty meetings offend her. It makes her punctual." "How do you know that?" Wednesday glanced back over her shoulder. "Because she once told a history professor that his footnotes had the moral quality of tapeworms. Since then, I've made a study of her schedule." There were times, Harry had begun to realize, when Wednesday's mind moved with a speed so strange it made ordinary curiosity look decorative. The passage bent twice, descended by 6 narrow steps, and ended behind a false panel that opened soundlessly into the darkest section of the library. Harry emerged into the lower stacks. At night, the room felt transformed. What the library had by day that suggested order and scholarship, it held after hours in a quieter, more suspicious shape. The shelves rose like black ribs into shadow. The upper balconies disappeared into darkness. Lamps had been extinguished except for one weak glow near the circulation desk, far enough away to feel symbolic rather than useful. Wednesday closed the panel behind them. For a moment they stood in the stillness. Then she turned to him. "Before the vault," she said, "we establish a working method." Harry folded his arms. "You mean rules?" "I despise rules. They are what people create when they don't trust judgment. I mean structure." "That sounds exactly like rules wearing better tailoring." Wednesday ignored that. She crossed to a reading table near the back wall and laid out a notebook, several sheets of paper, and a pencil sharpened to a weapon's level of precision. "Sit." Harry remained standing for a beat, then sat opposite her. The candle between them made the table look smaller than it was. Outside the lower windows, rain traced thin distortions over darkness. Around them, the library seemed to listen without interfering. Wednesday slid a blank sheet toward him. "Write down every time your magic has behaved unpredictably." Harry did not touch the paper. "That's vague." "It's meant to be exhaustive before it becomes useful." He looked from the page to her face. "You want a list of every magical accident I've ever had?" I want a timeline. Age, trigger, outcome, witnesses if relevant. Wednesday folded her hands. Your trauma is data. Stop treating it like weather. The sentence hit him harder than it should have, perhaps because it came without softness. Perhaps because it came without cruelty either. Wednesday did not sound sympathetic. She sounded offended by inefficiency. Harry looked down at the blank page. There was a logic to it he could not deny. The Department of Mysteries had examined him like a phenomenon divorced from history. The Ministry had treated the courtroom incident as a singular emergence, terrifying because it had no immediate shape. But Harry knew enough about magic to know that nothing appeared from nowhere. Not really. Even prophecy had a context if you knew where to dig. Fine, he said. He took the pencil. At first the list came reluctantly, age 1. Aunt Petunia's hair color changed for half an hour after she grabbed his arm too hard. Unconfirmed memory, age 7. School roof. Dudley and his friends chasing him. Jump, panic, impossible landing, age 10. Zoo glass vanishing. Snake, anger, age 11 onward became harder to compress. Inflated ant. Patronus casting under threat. Wand responding strangely in the graveyard. Glass breaking at privet drive when angry. His scar interacting with external magic. The Triwizard year. The department battle. The sensation, increasingly frequent over time, that under extreme stress his magic sometimes reached outward before he did. Wednesday read over nothing until he was finished. When he pushed the page toward her, she scanned it in silence, eyes moving quickly. Interesting, she said. Harry leaned back in his chair. That's all, for now. She tapped 3 separate entries with one fingertip. The strongest anomalies correlate less with rage than with betrayal by expected protection. Harry's jaw tightened. Wednesday continued as if she had not noticed, which was worse than if she had. The zoo incident followed prolonged humiliation. The roof incident involved active pursuit and absence of rescue. The Department of Mysteries event occurred when an ally was endangered by someone nominally on your side. Your magic is not simply reactive. It's selective. Harry stared at the paper. He hated how immediately the pattern made sense. Not because she had invented it, because once named, it seemed obvious enough to have been waiting in plain sight his whole life. You say that, he said carefully, like it's a good thing. I say it like it's information. Wednesday met his eyes. Whether you eventually decide to resent the pattern is a separate administrative matter. Harry almost laughed, but it came out thinner. You make everything sound like a filed complaint, only the important things. She drew the page back and began sketching lines between incidents, building a strange branching diagram of years, emotional triggers and effects. Harry watched her for a moment, then said, "You've really been doing this alone." Wednesday did not look up. Almost everything worth doing begins that way. That answer sat between them longer than the others had. Harry looked away first. Wednesday handed him a second page. "This one," she said, "is for sensations rather than events. Describe what happened with the stitch in language that does not rely on metaphors like darkness, cold, or wrong unless those words are structurally necessary." He stared at her. "You want me to describe an impossible thing without using the words people use for impossible things?" "Yes." "That seems efficient." "It is." He rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I reached for a spell, the anklet stopped it, something moved underneath the stoppage. Better, it didn't feel like a spell." What did it feel like? Harry thought about the ghost recoiling, about the black pulse, about that terrible instant of contact without impact. "Like refusal," he said at last. "Not mine exactly, or maybe mine stripped down too far to sound like me anymore." Wednesday's pencil halted very slightly, then resumed. "That," she said, "is significantly more useful than darkness." "That's because darkness isn't wrong. It's just not specific enough for you." "Correct." Harry exhaled. The thing that should have been unbearable was not that she was turning his worst experiences into a study. It was that part of him felt relief each time she wrote something down. Each note meant the phenomenon remained in the category of problem rather than curse. Each question implied continuity, shape, possibility. He did not know what to do with that relief, so he hid it under irritation. "What exactly am I getting out of this?" he asked. Wednesday finished a line of notes and set down the pencil. "The possibility of not being surprised by yourself," she said. That answer was too precise to argue with, so Harry said nothing. After a moment, Wednesday gathered the pages, folded them once, and tucked them into her notebook. "You've taught me something useful as well," she said. Harry blinked. "Have I?" Yes. He waited. Wednesday regarded him with that unreadable, unwavering stillness. "I have always assumed sufficiently careful observation could categorize anything real." "Your existence is proving that assumption to be vulnerable." Harry stared. That might have been the closest thing to a confession she was capable of. "You make that sound painful." "It's deeply inconvenient," she agreed. "I dislike imprecise systems. You are currently an imprecise system." "Thanks. I did not intend it as praise." A fractional pause. "Though it may become some." There was something so bizarrely direct about that Harry found himself looking at her properly for the first time that night, not as the terrifying girl with a forensic approach to social interaction, not as the only person here besides Hermione who seemed interested in truth more than management. Just as Wednesday. 16, severe, composed with unnatural discipline and a complete lack of interest in pretending people did not bleed when cut. He realized with a small internal jolt that she had not asked him a single question motivated by spectacle, only mechanism. That mattered more than he wanted it to. A bell sounded distantly somewhere above them. Wednesday stood at once. Now the vault. They moved deeper into the lower stacks, past sections Harry had not seen open during the day. The shelves here held older volumes, leather gone brittle at the edges, titles stamped in dead languages or no language at all. The air smelled different too, less paper and polish, more stone, old iron, and the faint, damp breath of spaces sealed longer than anyone admitted. At the very back of the lowest level stood a narrow archway Harry had previously taken for masonry. Up close, he saw the lie in it. The stones were too smooth, the mortar lines too regular, and through the vertical seam at the center, barely visible unless the candlelight struck at exactly the right angle, ran layered word inscriptions so old and dense they looked less written than grown. Black iron bands crossed the false wall in 3 places. No handle, no lock, no keyhole. Wednesday stopped beside him. "This is the outer vault door," she said. "The school records list the chamber beyond as sealed by founder decree after an archival contamination event, which is the kind of phrase institutions use when they're lying elegantly." Harry stepped closer. The suppression anklet pulsed once, then twice, not painful, responsive. He felt the wards before he fully saw them, a subtle prickle across the skin, like static climbing backward through old scars. The black iron bands did not radiate hostility exactly. They radiated criteria, a complex net of recognition woven to refuse specific categories of entry. The sort of magic that asked not "who are you," but "what kind of thing are you pretending not to be?" Harry's mouth went dry. Wednesday noticed the change in his breathing. "What? It feels," he said slowly, "like it already knows something about me." "Good," Wednesday said. He turned. "Good, yes. Hostile would be less useful. That's a disturbing way to sort outcomes. It keeps my expectations organized." Harry looked back at the vault. The urge to step away was immediate and sharp, not from fear of what might be inside, though that existed too. From the unsettling sensation that if he moved 1 inch closer, some invisible part of him would be read aloud in a language he did not know how to interrupt. Wednesday held out her hand. Harry frowned. "What?" "The candle." He passed it to her. Then, because there was no elegant version of hesitation once one had already agreed to clandestine vault research, he reached toward the seam in the false wall. The moment his fingertips brushed the stone, the wards woke, not with a blast, not even with light at first. With a hum so low it was almost below hearing. The iron bands darkened, then brightened from within, dull red giving way to a strange deep violet. Symbols raced beneath the surface of the stone like veins filling. The air temperature dropped. Harry jerked his hand back instinctively. The wards did not attack. They opened their eyes. Lines of light spread outward from the seam, not rejecting his touch but following it. One by one, the ward knots along the arch loosened, not breaking, simply going dormant in precise sequence, as though a required condition had finally been met, and the magic had shifted from refusal to waiting. Wednesday inhaled softly. Harry did not think he had ever before heard surprise arrive so quietly. "That," she said, "is not what a rejection pattern looks like." "No," Harry said, staring at the door. "It's not." The outer layer of warding faded until only the black iron bands remained. The seam in the masonry, invisible moments before, was now perfectly clear. Yet the wall did not open. Harry pressed his palm flat against the cold stone. Nothing further happened, no movement, no mechanism. Only the unmistakable sense of a system paused between states, recognizing one key and waiting for another not yet present. Wednesday stepped closer, candlelight striking sharp planes across her face. "It knows you," she said. Harry did not like the way the sentence made his chest tighten. "Or what I am." Wednesday's gaze stayed on the glowing remnants of the wards. "Possibly both." He withdrew his hand. The light remained for several seconds more, then slowly sank back into the stone, leaving the seam visible but inert. They stood in silence. Then Wednesday said, "We can't open it yet." Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Relief and disappointment arrived together in such perfect proportion that he distrusted them equally. What was missing? That is the relevant question. Wednesday crouched immediately, setting down the candle and running her fingers over the lower edge of the arch, searching for hidden grooves, secondary inscriptions, anything the shifting wards had exposed. Recognition without access, permission without execution. A threshold condition rather than a barrier event. Harry leaned one shoulder against the opposite shelf, watching her work. "You really enjoy this?" Wednesday did not look up. "Enormously." That should not have felt like a gift, but in some strange way it did. Enthusiasm, stripped of charm and presented without apology, had a kind of austere honesty to it. Harry scanned the arch more carefully now that the first shock had settled. Faint symbols remained etched under the iron bands, too weathered to interpret and too old to belong to any modern magical script he recognized. "What exactly do you think is in there?" he asked. Wednesday rose, brushing stone dust from her fingers. "Records," she said. "Prophecy materials, possibly. Foundational correspondence. Containment architecture. Evidence of whatever the school has been pretending not to house for 2 centuries. She met his gaze. "And perhaps an explanation for why a suppressed British exile with anti-arcane anomalies arrived precisely when memory-feeding incidents began to accelerate." Harry grimaced. "You really know how to make a person feel welcome." "I'm not trying to welcome you, I'm trying to solve you." There it was again, that infuriating refusal to soften truths into social padding, and yet Harry pushed off the shelf. "Then maybe stop treating me like a locked box and start treating me like I'm in the room." Something altered in Wednesday's expression. Not offense, not quite surprise. More like recalibration happening in real time. "I am," she said after a moment. "That is why you're here." Harry held her gaze. There was more in the silence that followed than he wanted to examine directly. Something about the fact that Wednesday did not flatter and did not lie made every genuine statement land heavier than it would have from anyone else. From somewhere above them came a muffled thud, bookcart, door, faint but enough. Wednesday looked up sharply. "Thornwood! How much time?" "Less now." She retrieved the candle and they moved quickly back through the lower stacks toward the hidden passage. At the threshold, Harry glanced back once in the darkness beyond the shelves. The false wall looked again like ordinary masonry. Almost. Only the seam remained faintly visible, like a scar remembering itself. They slipped into the service corridor moments before distant footsteps began across the main library floor. Wednesday shut the panel soundlessly behind them. Neither spoke until they had reached the safer dark of the inner passage, where pipes ticked softly overhead and the candle flame bent in a draught. Then Harry said, "That wasn't nothing." "No," Wednesday said. "It was considerably more inconvenient than nothing." He let out a short breath that might have been a laugh. "You keep using that word when you mean interesting. Inconvenience is interesting with consequences. That's not a definition. It is in practice." They emerged into the side hall and extinguished the candle at once. Rain still whispered against the window panes. The corridor beyond remained empty. Wednesday tucked the key away. "We have confirmation now," she said quietly. "The vault reacts to you. That changes the working model." Harry looked toward the library doors, then back at her. "And the new model?" "That you are not adjacent to this," Wednesday said. "You are part of it." The words settled into him with a weight stranger than fear, because he believed her, not completely, not blindly, but enough that denial felt ornamental. He looked down at the suppression anklet beneath his trouser cuff. Cold iron, basilisk venom, ministry certainty hammered into a device meant to keep his power shaped, named, and frightened, and beneath all of it, something the vault had recognized without hesitation. "When do we try again?" he asked. Wednesday's eyes darkened with the slightest edge of satisfaction. "Tomorrow, after combat studies, I need to revise our approach." Wednesday paused just long enough for the answer to register as chosen. "Our," she repeated. Then she turned and disappeared down the opposite corridor with her coat trailing black behind her, as if that settled the matter more effectively than explanation ever could. Harry watched her go. Then he made his way back to the East Tower alone, through lantern light and sleeping stone, carrying with him the image of violet wards going dormant under his hand, and the increasingly impossible fact that for the first time in weeks, the thing inside him felt less like a sentence than a language he might eventually learn to read. Up in room 47E, he sat at the desk, pulled Hermione's notes back out, and added another line beneath the last. "Vault did not reject me. It recognized me." He stared at the sentence until the words blurred slightly. Then he put down the pencil and listened to the rain. Tomorrow would bring combat studies, whatever Wednesday called a revised approach, and the growing certainty that Nevermore had not simply received him. It had been waiting. By the 8th day, Harry had developed a new relationship with silence, not peace. That would have implied rest. This was quieter and less merciful than peace. It was the silence that followed discovery, the kind that came after you touched something hidden and it touched back. Ever since the vault had recognized him, the school seemed unchanged in every ordinary way and subtly different in all the others. The corridors remained cold. The students remained watchful. Combat studies remained a place where pain was considered educational if well structured. Nothing visible had shifted. And yet, Harry could not shake the feeling that some invisible system inside Nevermore had updated itself to account for him. He hated that feeling. He hated it because it made him think of prophecy, of chosen one rhetoric, of every structure in the wizarding world that had ever looked at him, and decided he was more useful as a function than a person. But hatred did not make the sensation less real. He felt it most clearly at night. It was late afternoon now, the sky outside the East Tower a flat sheet of pale iron, when Harry closed the book in front of him and looked instead at the folded papers on the desk. Hermione's letter. He had read it once properly, then again in sections, then in fragments, circling back through the pages as if repetition might produce a different answer. It never did. That was part of why he kept returning to it. Most letters were attempts at contact. Hermione's was an act of resistance wearing the shape of correspondence. Its pages were already soft at the folds. She had written with the sort of compressed urgency that made every line feel double-weighted, half argument and half refusal. Research, analysis, legal pathways, historical anomalies, names of ministries and departments and foreign archives all arranged beneath one unspoken fact. She had not accepted the ministry's verdict as a meaningful description of him. Harry unfolded the pages again. The first time he had read them, what he noticed most was the structure. Typical Hermione, information first, emotions smuggled in under a false floorboard near the end. But now he read more slowly and noticed the pressure marks beneath certain words, the places where the ink had darkened because she had been angry while writing. The few lines corrected so neatly they almost hid how fiercely she must have despised needing to rewrite them at all. Classification is not explanation. Containment is not care. Fear made administrative is still fear. He stared at that last one for a while. He had not fully understood in courtroom 10 just how much the room had depended on procedure to cleanse itself. Everything had been language, statute, protocol, risk, threshold, category. The law had not screamed at him. It had simply renamed him until expulsion sounded like logic. Hermione had seen through it instantly. That should not have surprised him. Still, the fact of it sat strangely in his chest. There was a knock at the door. Harry folded the pages once, not enough to hide them, just enough to set them aside, and said, "Come in." The door opened to reveal Eugene Ottinger balancing a tray with 2 mugs and the expression of someone about to enter a lion enclosure for reasons he had personally signed off on but still regretted in principle. "I brought tea," Eugene said. "This is either kind or intrusive depending on your mood." Harry looked at the tray. "What's the catch?" "There's no catch, unless the tea kills you, in which case I'll need to revise my understanding of the kitchen." Harry stepped back from the desk. "Come in, then." Eugene entered carefully, as though the room might still object to guests on Harry's behalf. He set 1 mug on the desk, 1 on the bedside table, and gave the letter a visibly disciplined not-quite glance before deciding his survival instincts were stronger than curiosity. "That smells like actual tea," Harry said. "I fought for that in the student kitchen. Americans do unspeakable things to the concept." Harry wrapped his fingers around the mug, grateful for the heat. "Thanks." Eugene shrugged, then settled awkwardly into the chair near the window. "You looked," he said, searching for the least offensive word, "occupied, in a way that suggested either reading or existential collapse. Tea helps with one of those." Harry looked down into the mug. The surface trembled once in the draft from the radiator. "Reading," he said. Eugene nodded, as if that answer had avoided several worse possibilities. After a moment he said, "People are still talking, by the way. People are always talking." "Yes, but now it's more specific, which means the mystery has reached a socially useful phase." Eugene winced slightly. "Sorry." That sounded worse out loud. Harry took a sip of tea. It was strong and unsentimental, which under the circumstances felt almost medicinal. "What are they saying?" "That you beat Rowan Blackthorn in under 2 minutes last week, which is true and has already grown decorative antlers. That the library did something strange when you were in it, which is vague enough to be immortal. And that Wednesday Addams has looked at you more than twice in a single week, which apparently counts as either a curse, a courtship ritual, or the early signs of apocalypse." Harry nearly inhaled tea. Eugene held up both hands. "I'm only reporting prevailing theories. People here need hobbies. They have them. Most are just hostile." Harry set the mug down before the heat in his face had time to become visible. "Wednesday and I are not," he stopped, not because he knew what to say, because he suddenly had no clean category for what they were. A research alliance, Wednesday would say, and mean it with offensive sincerity. That was probably the closest available truth. But the phrase failed to account for the way her presence had begun to alter the shape of his attention. Not in any soft or easy sense. More like discovering that a knife someone kept leaving on the table had become part of how you thought about meals. Eugene, to his credit, did not fill the pause. Instead, he glanced toward the window and said, "For what it's worth, the school's less awful when someone else is being watched too." Harry looked at him. Eugene smiled faintly. "Solidarity through redistribution of scrutiny. That sounds like a student slogan. It should be." He stood then, apparently deciding he had pushed exactly as far into personal territory as survival permitted. "Anyway, drink the tea before it cools. Combat studies is worse when mildly frozen." After he left, the room felt quieter than before. Harry picked up Hermione's letter again. This time he did not reread the research sections first. He went directly to the last page. "I don't know what you're carrying right now. I know I couldn't carry it. I know you will, because you always have." It was not a comforting sentence. Hermione did not write comfort when truth would do. But it was honest in a way the ministry never had been. She was not telling him he was strong enough because people liked to say that to wounded things when they wanted them functional. She was telling him she knew the specific shape of his history well enough to understand that endurance had become almost involuntary. Harry folded the pages carefully and slid them into the inner pocket of his coat. Then he left the room and went down to the courtyard. The day was in the process of becoming evening. Nevermore handled dusk better than daylight. Its gray stone deepened into something almost elegant once the color drained fully from the sky. The black fountain in the center of the courtyard held a thin glaze of reflected clouds. Bare branches moved overhead in a slow, dry whisper. Harry sat on one of the stone benches near the east wall and took the letter back out. He had no real reason to be here except that the room upstairs had started to feel too small for the contents of his own head. He read more slowly this time. Not as a search for answers, as a reminder that answers were not the only form resistance could take. Hermione had listed 3 likely false assumptions in the Department of Mysteries report, then crossed out one and replaced it with a harsher version. She had sketched a tentative link between anti-arcane behavior and pre-spell magical states. She had scribbled in the margin next to one citation, "If this is older than wand-structured magic, that means they're not just afraid of what you did. They're afraid of not being first in the story anymore." Harry stared at that line until the words blurred. He did not hear Wednesday approach. He only became aware of her when the bench shifted very slightly under a new weight. She sat at the far end, not close enough to count as intimacy, not far enough to be accidental. A black notebook rested on her knee. She did not look at the pages in Harry's hands. That, more than anything, made him stay where he was. For a while neither spoke. The courtyard dimmed. Students crossed it in 1s and 2s on their way to dinner, glanced toward the bench, and then made very deliberate decisions not to come any closer. Wednesday opened her notebook and began writing something in a hand so precise it seemed less written than engraved. Harry folded the letter shut and held it against one knee. After perhaps 20 minutes he said, "Do you ever miss anyone?" The question surprised him even as it left his mouth, maybe because he had not meant to ask it. Maybe because the silence between them had become the kind that made truth more likely to escape uninvited. Wednesday did not stop writing. "I experience the absence of specific stimuli as suboptimal," she said. "Whether that constitutes missing is largely a semantic question." Harry looked at her. "That's a yes." Wednesday's pencil paused once over the page. She did not answer, which, as answers went, was clearer than most. Harry looked back at the fountain. "Right." The wind moved cold across the courtyard, lifting one of Wednesday's braids just enough to disturb its severe line before it settled again. After a while she said, still not looking at him, "You ask questions like someone standing 3 rooms away from the door he once opened." Harry almost smiled. "And you answer like Locks take it personally?" "They often do." He turned the folded letter over in his hand. "She wrote this before they sent me here," he said. Wednesday's gaze dropped briefly to the paper. "Granger." Harry glanced at her. "You know Hermione's name?" "I know everyone whose choices might affect the architecture of a problem." "That's reassuringly inhuman." Wednesday accepted that without objection. "Is she useful?" Harry thought of the 12 pages, the cross-references, the fury hidden in footnotes. The simple fact of her refusing to let the ministry's language stand uncontested. "Yes," he said, "more than most governments. That is a low bar. It still counts." Wednesday closed her notebook. For a moment Harry thought she might say something unusually direct, the way she sometimes did without warning and with no apparent awareness that other people usually softened blows before delivering them. Instead she said, "You read that letter differently each time." Harry looked at her sharply. She met his gaze now, expression unchanged. "The first time you were checking whether hope in it would make you weaker. The second, you were mining it for evidence. Today, you're using it as ballast." Harry stared. He had not realized that was what he was doing until she said it. That was becoming a dangerous pattern. "What's your point?" he asked, quieter than intended. "That exile has not done what your ministry intended," Wednesday said. "You are still tethered." The sentence landed with strange force. Because he had thought, privately, stupidly, that what terrified him most about being sent here was not the distance, but the possibility of drifting loose from the people who had known him before the courtroom. Hermione's letter in his coat. Ron's face at the ward barrier. The two-way mirror still tucked beneath shirts in the shrunk trunk under his bed, tethered. He could not tell if the word felt like weakness or survival, perhaps both. Wednesday rose in one fluid motion, notebook in hand. "Dinner," she said. "You're inviting me?" "No," she buttoned her coat. "I'm informing you that if you plan to use a communication mirror afterward, the eastern stairwell has less corridor traffic than the tower rooms for the next 45 minutes. The Furs have a dispute scheduled near the dormitory landing." Harry looked up at her. "Why are you telling me that?" Wednesday tilted her head faintly. "Because if you intend to contact the world that exiled you, you should at least do it somewhere acoustically defensible." Then she walked away across the courtyard and into the east wing without waiting to see whether he understood. Harry sat there another minute. Then he folded Hermione's letter, slid it carefully back inside his coat, and went upstairs. The two-way mirror Sirius had once given him, and that Hermione had repaired as thoroughly as possible with help from Ron, and a likely unethical amount of borrowed ministry-grade stabilizing charm work, fit in his palm like a relic from a life that had been interrupted rather than ended. He took it from the bottom of his trunk and hesitated. The surface was clouded slightly at one edge where the restoration had not fully taken. He could see his own distorted reflection in it. Pale, dark-haired, expression too old for 17, Nevermore black replacing every color he associated with Hogwarts. For 1 weak second, he considered putting it back. Not because he didn't want to see Ron. Because the idea of seeing home through glass, unreachable and intact, felt like the sort of thing that could split a person at the joints if badly timed. Then he remembered Hermione's line. "Fear made administrative is still fear." He sat on the floor with his back against the bed and said, "Ron." For a moment nothing happened. Then the mirror's surface shivered and filled with static silver. A face slammed into view too close to the glass. "Harry!" Ron's voice came through scratchy, distorted at the edges, but unmistakably Ron. He jerked the mirror back from his own nose, revealing messy red hair, the low ceiling of what looked like his room at the Burrow, and an expression that shifted through shock, relief, fury, and something more fragile too fast to isolate. "It works," Harry said stupidly. "Yeah, no thanks to the piece of garbage connection quality. Hermione said not to overstabilize it because the resonance might crack if we forced it. Hi, by the way, you look—" Ron started again. "You look awful." Harry let out a breath that might almost have been a laugh. "Thanks. I meant thin and annoyed, more annoyed than usual, which actually fair enough." For a second neither of them said anything. Then Ron leaned closer to the mirror again and lowered his voice. "Are you all right?" Harry looked at the warped reflection of the Burrow room beyond him. Posters, clutter, the familiar domestic disorder of a place that had always made room for bodies and noise without asking them to justify either. He thought of answering honestly, found the available language insufficient. "I'm here," he said. Ron's face tightened because of course he heard what that meant. "Hermione said you do that." "Do what?" "Answer like you're a witness in your own murder trial." Harry looked down. "You still sound like you—" Ron added quickly, as though he feared he'd gone too far and decided that retreat was not one of his better skills. "Which is good. Probably we're still working on the rest." Harry shifted the mirror slightly. "How bad is it there?" Ron made a face. "You mean politically, legally, or in the sense that half the ministry has decided using long words means they're not terrified? All of the above." "Right. Politically, a mess. Legally, worse. Hermione's been in the library so much Madame Pince threatened to put her on a shelf. McGonagall is furious in that way where she becomes more polite and everyone else becomes afraid. Kingsley's trying to stop 3 different departments from turning you into a precedent before anyone even understands what happened." He rubbed a hand over his face. "And there are memos, Harry." Harry's grip tightened on the mirror. What kind of memos? Ron hesitated. That was enough to make Harry's pulse shift. Ron. I wasn't supposed to see them, Ron said at once, defensively enough to confirm he absolutely had. Hermione found a routing ledger in an overflow file cart outside law enforcement. There were copies being transferred between departments, Britain and America both. Most of it was redacted. That's not an answer. Ron looked over his shoulder, then back. There was a phrase that kept showing up. Archivist containment or archivist protocol, something like that. Hermione thought at first it was maybe an American office or some old classification board, but, he stopped abruptly, Harry went still. But what? Ron grimaced. But your file was bundled with it, cross-referenced. Like they weren't just talking about sending you away, they were talking about putting you in relation to something. The room at Nevermore seemed to contract slightly around Harry, vault wards, moving shelves, memory incidents, Wednesday's theories. Harry kept his voice level by force. Did Hermione see it too? Part of it. Not all. I got a look at the routing slips later. Ron swallowed. One line said, subject transfer maintains viability under archivist sequence provided suppressor integrity holds until convergence window. Harry stared at the mirror. The words slid into place with the slow, sick precision of a lock turning, suppressor integrity, convergence window, subject transfer. He heard himself ask, very quietly, did Hermione tell you what she thought that meant? Ron looked miserable. She said she didn't know yet, which means she has theories she hates too much to say out loud. That sounded exactly right. Harry got to his feet and began pacing, because sitting still with that sentence in his head had become impossible. Wednesday's voice returned to him with terrible clarity. The thing beneath the school continues feeding, if my hypothesis is correct. Ron watched the ceiling and wall line of Harry's room tilt with each turn. Where are you? In my room? Then stop pacing like that. You're making the mirror seasick. Harry stopped. Not because Ron had asked, but because if he kept moving much longer he might accidentally think too fast. Ron, he said, listen carefully. Ron straightened instantly. There's something here, at the school. Wednesday thinks it's connected to the memory attacks on students. There's a sealed vault under the library. It reacted to me. Ron blinked. What do you mean reacted? Recognized, Harry said, and heard the word differently now that he was saying it aloud. The wards went dormant when I touched them. For once, Ron had no immediate answer. That's bad. He said finally, yes, or good, I don't know. That's worse. Harry sat back down on the edge of the bed. Probably. Static crackled along the edge of the mirror. Ron's face blurred and sharpened again. Who's Wednesday? Ron asked suddenly. Harry looked at him. That's what you took from that. I'm gathering multiple forms of useful information. Harry almost smiled. She's a student here. Ron narrowed his eyes. Just a student. She's helping investigate. Ron's expression changed in the minute ways Harry knew too well. The beginning of a grin fighting for its life against fear and being mostly suppressed by brotherly suspicion. Oh, brilliant. Exiled for dangerous magical anomalies and immediately recruited by a frightening American girl. That's very on brand for you. She's not. Harry stopped because defining Wednesday in a sentence felt both impossible and tactically unwise. She's useful. Ron barked a laugh. That's exactly how you sound when someone is definitely more complicated than useful. Shut up. See, better, you sound more alive when you're annoyed. The laugh vanished as quickly as it had come. Ron leaned closer to the mirror again. Harry, he said, quieter now, whatever this thing is, archivist, sequence, school, any of it, you don't have to figure it out alone just because they dumped you there. Harry looked at his friend's face in the warped silver, at the familiar stubbornness that had always looked messier than Hermione's but hit just as hard. I know. It came out softer than he intended. Ron nodded once, like that answer mattered more than anything clever. Then, because he was Ron and could not leave honesty standing unsupported for too long, he added, also, Mum says if the Americans don't feed you properly, she'll come over there and commit diplomacy. Harry let out one real, unguarded laugh. The sound startled him. It startled Ron too, though in a pleased way. There, Ron said at once. See, still there. The mirror crackled harder this time, its surface rippled. "I've got maybe another minute," Ron said. "The stabilizing charm goes twitchy if we push it." Harry nodded. "Tell Hermione what you found." "All of it, exact wording." "I will." "And Ron—" "Yeah." Harry looked down once, then back up. "Thanks." Ron's face changed again, less joke, more something steady and painful and old. "Always, mate." The mirror clouded before Harry could answer. Static silver, distortion. Then only his own reflection remained. He sat for a while with the dead mirror in his hand. Then he set it down very carefully on the bedspread, stood, and pulled on his coat. Wednesday was exactly where he expected to find her, not because he had asked. Because by now he was starting to understand that certain people made themselves locatable not through convenience, but through pattern. She stood in the courtyard near the black fountain, one gloved hand resting on its stone rim as if interrogating the water for inconsistencies. The night had gone very cold. Thin mist hung low over the grass beyond the walls. Lantern light cut narrow gold lanes through the dark. Wednesday turned before Harry spoke. "You used the mirror," she said. Harry did not ask how she knew. Some questions wasted time. "I need your notebook," he said. That got her full attention immediately. Wednesday opened the book without comment and held it ready. Harry repeated Ron's exact line from memory. "Subject transfer maintains viability under archivist sequence, provided suppressor integrity holds, until convergence window." Wednesday did not move for a second. Then she wrote the sentence down with frightening calm. When she looked up again, her face had not changed. Only the atmosphere around her had. "That," she said, "is the first genuinely terrible piece of phrasing we've acquired." Harry folded his arms against the cold. "You think it means the same thing I do?" "Yes." "Which is?" "That your exile was not merely disposal." Wednesday's voice remained level, but the precision of it had sharpened. It was placement. The courtyard seemed to tilt slightly. Harry looked past her at the dark windows of Nevermore, at the silent towers, at the school that had received him with procedural neutrality, while something beneath its foundations stirred toward wakefulness. "You still think the thing under the library is the archivist?" Wednesday closed the notebook. "I now think the possibility has stopped being theoretical." A long silence opened. Then Harry said, "That means they knew." "Yes, both governments, likely several institutions. Fear usually travels in committees." He looked at her. "And they sent me here anyway." Wednesday's gaze did not flinch. "Yes," Harry laughed once quietly and without humor. "Right." For a moment he thought anger would come. Hot, simple, useful anger. The sort you could spend. Instead what arrived was colder and more exact clarity. He had been a planned solution before. Raised for one war, used in another, lied to for his own protection, until the protection turned out to be sacrifice with better branding. This was not new. That, more than anything, made it unbearable. Wednesday watched him with a stillness so complete it almost counted as restraint. "For what it's worth," she began. Harry cut across her. "Don't!" A lesser person would have taken offense. Wednesday only adjusted course mid-thought. "I was going to say," she said, "for what it's worth, I find your persistent refusal to accept pre-assigned roles in other people's narratives to be one of your more functional qualities." Harry stared at her. The sentence was so absurdly specific, so entirely Wednesday, that it went through him at an angle his anger had not prepared to defend. "Thanks," he said. "You're welcome." They stood in the cold for another minute. Then Harry said, "We need to update the pattern map." Wednesday nodded once. "Tomorrow." He looked at the notebook in her hand. "No questions now." "I already have questions," Wednesday said. "Tonight you need structure more than interrogation." He had no reply to that, which she seemed to accept as answer enough. Harry turned toward the east tower. After 3 steps, he stopped and looked back. Wednesday still stood by the fountain, black coat, dark braids, lantern light finding the edges of her face and turning nothing about it soft. "What are we doing?" he asked. It was not the question he meant to ask. Or perhaps it was exactly the question, and he had only just arrived at it. Wednesday considered him for a moment that felt longer than it was. "Research," she said first. Then, after the slightest pause, survival. Harry held her gaze. That answer, too, was more honest than comfort would have been. He nodded once and went inside. Later, alone in the East Tower room, he took Hermione's pages from his coat and added a new note beneath the last one he had written, not random exile. Placement. Possible planned convergence with archivist. He stared at the line for a long time before putting down the pencil. Outside the window, Nevermore stood silent beneath the overcast sky, not welcoming, not hostile. Waiting. And somewhere below the library, beneath old wards and layered stone, something older than policy had just become a name. The day after Ron's mirror warning, everything at Nevermore acquired edges, not new edges, sharper ones. Harry noticed them in places that should have remained ordinary. In the way students lowered their voices a fraction when faculty passed. In the way Principal Weems stood too still at breakfast, scanning the room with the exact composure of someone balancing three truths she had not yet chosen between. In the way the suppression anklet seemed to have developed a second pulse, still cold, still heavy, but now responding to the school in minute intervals Harry could not predict. And in Wednesday, especially in Wednesday, she was not visibly more tense. Harry suspected visible tension would have offended her as an aesthetic failure, but her attention had narrowed. At breakfast, she did not look at him once. In occult treaty law, she took notes fast enough to make the pencil seem nervous. During lunch, she disappeared entirely, which meant either she had found a new line of inquiry or was committing something educational against a locked archive. By the time combat studies began, Harry was too aware of the coming night to fully focus on anything else. Master Varro noticed. Of course he noticed. Varro noticed weakness the way some men noticed whether instinctively, without interest in whether it wished to remain private. "Potter," he said, halfway through drills. "You're leaving half your attention somewhere else." Harry reset his stance opposite Rowan Blackthorne and kept his voice even. "Still enough to win." Rowan, who had not forgiven that last loss but had become more respectful because of it, snorted. "You British always make threats sound like weather reports." Varro's scar shifted faintly. "Then prove it." The next exchange hit harder than the others, not cruelly. That was not Varro's way. He did not believe in theatrical punishment. He believed in exposing structural weaknesses by force and expecting students to repair them before the weakness became fatal. Rowan came fast, telekinetic shoves threaded through his movements with unnerving precision. Harry's anklet prevented no physical response, but the device dragged at his timing now whenever he moved too close to instinct. He took the first shove off balance, corrected, ducked the second, and almost missed the third because for one fatal half-second he was thinking not about Rowan's weight shift, but about the sentence in Ron's mirror report. Provided suppressor integrity holds until convergence window. That half-second cost him. Rowan's shoulder hit center mass, drove him backward, and would have put him flat if Harry had not turned the fall at the last instant and let momentum roll through his hips. He came back up on one knee, breath sharp, anger flaring at himself more than Rowan. The training hall air changed, just briefly. A lamp overhead dimmed. Harry froze. So did Rowan. Across the room, 3 telekinetic students lost control of a suspended practice baton, which clattered harmlessly to the floor but drew every eye in the hall for exactly 1 second. Enough. Harry stood slowly. Varro had seen it. Harry knew that before he looked. The older man's gaze had shifted, not alarm, not surprise, but that colder thing professionals did when their suspicions became data. "Again," Varro said. The rest of the class moved on. Harry and Rowan did not. This time Harry kept every thought nailed to the present. Weight, breath, angle, momentum tells. No ministry, no vault, no convergence, just the body in front of him and the mathematics of force. He won in under a minute, not because Rowan fought badly. Because Harry stopped leaving room for distraction. When the whistle blew, Varro dismissed the class in clipped, efficient phrases. Students scattered in sweat and noise. Rowan gave Harry one hard look, then a grudging nod, and went to find ice for his shoulder. Varro waited until the room had nearly emptied. Then he said, without preamble, "Office hours. Tonight, 7." Harry wiped sweat from his face with the edge of his sleeve. I've got plans. Varro's expression suggested that was both expected and unconvincing. 7. He repeated and walked away before Harry could decide whether to object again. Which, Harry reflected, was one of the more irritating traits authority figures could possess. Knowing exactly when to end a conversation by assuming victory. He found Wednesday in the library an hour later, exactly where she had not wanted to be seen, and therefore, of course, was invisible to everyone else. She occupied a table in the rear alcove beneath a dead globe lamp, surrounded by books in 3 languages, a sheaf of copied diagrams, and what looked alarmingly like charcoal rubbings of old stone inscriptions. Without looking up, she said. Varro noticed. Harry dropped into the chair opposite her. Is there a school-wide betting pool on my internal collapse, or are you simply omnipresent? Wednesday turned a page. I passed the training hall. The atmosphere changed. Also, Rowan Blackthorne left with the expression of a man who had just been educated against his will. Her eyes flicked up at last. What did Varro say? Office hours. 7. That's inconvenient. Harry glanced at the spread of books. You say that like this isn't. Wednesday ignored the comment and slid one of the rubbings across the table. Strange angular symbols inked in dark strokes, interwoven with spirals and hooked marks too old-looking to belong to anything modern. I revised the working model, she said. The outer vault wards aren't keyed to force. They're keyed to misclassification. The school's founders built them to reject anything entering under false magical assumptions. Harry picked up the rubbing. In English! Wednesday regarded him with what might, in a kinder person, have been patience. The vault does not respond to what a person calls their power. It responds to what that power is underneath institutional interpretation. Modern systems are built around lineage categories, spell traditions, and ritual schools. Founder-era containment magic was less polite. It asked different questions. Harry thought of the wards flaring under his hand, not repelling him, not accepting him, but recognizing. What changed? He asked. Wednesday tapped 2 places on the diagram. I found blood traces in the mortar seams around the outer arch, old, bound into the original construction. The stonework itself was keyed with living testimony, identity confirmed through contact, not through wand signature or lineage registration. Blood in the mortar, Harry said quietly. Wednesday nodded once. Founders had a distressing commitment to durability. Harry looked down at the symbols again. And this helps us how? It means the wards didn't open for you because you overpowered them. They opened because your contact constituted true information. The sentence made something in Harry's chest tighten. He set the rubbing down. I'm getting tired of things telling me what I am before I know it myself. Wednesday closed the book in front of her. Then we should continue before someone else decides the answer for you. That, unfortunately, was compelling. Harry glanced toward the far stacks. 7. Wednesday's eyes narrowed slightly in calculation. Varro first, vault afterward. Are you not remotely curious why he wants to see me? I'm intensely curious, she said. I'm simply also practical. If he knows something relevant, we take it. If he wastes your time with pedagogy, we recover it later. Harry almost smiled. You talk like time owes you money. It often behaves as though it does. Varro's office occupied an old vestry room off the combat studies hall. Harry arrived 3 minutes late on principle, only to find the door already open and Varro sitting behind a desk that looked as though it had lost several prior arguments with its owner. The room itself was sparse. Bookshelves, weapons rack, a dented filing cabinet, 1 lamp, a window showing the last of evening flattening itself over the western grounds. Varro did not invite him to sit. Your suppressor, he said without greeting, was designed by cowards who consulted competent craftspeople. Harry leaned one shoulder against the doorframe instead of stepping further in. That sounds like a specific insult. It is. Varro folded his hands. It's a suppression device built for someone whose ordinary spellcasting they feared and whose involuntary manifestations they did not understand. Cold iron, basilisk venom lacquer, adaptive runic choke sequence, British work, probably with outside consultation. Harry's expression did not change. Inside, something did. You know a lot about it. I know what it's for, Varro said, which is not quite the same thing, meaning. Varro studied him for a long second. Meaning it suppresses shaped magic, intentional output, spell architecture. It's less effective against prelinguistic manifestations because those don't travel through the same formal channels. Harry said nothing. Varro's gaze sharpened. The question is whether you've realized that yet. Harry thought of the stitch dissolving, the black flame in the lantern, the pressure under the anklet like a river learning the shape of its dam. I'm realizing several things, he said. Varro grunted approval or annoyance, hard to tell with him. Good, here's another. Never let anyone tell you that what comes out of you unbidden is therefore more true than what you choose. He leaned back slightly. Power before language is still power, not destiny. The words landed harder than Harry expected, because they were dangerously close to what he needed to hear, which made him distrust them on sight. Varro saw that too, judging by the faint shift at the scar along his cheek. You don't have to believe me, he said. You do, however, have to survive long enough to decide. Harry straightened from the doorframe. Why tell me this? Varro's gaze moved briefly to the anklet and back. Because schools built for outcasts tend to accumulate the debris of governments, and because I dislike waste. That was the sort of answer Harry would have believed from a kinder man and distrusted from a sentimental one. From Varro, it sounded almost generous, almost. He left with no further explanation, and a sharper awareness that Nevermore contained more people who knew things than its administrative face admitted. By the time the West Tower bell struck 11, rain had started again. Wednesday waited in the lower library passage with the black notebook, the key, and an oilskin packet tucked under one arm. You smell like instructional disappointment, she observed as Harry joined her. Varro says hello. I doubt that. Harry eyed the packet. What's that? Paper, chalk. A rubbing cloth, string, 2 candles, 1 knife. Wednesday said this as if listing groceries. The essentials, Harry looked at her. For a vault or a murder? Yes. They moved through the hidden service corridor in near darkness, their candlelight cutting brief gold wounds through dust and shadow. The passage felt tighter tonight, less like a secret and more like an artery that knew it was being used after hours. At the false panel, Wednesday paused. Different approach, she said quietly. No active reaching. Last time you touched the outer seam like you were trying a handle. Tonight, no assumption of entry, only contact. Let the ward define the next step. Harry stared at the panel. You make this sound very simple. It isn't simple. It's precise. Comforting distinction. It should be. They emerged into the lower stacks. No sounds from above. No thornwood. No faculty. Only the library's deep midnight stillness and the rain tracing its fingers down the high windows. At the vault arch, the air already felt different, denser, expectant. Wednesday set the oilskin packet on the floor, removed 1 candle and lit it. The small flame threw uneven light across the black iron bands and the seam in the stone, still faintly visible from the last activation. Bare hand. She said. Harry took off his glove. The stone looked ordinary in exactly the way old dangerous things often did. Not dramatic, not glowing, merely present. Which Harry had learned was often worse. He pressed his palm flat against the seam. The vault woke instantly, no gradual hum this time. Recognition had memory now. Violet light raced through the ward lines beneath the stone. The iron bands darkened and then gave off that same deep internal pulse, like buried stars lit under water. Cold moved outward from the arch in a clean ring, carrying with it a scent Harry had not noticed before. Old blood. Not fresh, not metallic in the ordinary way, something drier and stranger, as if the stone itself remembered being mixed with it. Wednesday crouched beside the arch, eyes following the patterns as they flared. Good, she murmured. Same sequence, no defensive surge. Harry kept his hand in place, the sensation of being read returned, stronger now, not hostile, exhaustively accurate. The wards seemed to travel through him without crossing skin, distinguishing between what the ministry had named. what the suppressor currently prevented, and what underneath both still remained. Then something clicked, not mechanically, conceptually, the outer bands unsealed. One by one, the black iron crossbars loosened from the stone with soft, old sounds, sighs of pressure releasing after a very long discipline. The false wall shuddered, then split inward along the seam Harry's hand covered. Darkness breathed out. Stale air rolled over them, carrying dust, extinguished resin, wet mineral, and that same faint blood memory in the mortar. Harry stepped back involuntarily as the narrow door opened just enough to permit a person through sideways. Neither he nor Wednesday spoke for several seconds. Then Wednesday lifted the candle. "We proceed." The chamber beyond was not the vault proper. It was an antechamber built like a held breath. Narrower than Harry expected, low-ceilinged, stone walls close enough that sound returned too quickly. Shelves had once lined one side, though most had rotted or collapsed into blackened wood and rusted brackets. The floor bore a thick coat of dust broken by old drag marks and one more recent set of disturbance lines that Harry could not identify. At the far end stood another door, this one unmistakably older. Black iron over stone, sealed at the center with an inset disc of some dark metal that swallowed candlelight rather than reflected it. Between Harry and that inner door, 3 broken stone tablets leaned against the wall where they had either been placed long ago or thrown there in the course of some hurried prior attempt to move them. Wednesday exhaled very softly. "Antechamber," she said. "Founder era, maybe earlier in design. Secondary seal still active." Harry stepped in beside her. The suppression anklet had gone very cold again, but not in warning, in resonance. Like something in the chamber was striking the same note from a different instrument. He looked down at the tablets. Each stood nearly to his waist, though one had cracked diagonally through the middle and another was missing a corner. The surfaces were carved with 2 distinct scripts. The first was angular and flowing at once, composed of hooked marks, spirals, and branching cuts that looked like diagrams taught themselves how to become language. The second made Harry's breath stop. Parcel tongue, not spoken, not heard, but written. The serpent script flowed across the stone in elegant looping lines he knew with instant, impossible recognition. "In America," he said before he could stop himself. Wednesday's gaze snapped to him. "You recognize it." Harry knelt by the nearest tablet. "Yeah." That word felt wildly insufficient in the presence of the truth. Parcel tongue on stone. Beneath Nevermore. In a vault older than the school's current walls. The wizarding world treated Parseltongue like a blood-stained inheritance tied to Salazar Slytherin, Britain, suspicion, darkness. And here it was on another continent, centuries deep and carved beside a script Wednesday recognized. He looked up at her. "Tell me you knew this might happen." "I knew there were secondary inscriptions. Thornwood's index hinted at dual-language artifacts." Wednesday crouched opposite him, candle between them. "I did not know one of those languages would be serpent speech." Harry touched the edge of the nearest carved line without quite tracing it. "It shouldn't be here." Wednesday's expression remained grave and fascinated all at once. "And yet, like so many useful things, it is." She unpacked the rubbing cloth and paper with rapid, precise movements. "We divide the work. I'll take the founder's notation, you take the parcel tongue." Harry stared at the lines again. The old familiar reluctance rose at once. Parseltongue had always been a language other people heard before they heard him. It had made chambers open, snakes listen, accusations sharpen. Even here, even after exile, some part of him still braced for the sound of it to make the world flinch. But the tablets were here. And the ministry's placement suddenly looked less like panic and more like a pattern old enough to have anticipated him. So Harry nodded. They began. Wednesday copied symbols onto paper first, matching spirals to broken branches of script with a concentration so absolute it bordered on reverence. Harry worked more slowly. Written Parseltongue was not precisely the same as hearing it spoken. The shapes carried sound values but also direction, emphasis, intent. Some marks implied hissed continuities, others signaled concepts rather than words. "What do you have?" Wednesday asked after several minutes. Harry leaned closer to the first tablet. 2 children of exile, he said slowly. No born of exile or made by it. The wording's strange. Wednesday translated her own column silently beside him. The founder's script uses the same ambiguity, she said. Exile as state and action. Harry swallowed. Read further, shall meet at the threshold. His anklet pulsed once. Wednesday looked up sharply but said nothing. Harry shifted to the second line. The serpent shapes there were deeper, as if whoever carved them had pressed harder at this point. One who carries death as a passenger, he read. The chamber went colder. Wednesday's pencil halted over her page. And, Harry continued, feeling each word before he fully understood it, one for whom death steps aside. For a moment neither moved, then Wednesday said, very carefully, that aligns. Harry looked up. With what? She tapped the founder's script on her page. The companion subject, not magical classification, functional identity. An individual death does not adhere to in the expected way. It yields ground. Harry stared. You're looking at me, Wednesday said. He was. He hadn't realized it until she said so. And yes, the line fit her in the unsettling, prophecy-like way such things always fit by making old truths suddenly sound arranged. Harry looked back down before the thought could grow teeth. The next line on the third tablet had been split by a crack, but enough remained to read. When the void conduit, Harry's voice dropped involuntarily on the phrase, speaks in the serpent tongue within the stone hole, the anklet vibrated, not suppressed, answered. The entire device hummed around his ankle with a faint metallic resonance that ran up his bones like a tuning fork struck inside marrow. Wednesday's head snapped toward it. Don't stop! Harry's throat felt dry. The archivist awakens! The candle flame bowed, not out, bent. Every shadow in the antechamber seemed to lean the same direction for one impossible second, toward the inner door. Harry stared at the last visible lines, heart thudding harder now. It shall consume that which was sealed, he read. Seal breakers become the seal. Silence. Then Wednesday said, in the calm tone of someone observing the weather become homicidal, we may have made a significant error. Harry did not take his eyes off the tablet. We woke something up. Possibly, Wednesday said. Or we fulfilled the first condition for waking something up, which is meaningfully different in terms of timeline and response options. Do you hear yourself? Constantly. It's one of my more exhausting traits. Harry almost laughed, but the sound died before it formed. Because he could feel it now, not in the chamber exactly below it, behind it. Somewhere past the inner sealed door and deeper than the library foundations. A pressure had shifted, not fully awake, not active, but no longer hypothetical. The sensation reminded him horribly of the veil in the Department of Mysteries, the way it had stopped being scenery and become attention. Wednesday stood and crossed to the inner door, candle held high. The inset disc at its center had changed. When they entered, it was a matte darkness. Now thin hairline veins of gray-white light moved under its surface, slow and deliberate as something testing nerve endings. Wednesday, Harry said. She didn't touch it. Thank God she did not touch it. Instead, she leaned close, examining the edge of the seal with scholar's hunger and survivor's caution in perfect balance. Anchored, she murmured. Complex containment. Negative space housing, maybe, not built to cage a body, built to contain an absence with appetite. Harry got to his feet, every instinct screaming at him to get out of the chamber now. English. Wednesday looked back at him. Her eyes were very dark in the candlelight. It doesn't feed on flesh first, she said. It feeds on memory, identity. The magical architecture that makes a person continuous to themselves. Her gaze flicked to the tablets. The hospitalized students. Something cold and horrible settled into place, not exhaustion, not curses, consumed memory, magical identity. A thing sealed under the school that had begun testing its reach before waking fully. Harry looked again at the broken prophecy stones. The archivist awakens. Not metaphor, then. Not a symbolic office or title in a ministry memo. A thing. A real thing. And the ministry had known enough to place him here under a suppressor, time to hold until convergence. The realization came not as panic, but as a flattening clarity so pure it almost hurt. "They didn't send me here to be contained," he said quietly. Wednesday met his gaze. "No," she said. "They sent you here to matter." That was somehow worse. The candle flickered hard. Above them, very far above, something in the library shifted with a muffled crack, as if a shelf had settled or a stack of books had been moved by a hand no one saw. Wednesday closed the notebook with abrupt decisiveness. "We leave now." Harry did not argue. They gathered the pages, the rubbings, the candle. As they turned toward the exit, Harry glanced once over his shoulder. For one instant, no more than a blink, the faint light beneath the inner seal arranged itself into something that looked terribly like a vertical eye opening. Then the candle guttered, and it was only light again. They stepped out of the antechamber. Harry pressed his hand to the outer seam once more, and the first vault door sealed behind them with a heavy inward pull, iron bands rebinding into place, as though the chamber had inhaled and closed its mouth. Only when they were back in the lower stacks, among ordinary books and ordinary dark, did either of them speak. Wednesday set the candle down on a table and spread their copied notes flat across the wood. "The working model is now confirmed," she said. "The archivist is an entity. It predates the school's current administration by at least 2 centuries. It was sealed here using void-class interaction and dual-script containment logic." Harry braced both hands on the table and stared at the copied prophecy lines. "And it feeds on memory." "Yes. And only now is it waking up." "Yes," he looked at her. "Because of me." Wednesday did not answer immediately, not because she was trying to spare him. Harry was starting to understand that she did not operate in those terms. She was measuring the truth for precision. "Because of contact between you and the vault," she said at last. "Whether that means causation, sequence activation, or inevitable convergence remains under investigation." A beat. "But your role is no longer theoretical." Harry stared at the paper until the symbols blurred slightly. The suppression anklet had finally stopped vibrating, but the bone-deep echo of it remained. He could still feel the prophecy sentence under his skin. When the void conduit speaks in the serpent tongue within the stone hall, it had named him before he named himself. He hated prophecy. He hated being legible to old plans. He hated, most of all, how often the world seemed to reserve its oldest machinery for children and call that destiny when the gears started to turn. Wednesday's hand flattened one corner of the notes against a draft. "We adjust." Harry looked up. "That's your response?" "It's the only useful one." Her gaze sharpened. "We map the archivist's architecture before it finishes waking. We identify what it feeds through, where it reaches, what the original seal required, and why the prophecy names both of us." She gathered the pages back into order. "Then we decide what everyone else is lying about." Some of the pressure in Harry's chest eased, not because the situation had improved, because the shape of the next steps existed problems. Structure. Method. Wednesday, he was beginning to understand, did not reduce fear. She converted it into work. Oddly, that helped. As they slipped back through the hidden panel into the service passage, Harry said, "You really think the prophecy names you?" Wednesday extinguished the candle with her fingers. The flame died without protest. "It describes me," she said into the dark. "I dislike lazy writing, but not enough to deny pattern when it becomes repetitive." Harry snorted despite himself. The sound echoed once down the narrow corridor. When they reached the safer dark near the outer door, Wednesday paused. "Do not use the mirror tonight," she said. Harry frowned. "Why?" "Because if the archivist is testing newly opened lines of attention, external communication may be easier to follow than usual." She tilted her head, listening to something beyond the walls. "And because the school feels wrong." Harry stood very still. Now that she named it, he felt it too. Not danger in the immediate sense, more like the entire building had moved 1 degree off true north and was pretending not to notice. "All right," he said. Wednesday nodded once. They parted at the east stair without further ceremony. Harry climbed alone, each step sounding slightly different than it had the night before. In room 47E, he locked the door, set Hermione's pages on the desk, and added new notes beneath the last line. Prophecy tablet in Parseltongue plus founder script. Void conduit. Archivist awakens. Entity feeds on memory/magical identity. Ministry likely knew. He stopped there. Then, after a long hesitation, wrote one more. We may have triggered it. Harry set down the pencil and stared at the words until the radiator hissed and made him flinch. Outside the window, Nevermore stood under rain and overcast, every tower dark except for a few sparse lamps. The school looked unchanged. But Harry knew better now. Below the library, behind blood-set mortar and founder wards, something had heard its name and begun to listen back. The first thing Harry noticed was the color, not because it was wrong in some simple way, though it was. Because it had been rearranged with the sort of deliberate malice only memory could produce. The corridor stretched ahead of him in familiar stone and shadow, but Hogwarts had never worn Nevermore's grays, and Nevermore had never held torchlight in that warm, golden, impossible way. Here both existed at once, layered badly, like two truths forced into the same shape until each one began to distort the other. The suits of armor along the wall had become ravens with steel wings. The stained glass windows from the Combat Studies Hall stood where the portraits outside Gryffindor Tower ought to have been, and somewhere overhead, a ceiling he could not see kept changing its mind about whether it wanted to be enchanted stars or storm clouds. Harry stood still. He knew dreams. He knew nightmares. This was neither exactly. Nightmares usually relied on excess. Too much blood, too much darkness, faces becoming monstrous in the obvious ways. This felt quieter and infinitely worse. An intelligence moving through memory like a meticulous burglar, rearranging objects only slightly and trusting the smallest wrongness to do the damage. His hand went for his wand. Nothing, of course. Then he looked down and saw the suppression anklet at his right ankle, gleaming black against a floor that shifted every few seconds between Hogwarts flagstone and Nevermore tile. The anklet was colder here, not physically, symbolically. As if the dream, if that was what this was, understood that it belonged. A door opened at the far end of the corridor. Light spilled through. Not lantern light, not torchlight. The pale, clinical illumination of courtroom 10, Harry's pulse thudded once hard. He did not want to go toward it. Which was why, after a beat, he began walking. The corridor lengthened. Of course it did. The far door never grew closer in the normal way. Instead, the architecture between them changed to accommodate his movement. Hallways bending and joining, staircases appearing where none had been a second before, doors from Hogwarts inserted into Nevermore stone and vice versa. The effect should have been dizzying. Instead, it felt horribly organized, as if the place had already studied him enough to know exactly how to build a maze out of partial recognition. Somewhere to his left, he heard laughter. Not loud, not mocking, just familiar enough to make his throat tighten before his mind caught up. Fred and George, maybe, or students at dinner. Or Ron in the common room years ago after a Quidditch win. The sound came from behind a half-open archway where warm light pooled across worn stone. Harry stopped. The laughter came again, softer now. Inviting. He knew better. He knew better, and still his body leaned toward it before his mind dragged him back. The archway closed on its own with a quiet click. He kept walking. At the next turn he found the Department of Mysteries, or not the department itself. A version of it. The Hall of Prophecy shelves rose in long, glittering lines under a ceiling of black beams and raven-shaped chandeliers. Glass orbs trembled softly in their racks, each one filled not with mist but with moving scenes. Hogwarts staircases, Nevermore windows, the Burrow kitchen, the cupboard under Privet Drive stairs, the black fountain in the courtyard. Harry stepped closer to one. Inside, 11 auras stood in silence, no faces, only outlines. Then one by one their wands went dark. Harry staggered backward. The orb cracked from the inside and dissolved into black powder that never reached the floor. "You're not very useful when you flinch," said a voice behind him. Harry turned. He expected the archivist to wear some single obvious shape. He should have known better. It wore absence, not invisibility, something worse. A region of the room had stopped agreeing to remain visual. The figure at the end of the aisle looked roughly human only because Harry's mind was trying, furiously, to impose human boundaries on it. Dark coat, tall frame. Hands folded behind its back, but the edges of it were incomplete, fraying into the air like paper burned without flame. Wherever its face should have been, the dream seemed unable to hold detail for longer than a blink. When it moved, the prophecies on the shelves dimmed. Harry's scar did not hurt. That was worse than pain. Pain at least belonged to familiar enemies. This thing did not connect to the scar the way Voldemort had. It connected to the spaces around Harry's memories, the unseen joins between one survival and the next. He felt it touch those joins, not with fingers, with appetite. "I don't know you," Harry said. The knot figure tilted its head. "That," it replied, "is inaccurate." Its voice came from everywhere at once, layered and dry. Not many voices. One voice remembering how plurality used to work and deciding to keep the effect. Harry took a step back. Behind him, the shelves had changed again. The Hall of Prophecy was now the Nevermore Library, though the books still held glass orbs in their spines, and the upper balconies swayed like hanging bridges over dark water. "You've been read," the thing said. "Named, filed, assigned, contained." How industrious they always are before they feed children to structures older than their offices. Harry's jaw tightened. "Get out of my head." The figure's shoulders shifted in something that might have been amusement if amusement had ever been stripped of pleasure and reduced to arrangement. "I'm not in your head," it said. "I'm in the architecture your head uses to remain itself." The floor under Harry's feet went soft, not physically, conceptually. He felt memory begin to slide, not disappear, detach, moments losing order. A staircase at Hogwarts and a corridor at Nevermore trying to occupy the same mental room. Aunt Petunia's face overlaying one of the Wisengamot witches. Sirius laughing from behind the veil and Eugene talking about decorative crypts in the same breath. Harry sucked in air. The instinct was immediate. Resist. Fight. Cast. He reached again for a wand that was not there. The anklet flared icy black around his leg. Nothing happened. The figure at the end of the aisle came one step nearer without crossing distance. "What do they call you?" it asked. "When they need to excuse what they are doing." The question hit like a hand around the back of the neck. Harry did not answer. The dream answered for him. Chosen one, dangerous, unstable, boy who lived, void conduit. Each phrase whispered out of the shelves in different voices, paper dry and endlessly bureaucratic. Dumbledore, the prophet, ministry officials, classmates, teachers, enemies, allies. Names laid over him one atop another until identity became the space buried underneath. The thing moved closer again. "I prefer cleaner language," it said. Harry's vision narrowed, not because he was losing consciousness, because the dream was trying to economize him. Cutting detail, simplifying, turning a person into the summary most useful to whoever wanted him next. He had felt this before, not in this form, but in spirit. Privet Drive, the courtroom. Every conversation in which adults discussed him as a role and called that care. The realization hit with brutal simplicity. This thing did not invent wounds. It fed through ones already built. Harry straightened. It was a tiny motion, barely anything, but the figure paused as if some internal expectation had gone unmet. "No," Harry said. The word came out rough. The dream shifted around him. The shelves darkened further. The figure's face, if it had one, remained unresolved. "You are already mostly refusal." It said, "That makes you difficult to catalogue, not impossible." Harry's mind lurched sideways. Suddenly he was in the cupboard under the stairs. No transition. One blink and the department/Nevermore/Hogwarts hybrid had become a narrow dark box lined with coats and old shoes. Child-sized. Airless. The smell of dust and trapped heat. A spider web in one corner. The crack under the door admitting a strip of whole light. He was too big for it now. That was part of the cruelty. He felt 17-year-old shoulders pressed into 10-year-old confinement, the space folding time around itself until age became irrelevant next to helplessness. From the other side of the door came voices. "Aunt Petunia, Vernon, Dudley laughing. Then, impossibly, ministry voices layered in with them, uncontrolled deployment. Hazard containment. Review board, the door began to open inward. Harry shoved back against it on instinct. At the same moment, something colder than the cupboard air touched the memory from the inside, as if the dream intended not merely to replay the scene, but to consume what made it formative. That did it. Not rage, not panic. A different thing. Harry felt the exact shape of it when it arrived, the ancient, exhausted fury of being defined by structures that had no right to claim him. Cupboard, courtroom, prophecy chamber, school vault. It all lined up in one brutal, clean axis. He did not reach for magic. He reached for refusal. Not the performed kind. Not teenage defiance. Something underneath language, the same subterranean current that had answered the stitch. The feeling of existence drawing a boundary so absolute it did not care whether anyone else considered it legal. The cupboard split down the middle. No explosion. No flash. One moment the dark enclosed him. The next it simply stopped being a coherent place. Boards peeled apart into black seams, voices shredded into paper-thin static. The whole memory ruptured around a silence deeper than silence, and Harry fell through it. Woke on the floor of room 47E with his shoulder slammed against the bed frame and his breath punching out of him in ragged bursts. Dark. Real dark this time. Real room. Real radiator hiss. Real narrow window showing nothing but overcast night and the faint outline of rain. Harry stayed where he was for a second, one hand locked around the bedspread so hard his knuckles hurt. His heart was trying to escape through his ribs. His scar did not hurt. The suppression anklet did. No, not pain. Cold, violent cold, like a metal jaw had clamped around the bones of his ankle and was trying to remind the rest of his body who outranked it. He pushed himself upright. 3 black fracture lines ran up the wall beside the bed. They looked less like scorch marks than the negative traces of cracks through reality that had decided not to bother with depth. Thin, branching, absolute. The plaster around them remained intact. No debris, no broken stone. Just those impossible black lines climbing from the floor to halfway up the wall and stopping as though interrupted. Harry stared at them, then he was moving, not thinking. Moving, shoes, coat, door, the corridor outside his room was empty and freezing. Midnight had sunk deep into the east tower. The lanterns were low. Portraits along the wall watched him pass with discreet alarm. Somewhere a floorboard complained under his weight. Harry took the stairs too fast and nearly misjudged the last turn because his head was still split between the waking room and the dream architecture overlaying it. Half the hall outside seemed for a second to contain Hogwarts arches under Nevermore stone. He blinked hard until it stopped. He did not stop moving. There were several people he could have gone to, Principal Weems if he wanted authority and questions, Varro if he wanted the brutal version of useful, the infirmary if he was interested in being observed medically. He went to Wednesday. The decision did not feel like a choice so much as a fact emerging. Her room was in the west wing, 3rd floor, end of a corridor lined with narrow windows and unsettling family portraits donated by generations of Addams relatives who appeared to consider death portraiture an acceptable extension of hospitality. Harry reached a door and knocked once. No answer. He knocked again, harder. A lock clicked almost instantly. The door opened. Wednesday stood in the threshold fully dressed except for her coat, black blouse buttoned to the throat, braids intact, expression annoyingly alert for 3 in the morning. As if she had not been sleeping at all, or had and resented the interruption less than most people would have. Harry became aware, with delayed absurdity, of the sentence he had assembled on the way here, and how unhinged it sounded now that she was actually looking at him. "The thing tried something," he said. "I need to document it before the details blur, and your room is the only place where the walls aren't listening." Wednesday studied his face for one beat, then she stepped aside immediately. Enter. Her room was not what Harry expected, not warmer exactly. Wednesday did not look like a person who decorated for comfort in any obvious sense, but the space had density. Shelves of books, jars of specimen-like things on a side table, a writing desk covered in notes, pinned diagrams, and a half-disassembled mechanical typewriter. One narrow bed. One violin case. A black candle burning on the windowsill, scenting the room faintly with something herbal and difficult to classify. Most importantly, the walls were lined in chalked symbols, wards probably, though not ones Harry recognized. Interlocking spirals, angled runes, and protective marks written so neatly they looked like the room had been structured from them rather than decorated with them later. Wednesday shut the door. "What happened?" she asked. Harry opened his mouth. Nothing came out for a second. That in itself was alarming. Harry was used to recounting terrible things clinically. He had spent years turning trauma into reports because adults responded better to sequence than feeling. But this had gone somewhere more intimate than most nightmares. It had handled the joins between memories. Touched the place's identity stitched itself together. Wednesday was already at the desk, clearing space with brisk efficiency. "Sit," she said. Harry sat. She handed him paper and a pencil without comment, then took one for herself. "Start at the beginning," she said. "Not the emotional beginning. The event beginning." Harry stared at the blank page, then began. As he spoke, Wednesday wrote, not interrupted, not soothed, wrote. Every detail got sorted into columns and arrows on the page in her precise hand. Dream architecture, overlay of Hogwarts and Nevermore. Department of Mysteries shelves becoming library stacks. Figure with incomplete face. Voice pattern, shift from prophecy shelves to cupboard, pressure on memory continuity. Language used, repeated naming by institutions. Black fracture lines on waking wall. At some point she crossed to a small cabinet, took out a ruler, and came back to draw the fracture lines as Harry described them. "Did it touch a memory you regard as formative or merely accessible?" she asked. Harry looked at her. "Those are terrible options. They are nonetheless separate." He rubbed a hand over his face. "Formative, which one induced the break?" "The cupboard." Wednesday wrote that down, "Not the courtroom." "No, interesting." Harry let out a breath. "You keep saying that. It keeps being true." He described the figure's voice. She asked if it had sounded like many people. "No," Harry said. "More like one voice that remembered plurality as a convenience." Wednesday's pencil paused. "That is an appalling sentence," she said. "You asked." "I know, it's useful. I'm simply objecting aesthetically." Harry laughed once despite himself, then stopped because the laugh came too easy against the edges of something he still couldn't quite feel safely. Wednesday noticed. Of course she did. But instead of commenting on it, she said, "Did it attempt to reorder memory chronology?" "Yes." "Erase?" "No." "Worse." "How?" Harry stared past her at one of the chalkboards on the wall. "Erase would have meant losing things," he said slowly. "This was more like making the wrong things adjacent, making them tell the wrong story." The cupboard and the courtroom and the prophecy shelves all felt like the same room. Like it wanted every place I'd ever been trapped by other people's decisions to collapse into one structure. Wednesday went very still. Then she wrote more quickly. When she spoke again, her voice was even quieter than usual. "You've been trained to experience horror as information." Harry looked up. The sentence hit in a place he had not braced, not because it was cruel, because it wasn't. That was the problem. It landed without accusation, without admiration either. Just truth stated cleanly enough to make denial feel childish. Harry thought of dementors, basilisks, graveyards, courts, death chambers. How many times had he survived first and understood later because understanding later was the only schedule survival allowed? "Is that what that is?" he asked. Wednesday's gaze held his for a second longer than usual. "Yes, no softness, no pity, just answer." Oddly, that helped more than comfort would have. Harry leaned back in the chair and became abruptly aware of how tired his body was beneath the adrenaline. His hands shook once before he forced them still. Wednesday noticed that too and pushed a glass of water across the desk. He hadn't seen her pour it. He drank. The room's wards hummed very faintly in the background, or perhaps that was the radiator, or perhaps Wednesday's room simply had its own idea of silence and it sounded more structured than the rest of the school. She flipped to a fresh page. Now the language. She said, "Repeat exactly what it called you." Harry did. Wednesday noted each term. Did it name itself? No. Did it have to? Harry thought about that. No. Wednesday nodded once. Good. That implies confidence rather than uncertainty. The thing under the vault assumes recognition before introduction. Comforting. I'm not trying to comfort you, I know. A beat. Good, she said. Harry put the empty water glass down and stared at the notebook between them. The words already written there gave the experience edges he had not had when he burst through her door. Not safer edges, but shape, columns, sequence, method. The horror remained. It had simply stopped being formless. You were right, he said. Wednesday did not look up. That's a statistically common development. Not about that. Harry gestured vaguely to the paper. About the thing feeding through identity. That got her attention. She set down the pencil. It targeted the places where your sense of self was already built around endurance rather than stability. She said, "That makes you difficult to consume cleanly. There isn't a simple narrative spine to take, only scar tissue and reinforcement." A slight tilt of her head. "Which is probably why you're awake." Harry frowned. "Probably." It may have expected collapse or submission to dream logic. Instead it encountered, Wednesday considered the page, structural stubbornness. That's a rude phrase. It's accurate. Harry looked down at the anklet. The metal had stopped burning quite so fiercely, but the whole device still felt strained. Tighter, different. Wednesday followed his gaze. "Show me." He hesitated, then bent and pulled up the hem of his trouser leg. The suppressor gleamed dull black in the candlelight. At first he thought nothing had changed. Then he saw it. A single hairline crack ran through the outer iron casing near the hinge. Tiny, precise. Impossible to miss once seen. Harry stared. Wednesday moved from her chair to kneel beside the desk with the clinical directness of a field surgeon. She did not touch the device immediately. First she studied the runes, the basilisk venom filigree, the crack itself. "That wasn't there yesterday." She said, "No. When did you first feel the difference?" "In the dream, maybe when I woke." Wednesday took a small brass magnifier from her sleeve, because of course she carried one, and examined the fissure. "The casing is stressed from the inside," she said. Harry looked sharply at her. "Meaning?" "Meaning the fracture line radiates outward. The suppression field didn't crack because an external force attacked it. It cracked because something within its containment pattern pushed against a structural seam repeatedly enough to find failure." He stared at the device. The crack was tiny. A hairline. Barely there, and yet now that he saw it, he could feel it too. The suppression around his magic was still present, still cold, still oppressive, but it no longer felt airtight. Somewhere in the system, a window had formed, a line of air entering a room sealed too long. "I should be worried," Harry said quietly. Wednesday straightened. "Yes," she said, "but not in the way your ministry would prefer." He looked up at her. "The suppressor thinning is dangerous," she continued, "but danger and clarity are not the same category. If the archivist's attack accelerated the fracture, then your contact with it is forcing whatever lives under the surface of your magic to stop agreeing with the device's classification." Harry let that settle. In another room, from another person, the explanation might have sounded mystical. Grand. Destined. From Wednesday it sounded like a structural fault report. He preferred that. "How bad is it?" he asked. "Today, a hairline crack." Wednesday returned to her desk and added the new information to the page. "Soon, unknown. The suppressor is still functional, but it will not fail gracefully." Harry exhaled slowly. Something moved in his chest then. Not fear. Not relief. Recognition, the kind that hurt less than panic only because it had been waiting so long to arrive. He had spent days inside the anklet feeling as if the air around his magic had been removed. Every thought of power stopped at metal and venom and legal design. But now, with the crack there, with the thing under the school having touched him and failed to flatten him, with Wednesday's chalked room holding steady around them, he could feel the smallest difference. Like a shutter opening in a suffocating room, the realization frightened him. It also, to his own alarm, almost felt like breathing. Wednesday saw the expression change on his face. "How does it feel?" she asked. Harry looked down at his hands, at the fine tremor fading in them. At the hairline crack in the cold iron, he searched for a phrase that wasn't melodramatic and failed. "Like a window broke," he said, "in a room I didn't realize had gone airless." Wednesday wrote that down too. Of course she did. The clock on her desk showed nearly 4 in the morning by the time they finished mapping the dream. Pages now covered half the surface in neat columns. Symbols, probable attack vectors, memory anchors, language fragments, hypotheses on why the archivist had failed to complete a consumption pattern. Harry sat back, exhausted enough that the edges of the room had started to soften. Wednesday closed the notebook. "For tonight, that's sufficient." Harry nodded once and got to his feet. The room tilted briefly, not dangerously, just enough to remind him how long he'd been awake. Wednesday moved to the door and paused with her hand on the latch. "If it happens again," she said, "come here first, before you allow anyone else to classify it for you." Harry looked at her. There were many ways she could have said that. He heard the one she had chosen. "Right," he said. Wednesday opened the door. The corridor beyond was still dark, the windows pale with the first thin hint of approaching dawn. Harry stopped in the threshold. Then, because exhaustion made honesty easier in strange directions, he said, "You didn't ask if I was all right." Wednesday regarded him with that severe, unreadable face that had begun, in its own unpleasant way, to feel more reliable than overt concern. "You weren't," she said. "Now you're functional." Harry stared at her. Then he laughed once quietly, because that was the most Wednesday answer possible, and because some part of him, against every expectation, was relieved by it. He went back to the east tower through sleeping halls and weak lantern light. When he reached room 47E, the black fracture lines still marked the wall beside his bed. They had not spread. He sat at the desk instead of lying down, pulled Hermione's pages from his coat, and added another note in the margin beneath the last. Direct dream contact. Archivist attacks through memory architecture, not simple fear. Suppressor now cracked. He hesitated. Then, on the next line, still me. Harry set the pencil down. Outside, the overcast sky was beginning to pale. The school remained silent. But in that silence, beneath exhaustion and cold and dread, he could feel it now with terrible clarity. The first small change in the suppressor's hold, the first fracture in the system built to keep him manageable. And for the first time since Courtroom 10, Harry Potter did not feel like a passenger inside his own story, not safe, not free, but no longer merely carried. The thing under Nevermore had made itself personal. That was a mistake. The crack in the suppression anklet changed everything and nothing. Outwardly, Nevermore remained Nevermore. Breakfast still arrived in the dining hall under dim chandeliers and watchful eyes. Students still sorted themselves by instinct and rumor. Principal Weems still moved through the corridors like a woman conducting 5 private wars while allowing none of them to wrinkle her cuffs. The rain stopped. The sky stayed overcast. Life continued with the arrogant persistence institutions often mistook for stability. Inside Harry, the geometry had shifted. The difference was small enough to be missed by anyone looking for drama. That was what made it dangerous. He felt it in the space between thought and restraint now. Where the anklet had once imposed a total stop, it now introduced hesitation. A fraction of air. A mechanical uncertainty in the system built to decide for him what kind of power counted and what kind did not. He still could not cast intentionally. The suppressor still choked shaped magic before it could fully form. But the room inside him no longer felt sealed. It felt cracked. And Harry, who had lived too long around unstable things not to recognize the significance of small breaks, spent the entire next day pretending that knowledge was not following him from class to class like a shadow that had learned patience. Wednesday found him after lunch in the lower courtyard behind the old conservatory, where dead vines latticed black iron and the stone benches held pockets of cold as if preserving them deliberately. "You walk like someone trying not to set off a mine," she said by way of greeting. Harry was leaning against the outer wall, coat half-buttoned, staring at the line of bare trees beyond the grounds. He looked at her without surprise. That feeling of not being surprised when Wednesday appeared was becoming its own problem. "I'm thrilled you've noticed my improvements." Wednesday carried 3 things: her notebook, a length of white chalk, and a tin of old nails. Harry eyed the nails first. "Should I ask?" "No," Wednesday said. "You'll dislike the answer less if you discover it gradually." "That's not reassuring. I'm aware." She walked past him toward the back edge of the courtyard, where the conservatory wall had partly collapsed into an older section of foundation stone. It was a place students seldom used, too exposed to be private, too neglected to be social, and too aesthetically honest for most adolescent ambitions. Harry pushed off the wall and followed. On a flat stretch of stone half-sheltered by an overhang, Wednesday set down the tin, crouched, and began drawing a circle in chalk. Not a large one. About the width of a dinner plate, then a second circle a few feet away, then a line between them. Harry watched in silence for a moment. At last he said, "If this ends with summoning something unhelpful, I'd like it recorded that I objected." Wednesday straightened. "It begins with forcing you to stop thinking like a victim of your own nervous system." Harry folded his arms. "You do know how to start a conversation kindly. You just choose violence instead. Kindness is often only violence delayed by prettier language." She handed him the chalk. Harry looked at it. "And the nails!" "Later. That is somehow worse." Wednesday ignored that. "You said the thing in the dream fed by making unrelated traps feel like one structure," she said. "The cupboard, the courtroom, the prophecy chamber, the institution, different walls, same architecture." Harry's jaw tightened. He knew where she was going. He already disliked it. Wednesday stepped into the first chalk circle and pointed to the second. "Your void response appears to orient not toward rage in the general sense, but toward a specific violation, being defined, contained, or endangered by structures that claim to protect or own you." Harry stared at her. "That's a remarkably clinical way to say betrayal." "Yes," Wednesday said, "because clinical language is easier to use than grief before noon." The words landed and stayed there. Harry looked away toward the tree line. She continued, relentlessly precise. "If the trigger is structural betrayal, then trying to avoid the feeling entirely is useless. It will keep finding you. The only workable option is to stop encountering it by accident." His laugh was short and humorless. "And instead," pick it up deliberately. He looked back at her. Wednesday met his gaze without blinking. "Don't stumble over the wound," she said. "Use it." Harry stared at the chalk in his hand. A crow somewhere above the courtyard gave one disapproving sound and flew off. "Right," he said at last. "And this is the point where I'm supposed to thank you for turning trauma into exercise equipment?" Wednesday considered that. "Only if you're committed to being tedious." That got the smallest exhale out of him, not quite amusement, but not nothing. She stepped out of the first circle and took the chalk back, marking 3 words in sharp capital letters on the stone between the rings. "Key precision separation." Harry read them once, then again. Wednesday tapped the first word. "Principle 1, she said. "Don't reach for the magic. Let the magic reach for what it's already oriented toward." Harry looked at the word KEY. "The feeling is a key," Wednesday continued. "Not because suffering is noble. It isn't. Suffering is boring. But in your case, certain forms of violation appear to unlock pre-linguistic response patterns. If you keep pretending the key isn't a key, you'll continue opening doors by falling into them. That's a terrible image. It's an accurate one." She tapped the second word. "Precision over power. You do not need another uncontrolled pulse. You need direction. A wound used as a bomb is still a wound. A wound used like a scalpel becomes function." Harry looked at the circle she had drawn. "And the third?" Wednesday was quiet for a beat. When she answered, her voice was flatter than usual, which Harry was beginning to understand meant something under it had teeth. "You do not have to become what hurt you to use what it gave you." The courtyard seemed to go still. Harry looked at her, properly looked. That was the most emotionally direct sentence he had ever heard from Wednesday Addams, and because it came from her, with no padding, no self-consciousness, no visible effort to make it land gently, it struck with a force gentleness might have blunted. He opened his mouth, closed it again. Wednesday, as if she had not said anything unusual at all, bent to pick up the tin of nails and placed one in the center of the nearer chalk circle. Now we begin. The first exercise felt ridiculous. That, Harry would later realize, was partly the point. Wednesday had him stand at one end of the courtyard facing the chalk circles, while she placed a nail upright inside the nearer ring and a dead leaf in the other. "You are not allowed to break the ring," she said. Harry frowned. "With what?" "With whatever comes when you stop pretending your body doesn't already know what it's doing. That's not instruction. It's excellent instruction. You simply resent open-ended competence." He looked at the nail, then at the leaf, then at her. "You want me to do what exactly?" "Not the whole courtyard, not the overhang, not the wall, not me." Wednesday stood well clear, notebook open already. "Only the nail, then only the leaf. If the chalk breaks, you've failed. If both objects vanish, you've failed. If the wall cracks again, you've been lazy." Harry said nothing for a moment, then, "And if nothing happens?" Wednesday's pencil paused over the page. "Then we refine." Harry looked back at the objects. The difficulty was immediate and infuriating. The void did not behave like a wand spell. He could not feel channels of incantation or intention in the normal way. There was no mental pronunciation to align, no gesture to reinforce shape. Just that vast, unhelpful underground current waiting somewhere beneath thought, answering only when it chose or when the world hit the precise nerve it had already marked. Wednesday. "Yes, this is nonsense. Yes, I'm serious." "So am I." Harry shut his eyes. He tried first the wrong way, reaching for force, for output, for the shape of casting. Nothing. The anklet bit down cold and blank, suppressing the ordinary path before it formed. He exhaled through his nose. Wednesday was right. That route was still barred, so he tried again. Not by reaching outward, by looking inward at the exact feeling the archivist had found and tried to exploit. The cupboard door opening inward while voices decided what he was for. The courtroom calling fear procedure. The terrible old fatigue of being organized by people who had mistaken authority for comprehension. He did not relive it. That was the difference. He picked up the feeling without stepping inside it. A key, Wednesday had said, not a drowning. Something shifted. Harry opened his eyes. The nail shivered, not much. Barely a tremor, but enough. The chalk circle remained intact. Wednesday wrote something down. "Again," she said, no praise. He appreciated that more than he should have. The second attempt bent the nail flat without disturbing the ring. The third reduced the leaf to a fine line of blackened ash while the chalk remained untouched. Harry stared at the result. No blast, no pulse, no crack in the wall, just a dead leaf, precisely unmade. The suppression anklet had gone cold again, but not in full resistance. It felt strained, like a law being forced to acknowledge a loophole it hated. Wednesday knelt by the ring, examined the ash, and then looked up at him with that calm forensic focus that somehow managed to be more intense than excitement would have been. "Better," she said. Harry let out a breath and leaned one hand against the stone wall behind him. "That felt—" He stopped. Wednesday rose. "Specific," she supplied. "Wrong. That's because you still associate control with distance from pain." Harry frowned. She closed the notebook and stepped closer, not close enough to crowd, but near enough that her voice no longer needed to carry. "Your entire magical education taught you to route power through form before feeling," she said. "Words, movements, intention. That works until the source of the power is older or less polite than the system built to express it." Her gaze flicked briefly to the anklet. "Your suppressor depends on that old training. It expects reach, spell, blockage. It does not know what to do with recognition followed by selection." Harry looked down at the chalk circles. He wanted to object. Instead he heard himself say, "It still feels like using the worst parts of myself." Wednesday's expression altered by less than a fraction, but something in it steadied. "No," she said, It feels like using the parts of yourself shaped by injury. Those are not the same thing unless you surrender the distinction. Harry looked at her. That sentence belonged somewhere near the other one. Alongside, you do not have to become what hurt you to use what it gave you. He was beginning to suspect that Wednesday's version of kindness was simply accuracy deployed at moments when a lie would have been easier. They trained like that for the better part of an hour. Nail, leaf, pebble, a patch of frost. A single droplet of rain collected on the ledge beneath the overhang. Each attempt taught Harry the same brutal lesson from a slightly different angle. Broad feeling produced broad effect. But if he held the key lightly, identified the structure of the betrayal without flooding himself with it, then the void answered in narrow lines, exact and disturbingly obedient. He could make one rusted nail darken and split while leaving the chalk untouched. He could take the sheen off one wet stone and not the next. He could turn a dead leaf to black lace while the air around it stayed still. By the end, exhaustion trembled in his hands, and the crack in the suppression anklet felt no larger but much more alive. Wednesday capped her pencil and said, "That will do." Harry leaned back against the wall, breathing harder than the exercises should have required. "That's it, for now. You don't believe in overtraining. I believe in not accidentally teaching your power that exhaustion is a useful access route." He looked at her, and the shape of the thought arrived before he voiced it. "You've done this before." Wednesday picked up the tin of nails. "No," she said, "I've just met enough people who turn their damage into theology. I prefer method." The next day, the visiting examiner arrived. He introduced himself as Elias Mercer of the American Bureau of Magical Regulation, which immediately made him interesting in all the wrong ways. Mercer looked like a man who believed good posture could substitute for a conscience in most regulatory situations. Mid-40s, immaculate dark coat, silver-streaked hair, and an expression so professionally neutral it circled back around to antagonistic. He stood at the edge of the Combat Studies Hall during second block with a clipboard in one hand and the careful attention of someone who had come not to learn, but to confirm. Master Varro regarded him with the sour patience he usually reserved for blunt weapons marketed as reforms. "This," Varro told the class, "is Examiner Mercer. He is here to observe interdepartmental hazard management standards." A pause. No one moved. Then Varro added, "If any of you are tempted to impress him, resist. It will save time." A few students smothered laughter. Mercer did not. His gaze moved across the hall, found Harry immediately, and stayed there one heartbeat too long. Harry felt it like a hand on the back of the neck. Of course. Wednesday, seated on the side bench with her notebook. Ostensibly there for observation credits, actually there because she had apparently decided invisibility was wasted on people with bad agendas, did not react outwardly. But Harry saw the slightest shift of her pencil against the page. Varro began the session with standard paired drills. Harry and Rowan again. That was fine. Better than fine. Predictable. The first few rounds went cleanly. Harry stayed present. Movement, angle, momentum. He kept yesterday's courtyard training somewhere low in the back of his mind, not to use, only to remember that the option existed if needed. Mercer watched. Halfway through the class, Varro called a halt. Examiner Mercer has requested a demonstration of suppression-compliant engagement under unstable classification conditions. The room went quiet in a different way than usual. Harry did not move. Varro did not look pleased, which in his case meant his displeasure had simply lost the ambition to disguise itself. Mercer stepped onto the mat. "Mr. Potter," he said, voice smooth and thin as lacquer, "if you would join me." Harry stayed where he was for 1 second longer than etiquette probably allowed. Then he crossed the floor. Students watched from the edges of the hall with predatory interest, and the peculiar instinct schools developed for sensing when adult supervision was about to become educationally unethical. Mercer stopped 10 feet away. "This is observational only," he said. "No spells. No offensive magic. No escalation beyond compliance thresholds." Harry almost smiled. That phrasing, compliance thresholds, had the exact bureaucratic stench of a man already planning to cross them while retaining deniability. "What exactly are you observing?" Harry asked. Mercer flipped a page on the clipboard. "Behavioral response to structured pressure under suppressive restraint." Harry stared at him. "That's a long way of saying you want to see what happens if you push." Mercer's mouth did not change. Precision of language matters. To people hiding behind it, usually. At the edge of the hall, Rowan let out a tiny sound that might have been laughter getting strangled before it became career-limiting. Mercer set down the clipboard. "Assume defensive stance," he said. Harry did not. "Is that an order?" he asked. "It is an instruction," Varro said, from somewhere just behind Mercer's left shoulder. "Potter." Harry took position. The first exchange was insultingly simple. Mercer came in with the kind of clean, formal technique favored by trained regulators who expected fear to do half the work. Harry parried, sidestepped, refused the line of force. "No problem." The second was sharper. Mercer's hand flashed toward Harry's right side, not the face, not center mass, the anklet. Harry twisted away on instinct, anger spiking white and immediate. Mercer withdrew smoothly, as though he had merely misjudged distance. But Harry had seen the line of the reach. So had Wednesday. Her pencil stopped. So had Varro. His expression flattened into something colder than anger. "Again," Mercer said. "No." That word moved through Harry before he consciously formed it, not a spoken refusal. The other kind. The deeper one. The same buried key Wednesday had been teaching him to lift without drowning. Mercer came in a third time, not for the ankle this time. For Harry's shoulder and throat in a sequence designed to crowd, destabilize, and force either submission or uncontrolled response. Clean. Legal-looking. Exactly the sort of pressure a report could describe as procedural. Harry gave ground once, twice. Mercer advanced, the hall narrowed. For one terrible second, it almost became the courtroom. The sense of a man in authority shaping the field and expecting Harry's body to become the last useful piece of evidence. That was all it took. The crack in the anklet flared. Harry felt it, not pain, not even cold this time, but a sharp internal give, as if the device's certainty had slipped on its own assumptions. Mercer stepped in again, hand coming up in another false compliant line toward Harry's center. Harry did not reach for a spell. He did not even fully decide. He selected, not Mercer's body, the space immediately in front of Mercer's momentum. The shape of the intrusion. The line by which force presumed it could arrive and be obeyed. The void answered, no blast, no light. Just a sudden distortion in the air, black at the edges for less than a blink, and Mercer left the ground. He flew backward 20 feet without being touched, struck one of the far wall pads hard enough to rattle the practice weapons, and collapsed to one knee with all the breath knocked clean out of him. Silence hit the hall like impact lagging behind lightning. Harry stood where he was, pulse hammering. Mercer stared at him from the wall, one hand braced on the mat, face gone white with the specific horror of a man who had just been reminded that policy was not a force field. The suppression anklet burned. Harry looked down. The crack had lengthened. Tiny still, but no longer hairline. Varro moved first. He crossed the distance between Harry and Mercer in 3 long strides and planted himself squarely in the center of the mat, not as comfort, not quite as a barrier, but as the sort of human line only very dangerous people could draw. "Enough," he said. Mercer struggled upright. That was unauthorized use of Varro's gaze landed on him with the force of a door slamming. "You reached for the suppressor," he said. No volume increase, no theatrical anger, which made it much worse. "In my hole." Mercer straightened his coat. "I was evaluating device response under tactical stress. You were being stupid with expensive vocabulary." A few students made involuntary sounds that might have been laughter or shock. Mercer looked as if he intended to argue, then thought better of it. Not because Varro had outranked him bureaucratically, but because something in Varro's face had made institutional courage look like a poor investment. Varro turned, finally, to Harry. They held each other's gaze for one long second. Then Varro said, "Office. Tomorrow." It was not a request. Harry almost said, "You already used that line." Instead, he nodded once. Mercer retrieved his clipboard with fingers too controlled to be steady and left the hall under the attention of every student present. The moment the door shut, the room exploded into noise, not chaos. Nevermore was too disciplined for that. But a rush of voices, speculation, sharpened interest, and the peculiar electric delight adolescents felt when adult authority was publicly embarrassed by something real. Rowan came up beside Harry and stared at the wall where Mercer had hit. "What?" Rowan said slowly. "The hell was that?" Harry's breathing had not settled yet. "Unknown," he said. Rowan looked at him sideways. "That's getting less believable every time." Across the room, Wednesday did not approach. She simply met Harry's gaze once over the top of her closed notebook and gave the slightest possible tilt of her head toward the door. Later, Harry understood. Varro's office the next day smelled faintly of old paper, lamp oil, and weathered leather. Harry arrived on time because some instincts remained sensible under stress. Varro sat at the desk with no papers in front of him and no expression Harry could easily read. Sunlight, thin November gray, cut across the floor in one narrow strip. Varro gestured to the chair opposite. Harry sat. For a while neither spoke. Then Varro said, "The last void conduit to stand in Nevermore was a girl called Mara Vesper." Harry went very still. Varro continued as if he had not noticed. "She was 17. American. Smart enough to know the adults around her were afraid, unlucky enough to mistake that for preparation. The archivist was already pressing at the seal by then. Different symptoms, same hunger." Harry stared. 200 years ago," he said. Varro leaned back slightly. "My exact age is none of your business." That was not a denial. Harry looked at him harder. Varro's face remained carved from practical dislike, but now Harry could see it, the faint wrongness of time around him. Not youth disguised, age stabilized. Something supernatural left deliberately ambiguous because naming it would create more questions than answers answered. "You were there," Harry said. "Yes." The word dropped cleanly between them. Harry's hands curled once against the armrests. "Then why didn't you say anything sooner?" Varro's scar shifted. "Because information delivered before a person can survive understanding it is just another form of injury." Harry had no response ready for that. Varro went on. "Mara sealed the archivist. Not alone, despite what the school's cleaner legends imply, but as the final mechanism in a containment sequence no one fully understood even while building it. She had the same underlying classification you do. Raw pre-structural output. Magic that could unmake the negative architecture the archivist fed through." Harry heard the next question before he asked it, "And she died." Varro's gaze did not move. "Yes." Silence. The room seemed smaller suddenly. Harry looked at the floorboards because the alternative was looking at the old man who had just said yes with the kind of practiced economy reserved for facts carried too long to dramatize. "Why?" Harry asked, though he already suspected he knew. Varro folded his hands. "Because she had no anchor." The word landed with prophecy behind it. Harry looked up sharply. Varro met his gaze without blinking. "The containment writings the founders left were incomplete," he said. "Or perhaps they assumed the necessary role would be obvious to the people doing the work. Either way, Mara went into the seal sequence alone. She could dismantle the archivist's hold. She could not hold her own identity intact while doing it." Harry thought of the dream, of the archivist trying to collapse every institutional trap into one structure, of the sensation of memory itself becoming unstable around the edges. "A person outside the void," he said quietly. "Not merely outside it," Varro corrected. "Stable against it, someone who does not organize themselves around approval, fear, or the stories institutions tell about them. Someone who can enter the edge of that work without being digested by other people's definitions." Harry sat very still. The answer arrived before the question did, or perhaps it had been waiting there since the prophecy tablet and had only now decided it was finished being subtle. "Who's the anchor?" Harry asked. Varro's expression changed by less than a degree. enough for Harry to know the old man had been waiting for that exact moment. "That," Varro said, "is not my information to give." Harry stared at him. Varro held the stare. Then, after a beat that felt deliberate in its cruelty and fairness both, he added, "But I think you already know." Harry left the office with the world slightly rearranged, not because Varro had told him anything entirely new. The prophecy had already named 2 children of exile, one who carried death as passenger, one for whom death stepped aside. The logic had been there, but logic and recognition were not the same thing. Now, crossing the courtyard under a dead white sky, Harry could not stop seeing Wednesday in every line of the architecture. The way she stood inside horror without offering it anything sentimental to feed on. The way her identity seemed self-authored to a degree he had never witnessed in another person their age. The way she did not flinch from truth, because flinching implied negotiation. And Wednesday Addams had apparently decided, years ago, not to negotiate with fear on anything but hostile terms. The anchor. He disliked how much the word mattered. He disliked even more that it felt true. Wednesday stood by the black fountain when he found her, notebook in hand, as though she had either anticipated his arrival or simply believed in making herself locatable at moments of structural consequence. She looked up once. "You spoke with Varro." Harry stopped 2 feet away. "Yes. And?" He looked at her for a long moment. Then, because there were no useful lies left in the room between them, he said, "He told me about Mara Vesper." Wednesday's expression did not visibly change, only the air around her sharpened. "He also said," Harry continued, "that she died because she had no anchor." A pause. The black water in the fountain held the overcast sky without reflection. Then Wednesday said, very evenly, "Varro has always had a regrettable fondness for revealing catastrophic information with the cadence of weather reports." Harry almost smiled, but it died before it formed. He held her gaze instead. Neither of them said the rest. Neither needed to. The school bells began to ring across the grounds, low and distant and old. And in the space between those notes, Harry understood with a clarity that made everything else momentarily irrelevant that whatever came next would not be simple, would not be safe, and would not be survivable in the shape the ministry had planned. Because they were no longer working with exile and containment. They were working with a seal, an old hunger, a cracked suppressor, and the first precise outlines of a bond neither of them had asked for. Which, Harry thought grimly, was exactly the sort of thing prophecy liked best. After Varro named the shape of the problem without naming the person at its center, Harry discovered a new and deeply irritating difficulty. He could not look at Wednesday Addams normally anymore. Not because anything soft or stupid had happened. That would have been easier. Nothing had changed on the surface. She still spoke like an autopsy report with excellent punctuation. She still moved through Nevermore's corridors as if she owned an unspoken treaty with the architecture. She still refused social convention with the serene commitment of someone who had examined it once, found it structurally weak, and declined further contact. And yet now, every time Harry saw her, the word sat silently between them, anchor. He hated how much space one word could occupy without being spoken aloud. He hated even more that she seemed to be having the exact same problem and dealing with it in the exact opposite way. Wednesday became, if possible, even more precise, not distant. Distance would have implied retreat. Wednesday did not retreat. She recalibrated. She redirected. She made herself more exact in public, more efficient in private, and more merciless in conversation whenever Harry's attention drifted anywhere near the question Varro had planted between them. Which was how, 2 days later, Harry found himself standing in a disused records room off the administrative corridor at dusk, while Wednesday used a screwdriver, a length of piano wire, and what appeared to be criminally advanced knowledge of institutional neglect to remove the brass cover from a communications relay box. Harry watched for a full 10 seconds before saying, "I'd ask whether this is legal, but I suspect the answer would only disappoint both of us." Wednesday did not look up. Your disappointment would imply optimistic priors. That's a very elegant way to say you're breaking into school infrastructure. I'm entering a dishonest system through an honest weakness. Harry folded his arms and leaned against the doorframe. The records room smelled of dust, old ink, and aging paper. Filing cabinets lined one wall. The windows were too high to see much more than the iron-gray evening sky. The relay box itself was fixed behind a stack of obsolete ledgers, its wiring threaded through the wall toward the faculty offices and the school's long-distance magical communication network. Wednesday gave the cover plate one last careful twist and lifted it free. Inside, silver-threaded runic coils glowed faintly blue. Harry looked at her. "How did you even know that was there?" "Because Principal Weems receives coded communications more often than her official duties warrant. The magical residue on her office threshold matches external relay traffic routed through a secondary channel. And adults who are lying professionally nearly always hide the mechanism behind furniture they think children won't move." Harry stared at her for a beat. "That explanation should not have been that complete." "I dislike being vague when trespassing." She reached into her coat and produced a thin black listening disc no larger than a coin, etched with lines so fine they looked like frost caught in metal. Harry had stopped asking where she sourced these things. The answers were never comforting and were often technically inadmissible in several states. Wednesday set the disc into the heart of the relay box. The coils brightened. A soft hiss filled the room, followed by fragments of layered voices too faint to make sense of. Harry straightened from the doorframe. "That's new." "Yes," Wednesday said. "It means I was right. That's never as reassuring as you think it is." She adjusted one of the coils with the edge of the screwdriver. The voices sharpened, still broken, still intermittent. But now words began to emerge in clipped bursts between static and magical interference. "Committee, condition assessment pending, suppression integrity." Harry went still. Wednesday did not. She only tilted her head slightly, as though the relay itself were now more interesting than the room around it. The voice that came next belonged unmistakably to Principal Weems. "Not a containment variable. He is a student under my authority until review." Harry looked at Wednesday sharply. She had gone even stiller than usual, which in her case indicated a kind of severe concentration bordering on predatory satisfaction. A second voice cut through the hiss. Male, precise, bureaucratic, deeply accustomed to being obeyed by people who mistook procedure for morality. "Your authority is provisional, Principal Weems. Subject Potter remains under joint oversight until convergence." Harry's hand tightened involuntarily around the back of a chair. Wednesday flicked him one brief glance, not to quiet him but to confirm he had heard it too. The relay crackled again. "Weems, your committee has used that word repeatedly without adequate operational definition." Male voice. "Operational definition is compartmentalized." Weems. "Convenient." A pause full of static, then another voice entered, female this time, British. Cold and clipped, like legal parchment given lungs. "Containment projections remain viable provided the suppressor holds to failure window. We only need the archivist sufficiently awake." The room contracted. Harry did not move. For 1 second, the dusk beyond the high windows seemed to flatten into the same impossible two-dimensional wrongness the dream had used when it wanted memory to stop behaving like memory. Wednesday's voice, when it came, was almost inaudibly calm. "Don't speak," she said. Harry hadn't realized he was about to until then. Inside the relay, Weems spoke again, and now the neutrality in her tone had thinned enough for contempt to show through. "You are discussing the deliberate synchronization of a student's restraint failure with the escalation of an entity event on school grounds." The British voice answered instantly. "We are discussing the only solution with acceptable projected civilian loss." Harry laughed once. It was not a sound anyone sane would have mistaken for humor. Wednesday's hand moved without looking, fingers catching his wrist before he could cross the room or smash the relay box or do anything else loud enough to end the transmission. Her grip was cold and precise. Harry looked at her. Wednesday did not look back. She was still listening. On the relay, the male voice returned. The void expression remains the only viable counter-architecture. If the subject reaches full convergence in proximity to the archivist core, mutual annihilation probability exceeds 92%. Harry's body went very still, not calm, still the way prey or predators went still immediately before impact. Weems said nothing for 3 long seconds. When she spoke again, her voice had changed, not louder, more dangerous for the quietness. "You sent him here to die," the British woman replied. "We sent him where his function could be completed." Silence. Even the relay seemed to recoil from that sentence. Harry stared at the glowing coils, as if by looking hard enough he could force the speaking woman into existence, and then into a grave. Wednesday's hand remained on his wrist, not restraining now so much as keeping the room from splitting into separate pieces. The transmission continued. "Weems. He is 17. Male voice. He is an unstable anti-arcane asset tied to a containment event older than either government currently administering him. Age is regrettable. Relevance is limited." Harry closed his eyes once, briefly, long enough to stop the black pulse rising by instinct into the back of his throat. When he opened them again, the room remained the records room. Not courtroom 10, not the cupboard, not the prophecy chamber. He held on to that with deliberate force. Weems said, 3 days. The other end went quiet, then the male voice said, "Clarify." Weems's answer came in the same measured tone she used for student discipline and board review alike. The tone of someone deciding exactly how much insubordination she could afford to fit into a single sentence. "I am due to file a full condition report in 3 days. Until then, I will not permit unauthorized intervention on my grounds. You will have your report on the 72nd hour." The British woman said, "Principal, you are not empowered to negotiate timeline." Weems replied, "Then consider this an exercise in your imagination." The relay went dead. No fade-out, no gentle loss of signal, just a sharp silver snap and then the thin hum of idle coils. Wednesday let go of Harry's wrist. Neither of them spoke. The room smelled suddenly stronger of dust and old paper, as if the ordinary world had been waiting just outside the transmission and rushed back in the moment it ended. Harry looked at the inert relay box, then at Wednesday. Then away again, because if he looked directly at anything for too long, he might lose the careful line between fury and function he had spent the last week learning to maintain. At last he said, "So that's what I am now." His own voice sounded strange to him, not broken, too clear. Wednesday replaced the relay cover with exact, efficient movements. Screw in. Twist. Align. She always did that in moments of shock, sorted objects before feelings, as if the first act of resistance against horror was refusing to leave evidence of your interruption visible. When she finished, she turned to face him. "No," she said. "That's what they are calling you. Those are not equivalent conditions." Harry let out a breath through his nose. "That's very philosophical for someone who just helped me overhear my planned execution." "Correction," Wednesday said. "Your planned instrumentalization resulting in probable death. Precision matters." He stared at her, then barked one harsh laugh, because of course that was how she would phrase it, and because if he did not laugh, he might start breaking furniture. "Right," he said. "Much better." Wednesday watched him with unnerving steadiness. For 1 second, Harry thought she might say something softer, some ordinary human thing. Instead, she said, "Now we have proof." The sentence landed like cold water. He looked up sharply. She held his gaze. "Before this," Wednesday continued, "we had pattern, inference, institutional stench, and prophecy. Now we have proof that the Oversight Committee intends to keep the suppressor intact until the archivist is fully awake, at which point they expect your unbound void output to destroy it and you together." Harry's jaw tightened. "When you say it like that," he said, "it almost sounds bad." Wednesday ignored the attempt at humor, which was fair. It wasn't very good. "We are beyond speculation," she said. "That changes the next move." Harry pushed away from the desk and began pacing because stillness had become impossible again. 3 steps. Turn 3 steps. Records room, filing cabinets, dust, door, high windows, not the courtroom, not the cupboard, not a sacrifice chamber disguised as governance. The phrase from the relay kept replaying. We sent him where his function could be completed. Function. He had spent half his life being turned into function, first by prophecy, then by war, then by the adults who loved him just enough to make use of him while pretending the damage was inevitable. The difference now was that he knew. The difference now was Wednesday had heard it too, and Wednesday did not accept assigned narratives any more than he did. You said Weems gave us 3 days, Harry said. Yes. You believe her? Wednesday considered that with visible care. I believe, she said, that Larissa Weems has been telling herself this plan was necessary long enough to confuse complicity with duty. I also believe that hearing the committee speak plainly may have destroyed the last administrative fiction she was using to sleep. A beat. That makes her useful. Harry stopped pacing. You talk about people like architectural weaknesses. I talk about people accurately. The problem was, she usually did. Harry scrubbed a hand over his face. Then what? We confront her? March into the office and say, hello, we know you were meant to babysit me until I detonated usefully. Wednesday's expression did not change. Not with that wording. That's your objection. It's clumsy. He stared at her. Then, because his anger had nowhere safe to go, and because Wednesday's refusal to behave like a normal person kept forcing him back toward usefulness against his will, he said, Fine. What wording? Wednesday reached into her coat and took out the listening disc, now dormant and dark. We confront her with evidence, she said. Not accusation, evidence. People in power lie most efficiently when they're allowed to answer feelings with policy. We don't give her that route. Harry exhaled once sharply. And if she denies it? Then she denies a transmission I can reproduce, a timeline she accepted on record, and the 3 students currently hospitalized while an entity under her school consumes memory. At that point, she becomes an adversary rather than a compromised administrator. Wednesday tilted her head. Either way, the ambiguity ends. Harry looked at her for a long second. The anger was still there. It had not lessened, but it had shape now, method, direction. He was beginning to understand this as Wednesday's most dangerous talent. She did not reduce feeling. She refused to let feeling remain unstructured. All right, he said. Wednesday nodded once, as though he had merely confirmed a timetable. Tomorrow morning, she said. Weems will be in her office between 2nd and 3rd bell before general faculty briefing. That gives us privacy and enough institutional cover that she cannot claim we forced entry. A pause. Which would be rude. Harry almost smiled. You have a very strange moral system. I have a very clear one. They left the records room without another word. The corridor outside had gone fully dark, except for the wall lamps, which cast long amber pools across the floor. Students' voices drifted faintly from a distant common hall. Somewhere a door closed. Somewhere else footsteps crossed a gallery and faded. The school felt normal in the way a body sometimes felt normal in the minute before realizing it had been stabbed. Wednesday walked beside him until the main stair split east and west. Then she stopped. Harry took another step before noticing and turning back. She stood in the half-light, black coat buttoned to the throat, notebook tucked under one arm, expression unreadable in the way only her face could be unreadable without becoming blank. For what it's worth, she began. Harry closed his eyes briefly. Please never start a sentence like that. Very well. Wednesday adjusted with no visible irritation. Telling yourself something is necessary doesn't make you innocent. It makes you complicit with extra steps. Harry looked at her. That's for Weems, she said. And for you, in case you're tempted to mistake planned sacrifice for moral inevitability again. The words struck deep enough to leave no immediate language around them. Harry thought of Dumbledore, of the prophecy, of the years between being told he might have to die and being expected to walk into that possibility in the correct moral posture. He looked away first. Thanks, he said quietly. Wednesday nodded once, as if that settled something, and turned toward the west wing. Harry went to the east tower and slept badly. No archivist dream this time. Just fragments. Courtroom chairs turning into library shelves, the black fountain filling with prophecy orbs. Ron's face in the two-way mirror blurring into static while someone recited risk assessments over his shoulder. He woke before dawn, exhausted and furious in clean, equal measure. By breakfast, the school had already sensed change. Harry could feel it in the atmosphere of the dining hall. Not knowledge, students didn't know anything specific yet, but the social instinct Nevermore cultivated in all its residents had picked up a shift in pressure. People glanced toward him, then away, then toward Wednesday, then away faster. Rowan Blackthorne stopped mid-sentence while walking past and muttered, "You look like someone died badly in your plans." Harry looked up from his tea. "Nobody's died yet." Rowan considered the answer, frowned, and kept walking. Wednesday sat at her usual separate table dissecting a pear with the sort of focus most people reserved for explosives. She did not look at Harry once. At second bell, he headed to Weems's office. Wednesday appeared beside him in the administrative corridor without visible approach because conventional entrances remained optional for her. The office door was shut. Wednesday knocked once. "Enter," came Weems's voice. They stepped inside. Principal Weems stood behind her desk with a stack of files in one hand and reading glasses low on her nose. The morning light through the tall windows made her look carved from silver and restraint. She glanced up, took them both in, and in the space of one heartbeat, Harry saw her assess the fact that Harry and Wednesday had arrived together at this hour with those expressions. She set the files down. "Mr. Potter, Miss Addams." Her tone was perfectly professional. "To what do I owe the joint interruption?" Wednesday reached into her coat and placed the listening disc on the desk between them. Weems's eyes dropped to it, then lifted again, just once. "What is that?" she asked. "A reason not to insult all three of us by beginning with denial," Wednesday said. The room went still. Harry did not sit, neither did Wednesday. Weems removed her glasses slowly and placed them atop the files. "I assume," she said, "that whatever this is will be phrased with unusual dramatic economy." "We heard last night's transmission," Harry said, no preamble, no softening. Weems's face did not change, which, after the courtroom and the relay and the months of people naming him like a task, felt almost more offensive than if she had flinched. "We heard the committee discuss my suppressor," Harry continued. "The convergence window. The plan to keep me contained until the archivist is fully awake." He watched her very carefully on the last word. There, tiny, a tightening at the mouth, a fractional stillness behind the eyes. It was enough. Wednesday spoke next. "You told them 3 days," she said. "We are here to discuss what you intend to do with them." Weems looked from one to the other. When she finally spoke, her voice was lower than usual. "How much did you hear?" Harry let out a quiet breath that might have been a laugh if the room had not been so cold. "Enough." Weems looked at the disc on her desk again, then at the windows, then back to them, and did something Harry had not expected. She did not deny it. She crossed to the side cabinet, poured herself a glass of water, drank half of it in one clean swallow, and set the glass down with careful precision. "When your transfer papers arrived," she said, "they described you as an unstable, extra-dimensional anti-arcane risk requiring educational containment under bilateral hazard terms." Her mouth tightened almost imperceptibly. "A phrase composed entirely of fear and euphemism." Harry said nothing. Weems continued. "I challenged the classification. I was told the details were compartmentalized pending oversight review. I pressed further. I was informed there was an ancient correlation between your condition and a dormant containment event under school jurisdiction, and that your placement here would allow observation while minimizing civilian risk." She met Harry's gaze directly now. "I believed I was agreeing to house a dangerous boy in proximity to a dangerous problem because he might help solve it." Wednesday's voice could have cut glass. And now, Weems did not look away. "Now," she said, "I know they intended you as the solution's corpse." The bluntness of it made something inside Harry go cold and clean. There it was, not rumor, not prophecy, not overheard inference, said aloud in a principal's office while morning light touched the windows and the world outside continued as if governance had not just admitted what it was made of. Wednesday stepped closer to the desk. "Then you are complicit," she said, no anger, no volume, no theatrics. The sentence landed harder for its calm. Weems closed her eyes once, briefly. When she opened them, nothing in her posture had softened, but something in it had become more honest. "Yes," she said. "I am." Silence took the room. Harry had expected argument, deflection, institutional language. He had not expected that. Weems rested both hands on the desk. "I told myself," she said, not to them exactly, more to the air between them, that if the archivist awakened and you were the only force capable of stopping it, then refusing the logic would cost more lives. I told myself that housing you here gave me time to assess alternatives. I told myself necessity and morality were temporarily estranged. Her eyes sharpened with self-disgust. In practice, I was accepting a sacrifice because men in committees had renamed it containment. Wednesday's expression remained hard as stone. "Telling yourself something is necessary doesn't make you innocent," she said. "It makes you complicit with extra steps." Weems gave one short, humorless exhale. "Yes," she said again. "I believe I have just learned that sentence the expensive way." Harry stood very still. The anger in him had not disappeared. It probably never would, not completely, but it had changed texture. Hearing Weems say the truth without hiding behind policy had taken some of the abstraction out of it. Left only the fact of a woman who had agreed to be part of a machine and then realized, too late to remain clean, exactly what it ate. That did not absolve her. It did, unfortunately, make her human, and Harry had always found human beings harder to hate cleanly than systems. "What happens in 3 days?" he asked. Weems looked at him. "The 72nd hour," she said, "is when I am required to file a full condition report and relinquish discretionary campus authority over your containment status. At that point, the Oversight Committee can intervene directly, meaning they can arrive with foreign enforcement authority, seize your suppressor telemetry, assume control of the vault perimeter, and proceed according to whatever version of acceptable civilian loss produced that transmission." The room seemed colder again. Wednesday asked, "And if you do not file?" Weems gave her a thin glance. "Then I am removed from office, and the committee arrives sooner under emergency breach terms. Bureaucracies dislike silence almost as much as they dislike insubordination." Harry looked down at the listening disc on the desk. 3 days. It sounded too small to hold a life, and yet that was what time always became in institutional hands. A unit to be weaponized. Weems straightened. "I cannot openly oppose them yet," she said. "Not without giving them cause to move immediately. But for the next 3 days, I remain principal of this school." Her voice hardened, losing confession and regaining steel. "Which means certain corridors may go unmonitored, certain inventory requests may be delayed, certain faculty reports may be less detailed than required." Wednesday's gaze sharpened with sudden interest. "You're helping us." Weems met her eyes coolly. "I am correcting myself while the calendar still permits it." Wednesday considered her for a beat, then nodded once. Not forgiveness, recognition of utility. Harry looked at Weems. "For what it's worth," she said, and Harry nearly laughed at the phrase on reflex. "I did not bring you here to die." He held her gaze. "No," he said quietly. "You just agreed to the paperwork." Weems absorbed that without flinching. "Yes," she said, "I did." A long silence followed, then Wednesday said, "We need unrestricted access to the lower corridors." Weems reached into a drawer, took out a ring with 2 black iron keys, and set it on the desk. "We were never having this conversation," she said. Wednesday picked up the keys. "We never do," she agreed. As they turned to leave, Weems said, "Harry." He stopped at the door but did not turn immediately. When he did, her expression was not soft, only stripped down. "They expected you to accept the role they wrote for you," she said. "Do not." The sentence landed oddly because it was the first thing she had said that belonged wholly to him rather than her own guilt. Harry gave one curt nod. Then he and Wednesday stepped back into the corridor. The door closed behind them with quiet finality. For several seconds, neither spoke. Students passed at the far end of the hall, laughing about something trivial and alive. A teacher crossed from the opposite stair with a stack of essays. Somewhere a bell rang. The school went on being a school while beneath its floors an ancient predator woke, and above them governments adjusted timelines for sacrifice. Harry let out a long breath. Wednesday tucked the keys into her coat. "Well," she said. Harry looked at her. She looked back. "That was productive." He barked a laugh despite himself. "That's what you call that?" "Yes. We acquired truth, leverage, and access. In my experience, those are the most useful products of administrative collapse." Harry shook his head once. Then, because the truth of the next thing arrived too cleanly not to speak, he said, "I'm not doing it." Wednesday's eyes held his. "No," she said. "I'm not walking into whatever plan they wrote and dying correctly because a committee thinks my death makes mathematical sense." "No." He swallowed once. The corridor seemed sharper, every line of it more real than before. "For what it's worth," he began. Wednesday raised an eyebrow. Harry nearly smiled. "I find your persistent refusal to accept preassigned roles in other people's narratives to be one of your more functional qualities." For one astonishing second, Wednesday looked almost caught by surprise. Not because of the words, because he had used her cadence back at her. Then the expression vanished into its usual severe architecture. "Acceptable," she said, high praise. "Don't become sentimental about it." They started walking toward the stair. At the landing, Harry said, "What now?" Wednesday did not slow. "Now," she said, "we use the 3 days." The keys in her coat pocket gave one soft metallic sound as they moved. And Harry, following beside her through Nevermore's stone corridors, felt something settle into place inside him. Not peace, not confidence, but a harder thing, clarity. The ministry had planned a sacrifice. The committee had planned an instrument. The principal had nearly helped them, but the story had slipped. And once a story slipped, Wednesday Addams was very good at making it fall apart. The 3 days Weems bought them did not feel like time. They felt like a narrowing hallway. Everything in Nevermore began arranging itself around the countdown, whether the school knew it consciously or not. Students grew sharper at the edges, quicker to anger, quicker to laugh too loudly, quicker to forget what they had just said mid-sentence and stare into space for one uneasy second before continuing as if the gap had not happened. 2 more minor memory incidents were reported by the infirmary. Both dismissed officially as exhaustion, and both entered by Wednesday into her notebook under a new heading written in hard black capitals. Radius expansion. Harry saw the words upside down across the library table and did not ask what she meant by them, because he already knew. The archivist was waking, not fully. Not yet, but enough that Nevermore had begun to feel like a house settling over something enormous and sleepless beneath its foundation. The lower corridors were easier to access now. Weems had kept her word with the kind of disciplined dishonesty Harry was starting to understand as a talent rather than a character flaw. Certain patrol routes shifted. A lock on the old archive gate no longer engaged fully if pressure was applied at the correct angle. Thornwood, who either knew exactly what was happening or had decided ignorance was beneath her, became abruptly less punctual in parts of the lower stacks most relevant to Founder-era records. Harry and Wednesday used every hour they could steal. They went down to the antechamber 3 times in 2 days. The first time, they did not attempt the inner seal. They worked only on the tablets and the wall around them, copying every surviving mark, rubbing the inscriptions into charcoal duplicates, and reconstructing missing sections by matching Parseltongue syntax to the Founder notation beside it. The second time, Wednesday found a line of hidden script carved into the underside of one broken shelf bracket, where the dust had preserved the groove better than open stone. The discovery took her from merely intent to visibly energized, which on Wednesday looked like her pupils narrowing and her voice becoming even quieter. The third time, Harry sat on the floor of the antechamber with his back against the opposite wall, and read the assembled fragments aloud while Wednesday cross-referenced them against the old founder codices they had borrowed. She insisted, from a restricted cabinet above. And with each visit, the same truth sharpened. The prophecy had not been a warning, it had been instructions disguised as fate. On the afternoon of the second day, rain pressed against the upper windows of the library in long silver bands, while Harry and Wednesday occupied their now habitual table in the rear alcove. The desk was covered in translated notes, sketches of the seal architecture, and 3 sheets on which Wednesday had written increasingly exact diagrams of the anchor sequence, as if drawing it hard enough might cause the universe to admit clarity out of self-defense. Harry sat across from her with one of the copied tablets in his hands. The parchment crackled softly every time he adjusted his grip. "Read that line again," Wednesday said. Harry looked down. The characters were no longer alien to him in the way they had been the first night. Strange, yes, old. But Parseltongue had always been a language that bypassed the usual friction between sight and understanding. Once he stopped resisting the fact of it, the shapes on the page came alive too quickly not to trust. He read, "The anchor does not remain beyond the threshold." Wednesday's pencil moved. "Continue." Harry's eyes tracked lower. "She enters the interval between hunger and unmaking." The pencil stopped. Neither of them spoke for a second. Then Wednesday said, very flatly, "That is unpleasantly specific." Harry almost smiled despite the content. "Only unpleasantly?" "It continues below," Wednesday said, tapping the page. "Read the next clause." Harry did. "The hand that holds must hold within the dark, not after." The library seemed quieter suddenly. Outside, rain whispered against the windows as if it had lowered itself to listen. Harry looked up from the page. Wednesday had gone very still, not shocked. That emotion always looked messier than she permitted, but the stillness had changed quality. It was no longer the ease of concentration. It was the silence of a person whose private suspicions had just stopped being private. "The anchor doesn't stand outside the process," Harry said. "No, they go in with the conduit." "Yes." Harry set the page down carefully. The thought had been there since Varro, since the prophecy named 2 children of exile, since the line about one for whom death stepped aside. But now it was no longer prophecy-shaped abstraction. It was method, requirement, a technical role written into the original seal. He looked at Wednesday. She was already reading the next section. Of course she was. "You knew," he said. Wednesday's eyes did not leave the page. "I suspected." "That's not the same thing." "No," she agreed. "It was easier." Harry leaned back slightly in the chair, one hand dragging once through his hair. "You suspected and didn't say anything." Wednesday looked up then. "What would you have preferred?" she asked. "An underlit dramatic announcement, a speech?" "Harry, the ancient prophecy suggests that if the world's oldest bureaucrats fail to kill you first, I may be required to accompany you into conceptual annihilation." He stared at her. "That's a terrible speech." "Yes." "That's not the point." Wednesday shut the codex in front of her with one precise motion. "The point," she said, "is that conjecture before evidence is indulgence. We have evidence now." Harry looked away toward the stacks. Students moved somewhere beyond the rear aisles, their voices dim and ordinary in the afternoon hush. The contrast made the conversation feel even stranger, as though the world had split cleanly into people selecting textbooks and 2 outcasts in the back corner reconstructing the mechanics of mutual metaphysical disaster. "The anchor goes in," he said. "Yes." "And if the anchor fails?" Wednesday's face gave him nothing easy. "Then the conduit does not return whole." Harry's mouth went dry. He thought of the dream, of the archivist's hands-less pressure moving across memory joins, turning rooms into each other until the self became only the story others used to classify it. He thought of Mara Vesper, 17 and alone and swallowed not by lack of power, but by lack of someone to hold a way back. "Right," he said quietly. Wednesday reached for the page again. Harry caught the motion with his hand before he fully chose to. Her fingers stopped under his, cool and still. For one heartbeat neither moved. Then Harry let go first and said, "Wednesday." She looked at him. There it was again, that impossible thing she did, meeting difficult questions without softening them and somehow making that more intimate than softness would have been. "You don't have to do this," he said. The answer came immediately. "You don't get to decide that unilaterally," Harry exhaled sharply. "I'm serious. So am I. That's not what I meant." Wednesday's expression altered just enough to suggest annoyance at language for failing to keep up. "I know," she said, "and I reject the premise. The committee already decided your existence was an acceptable cost. I am under no obligation to replicate their structure merely because your motives are less disgusting." The words hit hard enough to shut off half the replies he might have made. He looked down at the pages instead. There was no good response to being understood accurately while already upset. It was one of Wednesday's most infuriating gifts. She resumed reading. Harry did too. By dusk, they had translated the remaining broken sections. What emerged was not comfort. It was architecture. The original ceiling had not worked by locking the archivist in place and holding the door shut. That was the founder's bureaucratic simplification, the version institutions preferred, because it made containment sound passive and noble. The actual method was worse and more exact. The void conduit dismantled the archivist's distributed identity by unmaking the negative structures it fed through, while the anchor entered the same interior interval and held the conduit's sense of self coherent enough to return. The anchor did not rescue from outside, the anchor went inside, and the final section of the assembled prophecy made the point with a vicious clarity even Wednesday resented. The two exiles shall not seal the darkness, they shall dismantle it. The void does not contain. It unmakes. The anchor does not hold the door closed, she holds open the door back. Wednesday read the last line 3 times, then she put the paper down and said, "I'm offended by how narratively efficient that is." Harry barked a short laugh before he could stop himself. The sound surprised both of them. Wednesday looked at him over the table. "You're in a strange mood." "So are you." "No, I'm in a bad one." "That's your normal mood." "Incorrect. This one is more specific." The exchange should have felt trivial against the weight of the pages between them. Instead it helped, just enough. A thin seam of ordinary language laid across an abyss, so the abyss had to wait its turn. By full dark, they were back in the lower corridors. Weems's keys worked on 3 new doors and 1 rusted gate that screamed its disapproval in a voice audible. Harry was certain, from several counties over. Wednesday silenced it with a muttered insult, a strip of folded felt jammed into the hinge, and a level of preparedness Harry no longer bothered to question. The antechamber greeted them with the same stale breath of dust, old resin, and blood-bound mortar. Harry had begun to hate the smell. It had become the scent of truth arriving too late to be useful and exactly early enough to be lethal. Tonight they brought all the translated pages. Wednesday spread them on the floor between the broken tablets and the inner seal, weighted their corners with bits of fallen shelf iron, and began aligning the lines in the order she believed the founders originally intended. Harry stood near the wall with the candle while the shadows bent and straightened over her shoulder. The inner door watched. That was the only word for it now. The dark metal disc at its center did not glow constantly. It pulsed, almost too slowly to notice, like a sleeper adjusting beneath blankets. Each time Harry looked away and back, the light beneath it seemed slightly different. "This section," Wednesday said, tapping 2 assembled lines, "is not prophecy language. It's procedural." Harry moved closer and crouched beside her. She was right. The script here had lost some of its cadence. Fewer symbolic redundancies, more imperative structure. A different tone, as if the original authors had grown tired of future-facing grandeur and decided practical instructions mattered more than sounding immortal. Harry traced the parseltongue with 1 finger just above the paper without touching it. The threshold opens when the false name falls. He reads slowly. "And the binding iron must fail by stress, not by hand." Wednesday looked sharply at him. "Read that again." He did. She sat back on her heels. "Well," she said. Harry looked from the line to the suppression anklet beneath his trouser cuff. "By stress, not by hand," he repeated. Yes, so I can't just cut it off. Apparently not. Wednesday's mouth tightened. Founder mechanisms adore conditional ritual logic. It's one of their most annoying qualities. Harry looked at the inner door again, then at the pages, then at the anklet. A strange stillness was starting inside him. Not fear. Not calm either. More like the sense that many things he had thought disconnected were beginning, one by one, to admit they had always belonged to the same structure. He moved away from the papers and sat with his back against the opposite wall. Wednesday glanced up but did not comment immediately. Harry drew one knee up, rested his forearm over it, and stared at the copy of the final prophecy line lying nearest his boot. She holds open the door back. The sentence stayed with him in a way the other lines did not. Perhaps because it was the first part of the prophecy that felt less like fate and more like trust. Not sentimental trust, structural trust. A person holding a route to selfhood open while everything else tried to strip it away. He thought, unexpectedly, of the first night in Wednesday's room after the dream. Of chalk wards on the wall and her turning horror into columns and diagrams before it could become a verdict. Of her saying, "Come here first," before you allow anyone else to classify it for you. Of Hermione's letter in his coat. Of Ron's voice in the mirror. The world that exiled him had not done so completely. It had tried. It had weaponized law and distance and institutional certainty, but he was not entirely cut loose. Not yet. Wednesday was still moving the pages. Harry watched the motion without really seeing it. The antechamber had grown very quiet. Too quiet, maybe. He became aware of the suppressor then, not as pain, not even as cold. As pressure. Internal, relentless, like a jaw held clamped too long against something now expanding in ways it had never been built to permit. He looked down. The crack in the outer iron casing had spread again, not dramatically, but enough. A second branch had formed, splitting off near the hinge and running through one of the deeply hammered runes. Harry did not say anything right away. He just looked. Then Wednesday said, without lifting her head from the papers, "Your breathing changed." Harry almost smiled despite himself. "Do you monitor that on everyone?" "No," she said. "Most people are less relevant." He tugged lightly at the hem of his trouser leg. Wednesday looked up. Her gaze dropped. For a second she said nothing. Then she rose and crossed the chamber to him in 3 quick steps, kneeling in front of the wall with one hand braced against the stone. The candlelight caught the crack plainly now, no denying it. "Show me," she said. Harry adjusted the cuff higher. The suppressor sat heavy and dull against his skin, its basilisk filament lines dark as old venom. The fractures crossed 2 runes and bit into a third. Hairline no longer described it honestly. The thing still held, but the certainty in it was gone. Wednesday studied the casing closely. "Did you feel anything?" he frowned. "Not exactly. That is not an answer." Harry looked past her shoulder at the inner door. "Pressure, maybe, like it's been under tension for too long." Wednesday reached into her coat pocket and took out the brass magnifier again. Of course she had it. She examined the damaged rune, then the branching line near the hinge. "The fracture pattern is accelerating," she said. Harry leaned his head back against the wall. "That sounds bad. It is bad. Comfortingly direct." Wednesday ignored that. "What were you thinking about just before it shifted?" Harry looked at her. "That's a strange question." "It's a useful one." He almost answered automatically, stopped, because the truthful answer was not tactical or analytical or impressively detached. It was embarrassingly human. He had been thinking about not being cut loose, about the route back. About Wednesday. He looked away. Wednesday read the silence too quickly to be fair. "I see," she said. Harry frowned back at her. "You don't see anything." "No," she agreed. "I see several possibilities." "That's not better." "No." She capped the magnifier and stood. The motion, the pages on the floor, the pulse from the inner seal, the constant low strain in the suppressor. Everything in the antechamber seemed to enter the same exact second. There was no dramatic warning, no thunder, no sudden howl of magic. Harry simply felt the thing go. A clear metallic sound cracked through the chamber. He looked down just as the suppression anklet split cleanly in 2, not shattered, not blown apart. The hinge gave way with surgical finality. One half fell against the stone floor with a hard iron strike. The other tilted off his ankle and landed beside it. Silence followed, real silence, not the tense kind, the loud kind. The absence after a machine stops that had been running so long you'd mistaken its noise for atmosphere. Harry stared. Wednesday did too. The black iron halves lay open on the floor between them like two dead things, venom lines dulling already as the device's active magic bled out into the cold stone. For one impossible heartbeat, Harry felt nothing. Then, air, not literal air. The chamber had not changed. But inside him, everywhere the suppressor had been imposing itself, constriction vanished all at once. The effect was almost violent in its relief. A whole interior architecture of absence disappeared. The room within him that had been sealed for days, weeks, perhaps longer if he counted all the years before the ministry had named it, opened. Something moved across his fingers. Harry lifted his hand slowly. Void energy did not look like flame, or light, or shadow exactly. It moved over the backs of his knuckles like darkness given temperature and intention, a fine black current laced with depth rather than brightness. The air around it seemed to bend slightly, not from heat, but from refusal. Candlelight near his skin thinned and leaned as though reconsidering its own right to occupy space. Harry looked at it, then at his other hand, then back again. He did not feel terrified. That, more than anything, made the moment real. He felt not powerful. That word was too small and too loud. He felt correct, not morally, not fatefully, structurally. Like some false translation imposed over his entire nervous system had finally been peeled away, and what remained was simply himself without committee language wrapped around the edges. Wednesday spoke first. "How does it feel?" Harry kept his eyes on the current moving over his fingers. He searched for a phrase that wouldn't diminish it, failed, so he told the truth. "Like myself," he said quietly, "for the first time in a long time, like exactly myself." The candle flared once. The shadows in the chamber did not lengthen, but they leaned, not toward the inner door, toward him. It should have been alarming. It was, but not in the way the ministry would have wanted. Not monstrous, not corruptive, not the feeling of darkness taking over. More like the room had been waiting for someone to stop lying about the shape of what they were. Harry rose slowly to his feet. The broken halves of the suppressor remained at the base of the wall like evidence from another life. Wednesday stood too. For the first time since he had known her, she looked very slightly unprepared, not frightened, not dazzled, just momentarily without an immediate classification. Harry understood that expression now. He had earned it before in smaller ways, usually to his own irritation. But this was larger. More naked, her voice, when it came, was lower than usual. "The founder condition was precise," she said. "Failure by accumulated stress, not removal by hand." Harry looked down at the metal on the floor, meaning it was always going to happen? No, Wednesday's gaze shifted to his face. Meaning the seal required truth. A false release wouldn't have counted. Harry turned that over, then almost laughed. Of course it needed trauma with paperwork. "That is, regrettably, the most founder-era feature of all this." He looked at her properly then, at the dark braids, the severe lines of her coat, the notebook still open in one hand, the expression she was trying and failing to keep entirely neutral. And because the question arrived before he could stop it, because the prophecy pages still lay between them, because the room no longer felt airless and honesty had become easier than performance, he said, "Were you worried?" Wednesday did not blink. "Yes," she said. The answer struck harder than if she had hedged. He had expected deflection, an insult, a technical restatement of caution, not yes. And then, because she apparently believed in refusing him the chance to misunderstand the first answer, she added, "I am now more worried, merely for better reasons." That got a real laugh out of him, short, tired, honest. The sound moved strangely in the chamber, softer than it should have been. Wednesday's mouth shifted once, the almost smile he had only seen in flashes, quick as knife-light. Then the inner door pulsed, both of them turned. The dark disk at its center now glowed with clear internal lines, pale gray-white veins spreading under the surface like frost on black glass. The whole seal had changed posture, not opening yet, but ready in a way it had not been before. Harry looked at the scattered pages on the floor, then at the door, then at the current of void still moving lazily over his fingers, waiting rather than demanding. He should have been overwhelmed, perhaps a part of him was, but beneath that, the feeling remained stubbornly simple. No one had to explain him to himself anymore. That was worth a great deal. Wednesday began gathering the pages with abrupt efficiency, which Harry recognized by now as her way of keeping any moment from becoming too large too quickly. "We do not open the inner seal tonight," she said. Harry looked at her. "That sounds suspiciously like restraint." "It is strategy. Don't insult it by confusing it with fear." He crouched and helped her collect the pages. The simple act felt oddly grounding: paper, stone, candle wax, broken iron, ordinary materials around an extraordinary pivot point. As they worked, Harry said, "The prophecy line about the anchor." Wednesday did not stop sorting. "Which one? There are several designed specifically to irritate me. Someone who cannot be consumed because they have never organized their identity around hope or fear of what others think." Wednesday's hands paused once over the stack. "That is not the exact wording." "No," Harry said, "but it is the exact meaning." She looked up at him. For a second, something in the air between them held. Then Wednesday, because she was still Wednesday even at the edge of ancient metaphysical crisis, said dryly, "You make me sound exhausting. I think that ship sailed days ago." "That is fair." He handed her the last page. Their fingers brushed, only briefly, enough to notice, neither commented. When the papers were stacked and the broken suppressor halves wrapped in Wednesday's oilcloth. "Evidence," she said, as though that explained why she was carrying dead magical restraints in her coat. The chamber felt smaller than before, but clearer too. Harry looked once more at the place on the floor where the anklet had fallen, then at his hands. The void had quieted now, not gone but settled, like an animal no longer forced to thrash against a cage. The aesthetic shift completed itself in his awareness with no need for mirror or theatrics. He understood suddenly why people had stared when powerful magic moved through certain lineages in old stories. Not because it changed them into monsters or saints. Because sometimes when power stopped being strangled into compliance, it revealed the truest silhouette of the person carrying it. Harry did not feel darker. He felt less translated. That was all. And everything, as they sealed the outer door behind them and stepped back into the ordinary dark of the lower stacks. Wednesday said, "Tomorrow we map the final chamber." Harry nodded. "The day after," he said. "The committee's window closes." He looked at her. And then Wednesday tucked the pages and the wrapped suppressor into her coat, black against black until both seemed to vanish into it. "Then," she said, "we dismantle something that should have been ended 2 centuries ago." They left the library through the hidden passage and climbed back into the sleeping school. At the split stair where east and west diverged, Harry stopped. Wednesday turned slightly. For a moment neither moved. Then Harry said, "You were right." She raised an eyebrow. "About which of my many superior observations?" He almost smiled. "It didn't feel like becoming what hurt me." Wednesday's face lost the edge of irony. "No," she said, "it wouldn't." A quiet hung there. Then, softer than before, he added, "It felt like breathing." Wednesday held his gaze for one long second. "Yes," she said. "That too." She turned toward the west wing. Harry watched her go, then made his way up to the east tower alone. In room 47E, the black fracture lines still climbed the wall beside his bed, but now they looked less like warnings and more like records of a prior state. He sat at the desk, pulled Hermione's pages toward him, and wrote with a steadier hand than he'd had in weeks. Suppressor failed. Not removed, broke under accumulated stress. Magic conscious, stable, responsive. Feels like self, not corruption. He stopped, then added one more line beneath it. The door back is still open. Harry set down the pencil. Outside, Nevermore stood under a sky the color of old steel, silent and waiting. Below the library, the final chamber pulsed like a held breath. And somewhere beyond the wards and walls and bureaucracies that had tried to make him useful only as sacrifice, Harry Potter sat in the dark with his own power awake in his hands, and understood, at last, that the next part of the story would not be about surviving other people's definitions. It would be about ending them. By the morning after the anklet broke, Nevermore had stopped pretending it was merely a school. The shift was not dramatic enough for a stranger to notice. The bells still rang. Breakfast still appeared. Classes still assembled and dispersed with institutional faith in routine, but the architecture had become too aware of itself. Harry felt it first in the walls. Not movement exactly. A minute organic wrongness, as if the stone had begun listening inward instead of outward. By second bell, 3 students had forgotten the names of their own dormitories. Not permanently. Not yet. The names returned after a few panicked minutes and a great deal of terrified insistence from the infirmary staff that stress could do strange things to memory. But Harry saw the way those students looked afterward. Not tired, not embarrassed, but violated in some quieter, harder-to-name way. Like someone had opened a private drawer in their mind, handled its contents, and closed it before leaving any obvious signs behind. Wednesday recorded each incident in her notebook under a page already dense with arrows and structural diagrams. By lunch, she had drawn a 7-point pattern over the school map. Harry stood beside her in the back of the library alcove, while rain leaned against the windows and students tried, badly, to act normal around the increasingly obvious fact that Nevermore had entered one of its less survivable moods. "You found them," he said. Wednesday tapped the map. "Not found." She corrected. "Confirmed." The 7 points were distributed through the school's foundations like the bones of some deliberate geometry. Under the bell tower, beneath the west crypt, behind the old greenhouse cistern, below the founder's stairs, inside the eastern retaining wall, under the original infirmary stone, and at the lowest point of the sealed chamber itself, Harry stared at the pattern. "They're not random." "No," Wednesday said. "They're memory nodes, anchor points. The founders distributed fragments of the archivist's identity through the school when they built the containment array. Mara Vesper's notes, what little of them survived, refer to distributed selfhood through borrowed architecture." Her mouth tightened. "A phrase so irritatingly elegant I almost admire it." Harry looked down at the map again. 7 points. If one remained, the archivist could reconstitute. If all 7 were dismantled, the thing under the school ended permanently. "Can we reach them physically?" he asked. Wednesday's pencil traced the points once in air, not touching the parchment. "Not all in time. 2 are structurally buried. One is in flooded foundation stone. The one under the bell tower is accessible only by a maintenance shaft, too narrow for practical entry, and the one in the eastern wall is almost certainly inside the original masonry itself." Her gaze shifted to him. "Mara's notes suggest she discovered this too late. She could unmake a node one at a time, but the archivist adapted, flowing through whichever fragment remained intact." Harry understood at once. All 7 at once. "Yes, that's impossible." Wednesday's expression remained completely neutral, which was how he knew she was about to say something worse than impossible. "For almost everyone," she said. Harry let out a quiet breath. The void beneath his skin had become strangely calm since the suppressor broke. Not absent, never absent now, but no longer a thing pressing blindly at walls. It listened when he listened. Moved when he selected rather than flailed. That new relationship with his own power had not made him less afraid of what it could do. It had simply made fear less useful than method. He looked at the 7 points. Then at Wednesday, "You've been mapping this for weeks." "Yes, and you knew it would come to this." "I knew the architecture wanted something precise." Wednesday closed the notebook. "I dislike precision in things that eat people." From the far side of the library came the scrape of a chair, and then a cry, sharp and involuntary. Both of them turned. A first-year girl from the Scales cluster stood in the center aisle with one hand to her mouth and tears in her eyes. A book lay open at her feet. Thornwood was already moving toward her with surprising speed for someone that old, one clouded eye unbothered by urgency, and the other fixed with surgical annoyance on the fact that reality had once again disrupted library order. "What is it?" Thornwood asked. The girl swallowed hard. Her voice shook. "I don't know my brother's face." The room went very still. Harry felt the air leave his lungs in a flat, cold line. Thornwood knelt, picked up the fallen book, and said something too low to hear. Her hand settled once on the girl's shoulder, not gentle, precisely, but anchoring. The other students were pretending not to stare and failing. Wednesday did not speak until Thornwood had guided the girl from the room. Then she said, "We're out of time." There it was, not prophecy, not planning, not the committee's deadline, simple fact. Harry nodded once. "Tonight," he said. "Yes." She looked down at the notebook. Then, after one beat longer than usual, she added, "We will need Weems." Harry frowned. "For what?" "Campus control. If the committee detects the suppressor failure and the seal breach simultaneously, they may accelerate intervention." Wednesday's mouth flattened. "Also, because there are practical differences between dismantling an ancient conceptual predator with administrative cooperation and dismantling one while school staff are trying to arrest you." That seemed fair. Weems was in her office by late afternoon, standing at the window with both hands behind her back in the posture of a woman trying to look like principal and not accomplice to institutional catastrophe. She turned when Harry and Wednesday entered. Her gaze landed first on Harry's ankle, then on his face, then back to the ankle again. The broken suppressor halves, wrapped in dark cloth, lay on her desk where Wednesday had placed them without preamble 2 minutes earlier. "I see," Weems said at last. It was astonishing how much condemnation, alarm, and calculation she could fit into 2 words without raising her voice. "You are going to detect it eventually," Wednesday said. "That does not obligate you to make the revelation so theatrically compact." "I object to theatrics on principle." Weems gave her a look suggesting otherwise, then turned back to Harry. "When?" "Last night," he said. Weems closed her eyes once, briefly. When she opened them again, the administrative calm had returned, but now it sat atop something rower. "The committee monitors suppressor telemetry through a delayed reporting chain," she said. "If the fail state did not fully register through the remote bond, we may still have a short interval before they understand what's changed." "How short?" Harry asked. Weems glanced toward the tall clock in the corner of her office, as though time might have volunteered more detail if pressed. "Hours, not days." Wednesday laid the 7-point map on the desk. "We're descending tonight," she said. Weems looked at the map. At first, her expression remained unreadable. Then the pattern reached recognition. "You found the nodes." "Yes." Weems looked up slowly. "All 7. "Enough of them to confirm architecture," Wednesday said. "Harry will have to do the rest." Weems's gaze moved to Harry then, and for the first time since he had known her, he saw no institutional distance in it. Only the exhausted horror of a woman asked to sanction something she now understood fully enough to hate. "You are still 17, she said quietly. Harry held her gaze. "That's been true the whole time." The sentence landed. Weems looked away first. When she spoke again, her voice had recovered its steel. "I can keep faculty away from the lower corridors for 2 hours. No more. I can also reroute the infirmary reports so the latest memory collapses look less patterned than they are." She straightened. "If the committee calls before dawn, I will answer as though nothing has changed." Wednesday nodded once. "Useful." Weems's mouth thinned. "I do occasionally aspire to the category." She moved to a cabinet near the bookshelves, opened it, and withdrew a narrow wooden case. Inside lay 7 small black markers like obsidian nails, each etched with silver bands. "Founder survey pins," she said. "Old vault maintenance kit. The lower chamber responds to them. Place 1 at each accessible node location. The rest," she looked at Harry, "you'll need to reach." He took the case. The wood felt colder than it should have. "Why are you helping?" he asked. Weems met his eyes directly. "Because the version of me who believed procedure could disinfect murder has already done enough damage." No one answered that. There was nothing to add, By nightfall, Nevermore had grown too quiet to be natural. Students were confined to their dorm wings under the official explanation of weather instability and localized ward maintenance. The faculty moved in hushed pairs through the upper halls. Somewhere in the West Wing, a teacher was attempting to convince frightened teenagers that forgetting the names of 3 classmates in one afternoon did not necessarily indicate supernatural assault. The lie had the brittle texture of something everyone heard and no one accepted. Harry and Wednesday met at the lower archive gate just before midnight. He wore black. Of course he wore black now. Nevermore had made the palette inevitable, and the void moving under his skin made every shadow around him seem a fraction more attentive. The change was not costume. It was expression. The aesthetic shift had completed so quietly that he had almost missed it. He no longer looked like a boy in exile trying to keep his edges from fraying. He looked like what the wizarding world had failed to name cleanly and punished for the inconvenience. Wednesday, beside him, looked as she always did, severe, precise, dark as judgment. But tonight she had added her mother's old silver ring to her right hand and strapped a thin black knife to one wrist with such matter-of-fact practicality that Harry decided not to ask whether the knife was symbolic, useful, or both. "Is the ring part of the ritual?" he asked as they descended the final stair. "No," Wednesday said. "It's part of me." That answer told him more than a longer one would have. The lower corridors beyond the library were colder than he had ever felt them, not damp cold, negative cold. The absence left when warmth was removed by something that considered temperature a sentimental attachment. The founder survey pins in the wooden case seemed to vibrate very slightly against his palm. Weems's keys opened the last rusted gate. Beyond it, the descending passage spiraled lower than either of them had previously gone. The stone changed as they went. Nevermore's upper architecture, gray, carved, stern, gave way to something older and less decorative. These stones had not been cut so much as persuaded into place. Their surfaces held faint marks that might once have been tool lines or might have been language abandoned halfway through becoming script. Harry carried the candle. Wednesday carried the map. Between them, the wooden case of survey pins knocked softly against Harry's thigh with each step, a metronome for a night already too deliberate to feel real. At the first node, the one beneath the founder's stairs, Wednesday crouched and found the seam at once, a hairline break in the wall no ordinary inspection would ever have noticed. When she pressed one of the black pins into it, the silver band around the marker lit briefly and then went dark. "1," she said. At the second node, behind the old infirmary stone, the pin sank into the mortar as if the wall inhaled it. At the third, beneath the greenhouse cistern access, the silver bands along the marker blackened completely before disappearing. Harry felt each placement like a change in pressure behind his eyes. The archivist knew, not where they were perhaps, or not yet in full detail. But it knew the architecture around it was being touched in hostile sequence. The air thickened. The candle flame bent northward regardless of corridor direction. By the time they reached the final descent to the sealed chamber proper, Harry's heartbeat had become too loud. Not from panic, from proximity. The chamber opened below them in darkness and old geometry. This was lower than the antechamber. Lower than the library foundations. Lower, perhaps, than the school itself properly ended. The stairs emptied onto a circular ledge of black stone overlooking a chamber wide as a chapel and twice as old in its intentions. The walls curved inward, covered in layered inscriptions. Parseltongue in one vertical line, founder notation in another, the two languages braided together across centuries of dust. 7 narrow channels ran from points in the chamber walls toward the center like spokes leading to a sunk circular dais where the final seal waited. The seal chamber did not look built, it looked discovered, and then annotated. Wednesday stopped one stair above the floor. For the first time since Harry had known her, she did not speak immediately. He understood. Some places were too old for first words. Then she said, almost reverently, "There you are." The central seal was different from the antechamber's inner door. There was no door here. Only a circular depression of black stone banded with silver, and something darker inlaid through it like frozen veins. In the center stood a disk of smooth obsidian no larger than a well lid. 7 channels from the walls fed into it. Each channel pulsed faintly, as if memory itself had been liquefied and trapped beneath rock. Harry descended the last steps. The candlelight reached only so far before the chamber ate it. At the nearest wall, Wednesday placed a 4th survey pin in a notch almost hidden by script. The silver band flashed, then dimmed. 4 physically marked, she said. 3 remaining inaccessible except through the architecture itself. Harry turned slowly, taking in the chamber. The parcel-tongue lines were clearer here, not because the stone preserved them better, though it had. Because the room wanted to be read, he approached one wall and let the shapes resolve. The 2 exiles shall not seal the darkness. He moved to the next segment. They shall dismantle it. Another line. Deeper cut. Different hand, maybe, the void does not contain. It unmakes. And across from it, in Founder's script mirrored by Parseltongue below, the anchor does not hold the door closed. She holds open the door back. Harry stood very still. Behind him, Wednesday had gone to the western wall and was reading the Founder notation with the concentration of someone translating the blueprint of a trap while stepping inside it. The chamber is a lens, she said after a moment. Not merely a prison. Harry turned. Meaning? The 7 nodes feed identity inward. The archivist isn't sealed inside a creature shape. Wednesday crossed to the central dais, notebook already open. It's distributed through the school's memory-bearing architecture and focused here. This chamber is where the fragments become a self. Harry looked at the obsidian disk. Then this is where it comes together. Yes. And this is where he stopped. Wednesday looked up. For once she did not finish the sentence for him. He appreciated that. Instead, she said, place the remaining 3. Harry opened the wooden case. Only 3 pins remained now. 1 for the bell tower node, 1 for the eastern wall, 1 for the west crypt foundation. He stepped onto the edge of the central dais. The chamber changed, not visibly at first, more like sound tightened around him. The candle flame thinned. The silver veins in the floor brightened by 1 degree. And beneath his skin, the void rose, not violently, not asking, simply aware. Harry closed his eyes. Wednesday did not speak. He had trained for this now, if training was the right word for learning how not to drown in the exact feeling institutions had used to define him. He found the key quickly. Not the whole history, not the full emotional weather, only the clean shape of it. The courtroom calling murder procedure. The cupboard teaching him what other people's ownership felt like. The relay box confirming that committees still thought sacrifice became moral if arranged by departments rather than altars. He picked up the feeling, not as grief, as selection. The void answered. When he opened his eyes again, the black current moved over his hands in fine, steady lines, more deliberate than fire and much quieter. He lifted the first survey pin and extended that current toward the impossible node inside the eastern wall. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then the wall answered. A point of dim silver 3 feet inside solid stone brightened in his awareness as clearly as if the masonry had gone transparent. Harry exhaled once and released the pin into the line of force. It vanished, not teleported. Passed through, carried along a path that ordinary space was too blunt to register. A moment later, the eastern wall pulsed, and a silver point lit within it. Wednesday wrote something quickly in the notebook. Good, next! The bell tower node was harder, higher, more diffuse. It sat not in stone exactly, but at the join between stone and memory of sound. Somewhere the architecture remembered bells more than iron. Harry almost lost the path twice before he understood that the void did not need coordinates. It needed conceptual location. He selected the place in the structure where repetition had become identity. The pin went. A distant bell above them rang once, not because anyone had pulled it, because the node had been touched. The 3rd West Crypt Foundation felt like old grief and wet earth and doors meant to stay locked. Harry sent the final marker into darkness beneath the floor and felt it take. All 7 points answered. The chamber drew one long breath. Silver lines brightened along the floor channels, all converging toward the central obsidian disk. Wednesday stopped writing. "Harry," she said. He looked at her. Her face had gone very pale under the chamber light, but her voice remained exact. "It's beginning." The obsidian disk in the center of the dais split open without moving, not physically. Conceptually, the surface darkened past black and became depth. The 7 silver channels now poured inward, and with them came something much worse than visible emergence. The chamber remembered them. Harry's breath caught. One wall became the corridor outside courtroom 10. Another became the cupboard under the stairs. A third held the Nevermore courtyard under dead trees. On the floor between the silver channels, school desks appeared in rows only to become prophecy shelves, only to become hospital beds, where faceless students slept with portions missing from the light around their heads. The archivist did not manifest as body, it manifested as environment selecting prey. Wednesday stood very still. The chamber touched her too. For a blink, Harry saw black balloons, old Addams house corridors, a guillotine in moonlight, a child's room where every doll had been placed facing the same direction. Then the images sharpened and failed to find purchase. The walls trying to wear Wednesday's memories slid off something inside her like knives across glass. "That," Wednesday said to the air, almost insulted, "is not going to work." The chamber responded by deepening the pressure around Harry instead. Faces formed and dissolved in the curving walls. Not loved ones exactly. The impressions of them, Sirius looking back from behind the veil, Hermione at the courtroom barrier, Ron in the mirror saying always, mate, Dumbledore not speaking, Vernon Dursley turning into an unspeakable halfway through a sneer. Every version of authority and absence laid over itself, until Harry's sense of chronology began to strain. The archivist had learned from the dream. It wasn't attacking through fear alone now. It was attacking through narrative, trying to tell him what all those rooms meant when placed in one line. The committee's line, the old line, the one where his purpose ended at the moment of greatest usefulness. Harry shut his eyes, followed Wednesday's method, do not reach for the magic. Let the magic reach for what it's already oriented toward. The key was there, waiting. He found the feeling and picked it up, being defined as dangerous by people who were meant to protect, guide, or know better. The courtroom, Privet Drive, Dumbledore's silences, the oversight committee naming him asset, not the pain of it, the structure of it. The intolerable geometry of other people's permission being treated as the boundary of his existence. He selected it like a key is supposed to be selected. The void came up through him with terrifying ease. The silver channels trembled. The 7 lit points in the chamber walls responded at once, each node answering the central call. Harry felt their locations all at once: stone, bell memory, flooded foundation, wall, crypt, infirmary, stair. 7 anchors holding an old predator's distributed self in place. He could touch them. Not physically, consciously. That was the horror. He could feel how little separated touching from becoming lost in the architecture that connected them. Wednesday was at his side suddenly. He had not seen her move. The chamber tried to split around them, memories bending, walls reordering. The pressure intensified. One instant, they stood in the sealed chamber. The next, half the room had become the Department of Mysteries, the other half the Nevermore Infirmary, all of it overlaid with a low school corridor where the floor seemed made of filed reports and old accusations. The chamber wanted confusion, overlap, misclassification. Wednesday took his hand. It was the first deliberate physical contact between them, no accident of fingers passing paper, no incidental brush reaching for the same object. A choice. Her hand was cold, steady, and absolutely real. Everything in Harry went still around that fact. Wednesday's grip tightened once, not hard, certain. "I have you," she said. The words cut through the chamber like a line of iron. She took one step closer, bringing their joined hands between them like an anchor point the room could not reinterpret. "Conduct your business." The sentence should have sounded ridiculous in her voice in that chamber at that moment. It sounded like permission from someone who did not give it cheaply. Harry looked at her once, really looked at the black of her eyes. The rigid calm, the impossible steadiness of a person standing in the middle of an ancient memory predator and refusing to let it narrate her. Then he closed his eyes and let himself fall inward, not into oblivion, into structure. The 7 nodes lit in him like coordinates. The void extended. Harry felt his consciousness split in 7 precise directions. Not fracture, not scatter, but extend. Each line of himself touching one node through the channels the archivist had used to remain distributed and immortal. He understood, in a burst of appalling clarity, why Mara Vesper had died. The sensation was unbearable and exact. Each node offered not just a target but a perspective, a way of seeing from inside old stone and accumulated memory. Identity strained instantly. Oneself becoming 7 viewpoints at once. The archivist noticed. The whole chamber convulsed. The walls erupted into layered memories, trying desperately now to drown the extension in story. Sirius falling. Cedric dead. Aunt Petunia's hand on the cupboard door, Hermione reaching through courtroom wards. Wednesday as a child with a guillotine manual in her lap. Nevermore students forgetting their own names. The black fountain overflowing with prophecy orbs. The relay voice saying function could be completed. All of it at once, all of it insisting it was the truest line. Harry nearly lost the center. Then Wednesday's hand tightened, not pulling him back. Holding. He felt her not as sentiment, not as abstract support, but as a hard, unwavering line of selfhood inside the storm. The exact quality Varro had named without naming her. Someone who did not organize identity around hope or fear of what others thought. Someone the archivist could not digest because it had nothing loose to seize. The door back. Open. Harry understood then, not as prophecy, as mechanism. He set his teeth against the surge of overlapping memory and reached all 7 nodes at once. The void gathered around his consciousness like black light given purpose. And somewhere inside the collapsing architecture of the chamber, the archivist began to scream. The archivist's scream did not sound like pain. Pain implied a body. This sounded like organization failing. The moment Harry touched all 7 memory nodes at once, the chamber lost its ability to lie smoothly. The walls no longer shifted with the quiet precision of a predator controlling its own illusions. They convulsed. The overlays began to shear apart. Hogwarts stone split from Nevermore stone. The cupboard under the stairs tore itself out of the courtroom floor and dissolved into splinters of black concept. Prophecy shelves burst into lines of silver script, then into school desks, then into nothing at all. Harry felt every node answer him. The first sat deep in the founder's stairs, full of old footfall memory and the residue of hundreds of names worn smooth by repetition. The second lived in the bell tower, not in the iron itself, but in the remembered shape of sound striking the same air year after year, until the tower thought ringing was part of its identity. The third held wet and cold in the greenhouse foundation, where roots had grown around old wardstone and inherited the problem without understanding it. The fourth was buried in the infirmary stone, soaked in the memory of fever and recovery, fear and morphing names, bodies forgetting and being forced back into themselves. The fifth lived in the eastern wall like a splinter of dark grammar hidden inside mortar. The sixth waited below the crypt foundation where grief had hardened into architecture. The seventh was here, at the center, in the sealed chamber itself, where all the others remembered they belonged to one thing. The void reached all 7, not wildly, precisely. Harry understood now why Wednesday had drilled precision into him until it felt like cruelty. Broad feeling would have blown the chamber apart, school included. Broad feeling would have made him a bomb, exactly what the committee had wanted. But this was surgery carried out with a language older than spells. The archivist tried to stop him by doing what it did best. It told stories. Not with words, with adjacency. Suddenly Harry was 10 and 17 and 11 and already dead all at once. Sirius's laugh slid into Dumbledore's silence. Vernon Dursley's shadow became a ministry official's robes. Bellatrix's grin appeared in the silver reflection of Nevermore's black fountain. Hermione's hand at the courtroom barrier became Wednesday's hand in the chamber, and then for one dangerous second neither belonged to the right memory. Harry nearly lost the center. That was the true danger, not pain, not annihilation, misclassification. The self becoming so rearranged it could no longer insist on continuity. Then Wednesday's hand tightened around his. The contact was the only uncomplicated thing in the room: cold fingers, real skin. Present tense, not prophecy, not memory, not institution, not dream, now. Harry anchored to that with savage gratitude. The archivist pressed harder. Harry saw Wednesday's memories flicker in the chamber walls again. Black balloons, candlelit corridors, an Addams family dining room where everyone looked perfectly composed beneath a thunderstorm. A child's hand reaching without fear toward a spider larger than her palm. A graveyard picnic under umbrellas, the almost mathematical stillness of a girl deciding very young that the world would define her only if she permitted it. None of those memories opened. None became a wound the archivist could enter. They remained what they were, hers. Untouchable not because they were safe, but because they had never been organized for other people's approval. The chamber seemed to understand that and hate it. It turned all its weight back on Harry. He almost laughed. Of course it did. That, too, was familiar. He chose the key again. Not grief, not rage, but the structural fact of being named by those with no right. Privet Drive. Courtroom 10. The relay voice calling him function. The exact geometry of being turned into solution by people too frightened to see personhood as anything but an administrative inconvenience. He picked it up. Used it. The void moved through the first node. Unmaking was quieter than destruction. That was the first thing Harry understood as it happened. The node in the Founder's Stairs did not explode. It did not crack dramatically or release a storm of magic. It simply ceased to sustain the pattern it had been sustaining. The memory architecture around it lost agreement with itself and folded inward soundlessly, like a sentence realizing its grammar no longer held. The second node followed. The bell tower went silent, not because the bells stopped existing, but because something deeper than sound withdrew its participation from the system beneath them. The third dissolved, then the fourth. With each one, the chamber reeled. The archivist screamed again, not louder but nearer, as though proximity had replaced strength. The walls around Harry and Wednesday became less illusion and more confession. He saw what the thing really was now, not a monster in the ordinary sense, but a system of hunger designed to consume the lines by which people remained themselves. It fed by turning memory into filing, identity into useful sequence. A predator built on the logic of institutions, older than ministries and just as tidy in its appetite, which was why the void could end it. Not by outmuscling it, by refusing the architecture entirely. Harry reached the fifth node. Something tore across his mind. For one instant he forgot his own age. It happened so fast he only recognized the loss by shape, a missing rung in the ladder of self. Not gone, not yet, but slipping. He staggered physically in the chamber. Wednesday stepped closer without breaking the grip of his hand. Harry. She did not say don't. She did not say hold on, only his name, spoken like identification, not comfort. That was enough. He remembered 17. Remembered 11. Remembered the long, ugly line between them. Remembered that what made him himself had never been purity or destiny or heroism. It had been stubborn continuity, the refusal to let other people finish his story before he got there. The fifth node collapsed. The sixth went harder. That one had grief soaked into it, and when the void touched it, the chamber filled with coffins, veils, hospital sheets, dead eyes, every variation of the same lesson Harry had been taught too young and too often. People leave, and institutions call it necessary, and the living are expected to continue in morally acceptable shapes afterward. The archivist tried to make that the truest thing about him. It failed. Harry unmade the sixth node. The chamber pitched sideways. Real stone groaned somewhere under the illusion. Dust rained from the ceiling in pale silver lines. The final node waited at the center, not just the last fragment, the root through which the other six had remembered themselves as belonging together. The core of the core. The point where distributed hunger still believed it could become one body of meaning again. Harry reached for it. The archivist spoke directly then, not through walls, not through memories, through the architecture of the moment itself. You are built of what they did to you, it said, voice everywhere, voice nowhere. Remove this, and there is no shape left. Harry stood inside that sentence and saw very clearly why Mara Vesper might have died here. Because sometimes the final trap is not fear of death. It is fear that pain was the organizing principle all along, that without wounds there is no self, only absence. The thought hit like a knife placed gently at the center of the chest, and for one terrible half-second, Harry almost believed it. Then Wednesday's grip turned from steady to fierce. She took one step into him, not enough to break his concentration, just enough to force the chamber to account for another body, another will, another self that did not belong to the archivist's logic. "That's not true," she said. Her voice cut across the dark like sharpened glass. Harry opened his eyes. She was right in front of him now, close enough that the chamber could not easily separate her face from the fact of the present. Her expression had lost its usual controlled detachment, not softened, intensified. Every severe line of her seemed lit from underneath by refusal. "That is the oldest lie in this room," Wednesday said, staring not at him but through the chamber itself. "It mistakes injury for authorship." The archivist recoiled, not from sentiment, from accuracy, and Harry laughed, not because anything was funny. Because the thing under the school had chosen the wrong girl to argue metaphysics with. The sound broke the last of its rhythm. He reached the final node. The void gathered in his hand, through every line of himself, the chamber had tried to rearrange and failed. It was not dark in the cheap sense, not evil, not cold for its own sake. It was negation with purpose, the refusal of false continuities. The end of structures that survived only by making living people carry them. Harry unmade the seventh node. The archivist came apart, no explosion. No pillar of fire, no dramatic outward blast. Its dismantling was quieter and far more complete than that. The 7 silver channels in the floor went black one by one. The obsidian disk at the center of the chamber lost depth and became only stone. The layered memories on the walls peeled away like wet paper from plaster, revealing beneath them the actual chamber as it had always been. Old, dark, exhausted, human-built, and terribly mortal. The screams stopped. The silence that followed was enormous. Harry remained standing for one impossible second more. Then the extension to the 7 nodes snapped shut all at once. Pain came then, not physical pain, though there was some of that, a brutal ache behind the eyes and along the spine, but the psychic impact of 7 perspectives collapsing back into one body. His knees went out. Wednesday went down with him, not falling, choosing the floor in the same controlled way she did everything else. Harry landed on both knees on the black stone of the dais, one hand braced against the ground, the other still locked around hers. For a long moment neither moved. Dust drifted through the candlelight. The chamber no longer breathed above them. Very faintly the school settled, not writhing, settling like an animal unclenching in sleep. Wednesday was the first to speak. "It's gone," she said. Harry tried to answer, managed only a ragged exhale. She shifted closer, not releasing his hand. "Harry." This time the name carried a question. He looked up. Her eyes searched his face with a kind of focus that had nothing to do with curiosity now. He realized dimly that she was checking the return route, not whether he was injured. Whether he was still entirely himself. He found, to his own surprise, that the answer was yes, shaken, exhausted, burned raw at the edges, but yes, he knew his own name. His age. The chamber. Wednesday's face, the shape of the hand holding his. The line of continuity between the cupboard, the courtroom, the school, and this moment, not as a prison, but as a sequence he had survived without becoming the story they wanted. "I'm here," he said hoarsely. Something in Wednesday's shoulders loosened by less than a degree. "Good," she said. He laughed weakly. "That sounded nearly relieved. Don't be absurd." A beat. "I'm catastrophically annoyed at the possibility of having done all this for a partial result." That got a real laugh out of him this time, tired and frayed and very nearly disbelieving. The chamber held it without distortion. That was how he knew they had won. When they finally stood, the walls were only walls. The inscriptions remained, but now they read like records rather than instructions still in progress. The silver veins in the floor had dulled entirely. Where the 7 survey pins had been placed throughout the school, Harry could feel, not directly but enough, the corresponding hollow absence of a system no longer sustaining itself. Above them, people were waking, not physically from sleep, from theft. The 3 hospitalized students in the infirmary, the Scales girl in the library, the smaller quiet injuries no one had yet named. Harry felt the pressure leave the architecture of the school and knew, with the strange certainty the void sometimes now gave him, that the memories being held in suspension were returning along the lines by which they had been stolen, not all at once, but enough. The way back had opened. Wednesday retrieved her notebook from where it had fallen near the stairs, dusted stone grit from the cover, and immediately began writing. Harry stared at her. "You're documenting this now?" "I refuse to let one of the most significant dismantlings of ancient predatory architecture in American supernatural history become hearsay." That seemed fair. He looked down at their hands only when she released his. The absence of contact was abrupt enough to register. Neither of them commented. They climbed out of the chamber slowly, both more tired than either would have admitted. The passage back through the lower corridors seemed longer now, not because the architecture had changed, but because their bodies had to remember how to belong to one perspective again. Twice, Harry had to stop with one hand on the wall while the world resorted itself into sensible depth and sequence. Wednesday waited each time without impatience. By the time they reached the library service passage, dawn had begun staining the high windows gray, and voices were coming from above. Many voices. Urgent. Harry and Wednesday emerged from the hidden panel into the lower stacks just as Thornwood swept down the central aisle in full morning black, her one good eye taking in their dust, the absence of ambient wrongness, and the way the library itself seemed suddenly and profoundly offended by no longer being under conceptual attack. "Well," she said, "you took your time." Wednesday brushed dirt from her coat. "You knew." Thornwood lifted one shoulder. "I know many things. Most of them are improved by not asking me to say them aloud." Her gaze moved to Harry and held there one beat longer. "The children in the infirmary woke 5 minutes ago." Harry exhaled. Thornwood sniffed, as if relief were a fine emotion in small doses but unbecoming when displayed. "Principal's office," she said. "Immediately. There are men in expensive coats attempting to sound inevitable." The Oversight Committee had arrived. Of course they had. The East Corridor outside Weems's office looked like the front line of a war fought entirely through posture and paperwork. 2 British ministry officials in dark robes stood near the windows with expressions of severe irritation. 3 American bureau operatives in tailored black coats occupied the opposite wall, radiating the precise discomfort of people who had been forced to travel urgently and discovered on arrival that events had continued without waiting. At the center of the room, flanked by no one and looking for all the world like a woman hosting an unusually uncivilized board meeting, stood Principal Weems. Her posture was immaculate, which meant she was furious. When Harry and Wednesday entered, half the corridor turned. The senior British representative, a tall witch with silver-rimmed spectacles and the face of someone who had once mistaken law for ethics and refused ever since to revisit the conclusion, looked immediately at Harry's ankle. There was no suppressor there. Her expression tightened. "Mr. Potter?" she said. "You have violated the conditions of your exile." Harry looked at her, then at the committee, then at Weems. Weems spoke before he could. "On the contrary," she said coolly. "Mr. Potter participated overnight in a sanctioned emergency student intervention in response to a severe containment threat on school property." One of the bureau men turned sharply. "Sanctioned by whom?" "By me," Weems replied. "You'll find the documentation quite thorough." She held up a file folder. Harry almost laughed. Of course she had paperwork. Of course she had prepared it before dawn and weaponized every line. The British witch's mouth thinned. "You are stating that the destroyer-class entity under your school was neutralized without oversight participation." Weems gave her a look of exquisite professional pity. "I'm stating that while your committee was in transit composing dramatic assumptions, my student prevented a memory predation event from escalating into mass identity loss across campus." The American representative stepped forward. "Where is the suppressor?" Wednesday answered before Harry did, broken. The man's gaze shifted to her, dismissed her in error, then returned to Harry. "Broken how?" Harry considered several answers, settled on the one most likely to offend. "Under stress," he said. The British witch inhaled sharply through her nose, either recognizing the founder phrasing or disliking its implications. Weems opened the file and began reading in a voice tuned for maximum administrative injury. At 02:14, campus reports indicated escalating memory compromise among 3 hospitalized students and multiple minor cognitive disruptions in the general population. At 03:48, pre-existing lower foundation anomalies intensified. At 04:12, student Harry Potter, under my authority as principal, undertook emergency response with student Wednesday Addams as co-investigative support, resulting in successful dismantling of predatory entity classification tentatively identified as the archivist. She looked up over the page. The 3 hospitalized students regained full memory continuity at 05:03. Additional affected students began recovering immediately thereafter. The corridor had gone very quiet, not because the committee believed her morally, because the facts she was presenting were politically catastrophic for their plan. One of the bureau operatives said, "You are aware this student was under joint oversight due to anti-arcane volatility." Weems closed the file. "Yes," she said. "I'm also aware he just saved my school." At the far end of the corridor, voices began to gather. Students. Nevermore, like all schools, had an instinct for converging on consequential scenes, no matter how many adults tried to disperse them. Harry looked past the committee and saw Rowan Blackthorne, Bianca Barclay, Eugene, and a half-dozen others forming the leading edge of a watchful crowd. No one pushed forward. No one spoke. They simply occupied the corridor with the unmistakable posture of a student body beginning to understand that one of its own was being discussed as property. The political calculus changed visibly. The senior witch noticed, too. She adjusted her spectacles. "Be that as it may, Mr. Potter remains subject to formal review. He will be required to return with us for assessment concerning the suppressor breach, unlicensed power expression, and extraterritorial noncompliance." Harry felt the old structure trying one last time to close over him. Return. Assessment. Required. He had been answering those words with instinctive fatigue for too long. Now, standing in Nevermore's corridor with dust still under his nails and the absence of the suppressor like breath in his own blood, he found the answer came without effort. "No," he said. The witch blinked. "I beg your pardon." Harry met her gaze fully. "I'm not going back," he said. "You'll have to add it to the list of decisions I've made that you don't like." The corridor went silent in a very different way, not shock, recognition. Weems did not smile, but something dangerous in her posture approved. Wednesday, at Harry's side, remained very still. The bureau men exchanged glances. The British witch drew herself up. "Mr. Potter, you do not appear to understand the legal position in which you currently stand." Harry almost said, "I understand it perfectly. That's the problem." Instead, he said, "I understand that your committee sent me here to die usefully." I also understand you no longer have a suppressor, a sleeping entity, or a frightened school to hide behind. That landed hard in the crowd behind the officials. Rowan let out one low, impressed sound. The witch's face cooled further. Those are serious accusations. Wednesday's voice entered the space like a blade being set quietly on a table. Not accusations, she said. Documentation. She held up the listening disc. For the first time, the senior witch looked genuinely unsettled. Weems took one step forward. I have already duplicated the relevant transmission record, she said. Any attempt to compel Mr. Potter's immediate removal will become significantly more public than I suspect your departments prefer. The committee hesitated. That was all it was, a pause. A small bureaucratic failure to proceed cleanly on script, but Harry saw it, and so did every student watching. The bureau man recovered first. This matter is not concluded. No, Weems agreed coolly. It is merely no longer yours alone. The British witch closed her file case with precise, unnecessary force. There will be a review board. Harry looked at her. Maybe in another life he would have flinched from those words, heard doom in them, heard adulthood, judgment, inevitability. Now they sounded smaller than the chamber he had just survived. Then hold one, he said. Without me. A stunned beat. Then, from somewhere behind the committee, Eugene made a noise suspiciously like a suppressed cheer. Rowan covered it with a cough that fooled no one. The corridor shifted as more students arrived. The silent tribal loyalty Weems had predicted settling into place not as rebellion, but as witness. The committee saw the numbers, saw the school, saw Weems. Thornwood now appearing at the rear like a curse-given spectacles. Varro leaning in a distant doorway with the unmistakable air of a man hoping someone important would try something stupid. They recalculated. It was almost boring, how quickly courage died in the absence of certainty. The British witch inclined her head once, no respect in it, only retreat looking for a better coat. This is not over. Wednesday tilted her head. It rarely is. The committee withdrew, not dramatically. They simply decided, all at once, that dawn had become less favorable ground than they'd anticipated and walked away with all the clipped dignity of people who would later describe retreat as procedural postponement. When they were gone, the corridor exhaled. Students began talking in bursts, disbelief and excitement and adrenaline breaking loose all at once. Rowan clapped Harry once on the shoulder hard enough to count as approval, then immediately pretended it had been accidental. Eugene looked like he might cry, laugh, or start a newsletter. Bianca Barclay gave Harry a slow, evaluating look and said, "You do realize this means you're impossible now." "Was I possible before?" Harry asked. She considered that. "Fair." Weems lifted one hand and, astonishingly, the corridor obeyed enough to begin dispersing. Faculty guided students back toward breakfast, dorms, classes. Whatever version of school still mattered on the morning after an ancient entity died under their feet. Thornwood passed Harry on her way back toward the library and said without slowing, "Bring the founder tablets back in one piece, or I will haunt you personally." Harry watched her go. "Comforting. High praise," Wednesday said. Later that morning, when the school had settled into the fragile aftermath of survival and the sun still refused to appear through the clouds, Harry finally used the mirror. He took it to the east tower roof. The wind was cold enough to hurt. The woods beyond Nevermore were dark and wet from rain, their edges blurred by distance and mist. The black slate roofs below him glistened faintly. Somewhere a bell rang noon, and for the first time in days, the sound carried only sound. Harry sat on the low parapet, mirror in hand, and said, "Hermione." The surface silvered instantly. Her face appeared not too close to the glass this time, which meant she had been waiting with more discipline than Ron ever managed. She looked exhausted, furious, brilliant, hair worse than usual, which probably meant she had been running on research and tea for an unsafe number of hours. When she saw him, she stopped speaking mid-breath. For 1 second she just looked. Then she said very quietly, "You're alive." Harry let out a breath. "Yeah." Hermione's eyes closed once. When they opened, they were bright. He realized then that she had been crying recently or was about to, maybe both. I got Weems's message copy, she said. And Ron's transmission notes, and, Harry, there are so many laws I want to set on fire. He laughed softly. That sounds normal. It is not normal, Hermione snapped, and then her face crumpled slightly around the anger. They sent you there as a mechanism. I know. Silence stretched between them, not empty, full of all the things they both understood too well to narrate from the beginning. Then Hermione said, "What happened?" So Harry told her, not everything, not the full chamber, not the entire impossible shape of the void touching 7 nodes at once. He wasn't sure he had language for that yet, but enough. The archivist, the dream, the suppressor crack, the committee transmission, the chamber, the dismantling, the committee retreat. Hermione listened like she always did, whole mind, whole attention, sorting fact from inference even while feeling all of it hard enough to bruise. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she asked the only question that really mattered. "Are you happy?" Harry looked out over the woods. The question should have been easy to dismiss. Happiness was too big, too clean, too final for the mess his life usually came in. But standing on Nevermore's roof with no suppressor on his ankle and no entity under the school and no immediate law left in the world strong enough to close over him cleanly, he found the answer was not impossible, not easy, but possible. "I think," he said slowly, "I might get there." He looked back at her in the mirror. "For the first time, I think I might actually get there." Hermione's mouth trembled. To her own visible annoyance, tears spilled over anyway. "Oh, that's ridiculous," she muttered, scrubbing at one cheek furiously. "I had no intention of doing this in front of you." Harry smiled, small, real, unfamiliar enough that he felt it arrive on his face like a new structural element. Hermione. She shook her head once, got herself under control by force, and looked at him with the same fierce intelligence that had once turned library research into war strategy and now, apparently, turned relief into indignation. "Then stay," she said. "We'll figure out the rest." The simplicity of it nearly undid him more than tears would have. "Stay, not return and answer and submit. Stay." Harry nodded once. "All right." They talked a little longer, about McGonagall, about Ron nearly hexing 2 department officials in a corridor, about the fact that legal war would now begin in earnest and Hermione was, in fact, looking forward to parts of it because righteous procedure was still procedure, and she intended to weaponize every clause available. When the mirror dimmed at the edges, she said, "Tell Ron before he hears from someone else, or he'll accuse us both of emotional treason." "That sounds like him." "It is." The mirror clouded. Harry lowered it slowly. The roof was quiet again, not lonely, just quiet. He sat there another minute before becoming aware that he was no longer alone. Wednesday stood near the highest pitch of the east tower roof, coat moving slightly in the wind. He had not heard her approach. That felt normal now in a way that was probably its own warning sign. "How long have you been there?" he asked. "Long enough to confirm that Granger remains the most dangerous kind of competent." Harry slipped the mirror back into his coat. "That's fair." Wednesday crossed the roof and sat on the parapet a few feet away, close enough to speak normally, far enough not to make the moment theatrical. Below them, Nevermore spread in black stone and gray slate. Beyond it, the Vermont woods stood wet and endless beneath the cloud cover. For a while, neither spoke. The silence felt different now, not investigative, not strained, earned. At last, Harry said, "What are we now?" The question came more easily than he expected. Perhaps because the worst of the architecture had already answered other harder questions. Wednesday looked out over the trees. "People who have shared a significant survival experience," she said, "and have mutually compatible approaches to existing in the world." Harry let that sit. Then, "Is that what you'd call it?" Wednesday's eyes narrowed slightly, considering not the words but the categories beneath them. "I'd also accept allies," she said. "Or colleagues who trust each other further than I trust most people, which for me is a category with very exclusive membership." Harry turned to look at her properly. The wind tugged once at the end of one braid. She did not fix it. "How exclusive?" he asked. Wednesday finally looked back. The almost smile appeared again, brief, sharp, impossible to mistake once seen. "Current membership," she said. "One." Harry looked away toward the woods again before the expression could settle into something he would have to examine too closely. "Works for me," he said. Below them, Nevermore held, no breathing walls, no shifting memory, no hunger in the stone. Just a school full of strange children, damaged brilliance, and whatever came after surviving something the world had decided should kill you. Harry sat with the cold air in his lungs, and the mirror warm in his coat, and the absence of the suppressor like freedom too new to trust fully yet. Beside him, Wednesday Addams watched the horizon as if daring it to misbehave. For the first time in a very long time, the future did not feel like a corridor built by other people. It felt unwritten. And that, Harry thought, was worth surviving for.